Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the holiday weekend in a 3-2 loss last night, put them 1 game below 500 as they'll now head to San Diego for a series with the Padres. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondback news over the weekend: Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll will represent the team in this year's All-Star game in Philadelphia. The Suns over the weekend agreed to a 2-way contract with former Golden State Warrior guard Pat Spencer. For more on the Suns and their offseason, head on over to ArizonaSports.com today. And tonight, the U.S. men's national team with a spot in the quarterfinals of the World Cup on the line will play Belgium at 5 o'clock. And big news that striker Flo Balogun's red card ban has been suspended, and he will in fact be available for tonight's game. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today? You know what today is? Never thought I'd say this. Today is Monday Night Football.
Yep.
Dun, 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 dun. Ba-dum, ba-dum.
It's game night. How about that, huh? Big scene in Seattle tonight.
We're looking forward to a soccer game in the United States.
I spent more time watching soccer over the last few days than I have my entire life. It's not even close.
Yeah, this has crossed over. This is now, and recency bias may exist. It's crossed over and beaten the '94 World Cup for the World Cup I've been most into. The last time it was here on North American soil.
Yeah,
It's been
I would agree with
fantastic.
that. I mean, the '94 World Cup was a lot of fun. It feels different this time.
Yeah, I mean, the United States team that year, I mean, they were a fledgling program still at that point. Really didn't have any chance to compete on a high level, although they did have a historic win. But, man, this has been a lot of fun.
Who did they beat in '94?
Colombia.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Got that Escobar
Andres
guy killed.
Escobar.
Well,
That's right. The own goal got him killed.
Well, he got himself killed.
Well, yeah. As if that's a
Yeah.
crime worthy of death.
Yeah, giving up an own goal in the World Cup.
Yeah, you must
How'd
die.
you die, Escobar?
You must die. The joke.
Did you notice who's back? Jared's back.
Jared Carlin is back, ladies and gentlemen.
man.
Were you staying anywhere near the resort where the crocodile took the man out to sea?
Not only was I wasn't staying.
It was the resort?
No, I wasn't staying
Okay.
at the resort, but the first day we were there, we went to the beach at the resort, and the lifeguard tells my 8-year-old nephew,
Oh, no.
Oh my gosh. What a nightmare.
be careful because yesterday a crocodile ate someone. And we go, excuse me? First of all, this is the ocean.
This is the ocean. You're not expecting crocodiles to come out of the ocean.
So that was the end of my nephew ever going in the ocean, I can tell you that much. But yeah, so apparently this other resort was near a river, and somehow a crocodile found his way into the ocean and attacked a person. A crocodile.
Well,
I'm
they are
scared of.
saltwater crocodiles, so I mean, it's not like they can't hang. But listen, we
I can't believe you saw that.
Brought it up on the air, and I said on the air, "Holy bleep! Isn't this where Jared is?"
Yeah.
Yes, I was at Puerto
Vallarta.
I wasn't actually in Puerto Vallarta. I was in whatever the next town over is called.
All right.
Bahayamita or something like that.
Free food-aritos?
Oh, sweet. My God, that I eat so much. So
Comida
much.
gratis.
Well, that is the point, right? That's the point of what you guys do.
That is the point for me, especially. I love it. I love it so much. So much. Just being able to order multiple appetizers and entrees for every meal. But the stuff that kills me is dessert, because normally I don't eat dessert.
Yeah.
And to eat it every meal and have ice cream just available and just go up and boom, bang, bing.
So
How can you turn it down?
No, you can't say no, can you? Like, you're a full-on, like, you're a food junkie.
Is absolutely right. when free, you see it when it happens at the station.
I sure do.
And the other thing is, you saw watching the Mexico game last night that it was pouring rain. It rained the entire week before we got there, and it is raining the entire week now, which meant the entire week we were there, it was so humid. Like 90% humidity and like 85 degrees, just dripping sweat. Just anytime. It's such a difference.
We always talk about how Phoenicians are equipped to deal with heat. We can do it. Humidity is
We
a
struggle.
different
We
game.
struggle.
Look, I did Europe in early June, and it was cool and rainy most of the trip. And by the end of it, my kids are kind of like, it's so raining, And I'm like, you don't want to be in Europe. A week later, it was 110 degrees in Paris.
Oh, you planned it well.
I did, because you don't want to be in a place like that where there's no air conditioning.
Yeah, I'd rather wear a light jacket.
Yeah, right, exactly. and for you to be beachfront in that humidity,
Does that affect your food intake at all?
At least you stuffed your goozle.
The shows that had shows at night were in an amphitheater, and that was it. Just like trapped in the heat, no wind, no flow, nothing. Just absolutely. I was going to the bar and getting cups of ice water and pouring it over my head, rubbing ice on my chest and neck during the show. Everyone's like disgusted by me. Well,
that had nothing to do with the water.
No.
Wow. Well, welcome back, Jared. I'm glad to see you ate your share of calories. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Yeah, D-backs dropped the rubber game of their 3-game set with the Brewers 3-2 at Chase Field. Jake Bauers' 2-run home run in the 7th off Eduardo Rodriguez gave Milwaukee a 2-1 lead. They'd add another run later in the inning on an RBI single by Joey Ortiz. That scored Gary Sanchez. D-backs would get one back in the bottom of the 7th on an RBI fielder's choice by Gabby Moreno, but Max Kepler then struck out with runners on the corners to end the threat. D-backs had a runner in scoring position in the 8th as well, but Pavin Smith lined into a double play that ended that opportunity. Rare loss for Rodriguez. He falls to 7-3 on the season after giving up 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings of work. D-backs fall to 44-45 as Milwaukee takes 2 of 3. 1 week left until the All-Star break, and the D-backs will spend it in California. 4-game series against the Padres in San Diego starts tonight. At Petco, Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the Snakes against San Diego right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch will be at 6:40. All the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Another ho-hum homestand for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Par for the course. Prior to Sunday's series finale, the D-backs recalled utility man Tim Tawa from AAA Reno and optioned infielder LeJames Groover to the Aces. Huge turn of events for the USMNT ahead of their round of 16 match against Belgium. Team's leading scorer, Flo Balogun, had his red card suspended by FIFA, and he will be able to play in tonight's match. In a statement on its website, FIFA said, quote, by operation of Article 27 FDC, the implementation of the automatic match suspension for USA player Fowler and Balogun is suspended for a probationary period of 1 year. Balogun picked up a straight red card after a VAR review in the 64th minute of the U.S.'s 2-0 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina last Wednesday and had been deemed ineligible for the next game until FIFA's ruling on Sunday.
Yeah, what a conflicting story. What a layered, nuanced story that this has turned out to be.
Yeah, it's conflict is the word for a lot of American fans. This is great for the team, bad for soccer, basically.
And maybe bad for the team. Say Balogun scores a game-winning goal. It's going to take away from people who think, oh, you needed help.
You got it
You
handed
needed to break
you.
the rules.
One other match in the tournament today as Portugal and Spain face off in Arlington, Texas in a game that begins at noon. Portugal star Cristiano Ronaldo confirmed yesterday this year's event will be his last appearance for his home country in a FIFA World Cup. The 41-year-old became the first player to score a goal in 6 different World Cups earlier in the tournament. 2030 World Cup will be hosted by Portugal and Spain, but he won't be around for it. Sunday in World Cup action, 2 teams claimed their spots in the quarterfinals, and it was a banner day for the tournament. Erling Haaland scored twice. He led Norway to its first ever World Cup quarters in a 2-1 win over Brazil. Neymar of Brazil confirmed he's done in international play after Brazil getting ousted from the tournament. He's second in all-time appearances for the Brazilian team with 142 and joined Pelé as only the second Brazilian man ever to score in 4 different World Cups. He had a goal yesterday. England moves on with a thrilling 3-2 triumph over Mexico at Estadio Azteca. Jude Bellingham scored twice in 98 seconds in the first half, and Harry Kane's penalty kick proved to be the difference. England played with 10 players for 47 minutes after Jarrell Kwanzaa's red card in the 54th minute of play. You want to talk about exhaustion at the end of that match for a lot of those England players. That was an unbelievable soccer match.
Yeah, it was. High-stakes soccer at its best.
At Wimbledon, defending champ and top seed Yannick Sinner of Italy charged into the quarterfinals with a straight set win over Japan's Shintaro Machizuki. 7th seed Novak Djokovic also through to the quarters. He beat Roman Safulian in 4 sets. Big upset on the women's side. Naomi Osaka took down top seed Arina Sabalenka in straight sets. She was so confuzzled, she was beating herself up with her racket. It was weird behavior by Sabalenka yesterday. Yeah. Americans Jessica Pegula and Coco Gauff also advanced into the quarters with Sunday wins. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, July 6th. Coming up, here is a sentence many of us never thought we'd say. America has soccer fever.
Oh.
Have you caught it? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate, one team, making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. We hope you had a great 4th of July. Make sure to join us at 10 a.m. We'll be getting you ready for the U.S. men's national team's big game against Belgium tonight. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
First, it was a brilliant match to watch as a fan. You know, I'm nervous. I think I got more gray hairs now. It was an incredible, you know, just as a fan watching the quality on the pitch. I mean, England, you know, got dominated for most of the match. They got to feel what it's like, you know, to be running in quicksand, especially the last 30 minutes or so. But their resilience, they're fighting for one another. They're putting their bodies on the line. I mean, Pickford was absolutely outstanding.
It's Jeff Cameron, former U.S. player, now an ESPN soccer analyst, talking about the game that had the soccer world buzzing. The latest occasion, and that was the Mexico-England match last night, played in Mexico City. A seemingly overwhelming home field advantage for the Mexican team. Their first ever World Cup loss in that stadium.
Yeah.
And the first competitive home loss in like 13 years. tremendous match.
Well, there's a lot of things that make Stadia Azteca very, very intimidating. One is the construction of the building. It's very, very steep, so the second deck feels like it's right on top of the field. So it's very, very intimidating. There's like glass, there's like hockey boards on the lower rink to prevent hooligans from throwing things at players, which gives it sort of a real dystopian kind of feel. There's the altitude, which sucks the air and the juice out of players' lungs. Then there's the wacko fans in Mexico who stay out all night with marching bands, causing disruptions outside the team hotel, assaulting journalists, lifting them up in the air while they're trying to do live shots. You add it all up together, it's quite a mess. And props to Team England, my homies, who I was ranting about all last week. As a football club, they have always been so soft and so disappointing, and they suddenly aren't.
That was not a soft performance last night.
Last night was legit.
47 minutes, a man short.
Listen, but I personally, I like the Brazil-Norway game just as much as I did last night's game.
That was tremendous. If you go back to, what was it, Friday, the Argentina Cape Verde
that
match
game was fantastic.
That was unbelievable. Saturday's France-Paraguay matchup was unbelievable.
Unbelievable for different reasons.
Yes.
It was unbelievable tactics by Paraguay.
Yeah. They're classic from the underdog bully the other team playbook. Yeah. So the World Cup is just smoking hot right now, and it all culminates with Team USA playing tonight. It's been quite something.
Yeah. Even I have been interested in watching soccer. Although I will point out, is it really a real sport if you can play with one less player for 40% of the game and still win? Can you imagine that in any other sport, that you can play with one less player and still win the game?
It's a fair question. I mean, it's something that's it's something unique to soccer. I don't know if you have to make fun of it because of it.
I just thought that was crazy because America did the same thing.
You're right. You couldn't do it in football.
You definitely couldn't do it in basketball or hockey.
Like in hockey,
you could do it in hockey.
It's called a power play.
But it'd be a power play for 30 plus minutes.
Right.
That would be a little bit exhausting.
I guarantee you, in hockey, there's been teams in the history of it that have been a man short for 30 minutes or more in a game and won. I guarantee it.
I'd back that.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that.
Yeah.
So I guess. I mean, that's. You mean they had that many penalties or something? I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's games that are marred by penalties and power plays and shorthanded situations. I look at it a different way. When you look at everything that was stacked against England after that red card was issued, I look at the resolve of the team.
Gutsy.
Just
play.
an unbelievable performance. It wasn't like Mexico was just like dilly-dallying around either. They were on the attack for every second of that stretch. It looked like a power play in hockey because England was just clearing the puck, basically, for lack of a better term.
They just kept crossing the ball. They did the same play over and over again, Mexico. They took it way to the left or the right, and then they just kicked it in the middle and hoped that their guy would.
And even when they were at full strength in the first half, I mean, I know England scored the 2 goals. The British goalie, Pickford, had a save on a header in the first half.
Yes.
That I immediately said, Jarrett would have had that.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Coming around.
It was just ridiculous theater.
Well, listen, and so a lot of people are asking big questions about what is going to be the net effect of this World Cup. Nielsen has released some data that has been quite staggering inside the soccer world. They say that we now as a country amount to be the 4th largest soccer fan base in the world. There are now 62.5 million soccer fans in this country, according to Nielsen. The problem is most of those fans are either fans of the Premier League or they're fans of the Mexican League, Liga MX. They're not into MLS. They're not into the USL. They certainly have not been into the USMNT in recent years. The latter is changing. People are into this team.
Yes.
And into this idea of us becoming a soccer power. I heard the craziest take of my life this morning coming in from a radio host who I've never heard of before. He literally said he hopes Team USA gets drilled 22-0 today because the last thing he wants is the U.S. to become a soccer-mad country, thereby siphoning our best athletes away from football, basketball, and baseball.
That's maybe the
dumbest singular take I think I have heard in my life. Oh, my.
I will say my timeline on social media last night was just full of people saying, like, that's it, I'm in on soccer. I'm a soccer fan now. What team should I follow after this World Cup? What kit should I buy? You know what I mean?
I do.
Like, I feel like we see this every year there is a World Cup. I feel like we see this every time the USA does good in any sport that's not a normal sport. People get excited in the moment. We will see how this lasts.
But what I'm saying is the growth. Sammy knows this because he's a Premier League fan, right?
Yes.
Okay. That game between Arsenal and Manchester City or Tottenham, whoever they played,
City,
drew a big number. Bigger than normal. So the point is this growth in soccer that everybody has been falsely predicting is starting to show up in the Premier League ratings.
Yes, but I wonder if you just want to center it on America, I wonder what the net effect of MLS will be. Will this lead to a higher profile? If you go back to 1994, the last time the World Cup was here, MLS had been formed. They hadn't played a game yet. They wouldn't play a game for 2 years. That was one of the criticisms FIFA got for granting the 94 World Cup was they don't even have a Premier League in their own country. We wondered what it would do. The MLS has kind of been a floundering league for basically 30 years. If the U.S. wins tonight and gets to the quarterfinals, which would be their high water mark in World Cup history for this country, I think you might see something. If they lose tonight, it might just be, all right, we'll hold out for a high-level international events, and we'll follow the premier of the Premier League.
I think people will have the right intentions. I'm just telling you, watching MLS, maybe they'll do it for a little while. It's not going to look the same playing in 15,000 seat stadiums instead of.
You bring up a very, very fair point because I've had this after the last World Cup in 2022 where I was like, I really, really like this sport. And I went looking for something in the MLS. I'm like, this is not even the same game.
What you're searching for, you find in
the Premier League.
Premier League,
right. And that's the issue this country has to solve. They're going to put an MLS game in between the semifinals and the championship of this World Cup. So they're going to try to capitalize on this.
Try to feed the beast.
Yep. And smart people say what's really going to happen more than anything is you're going to get people who go to the MLS and go, oh, this isn't the same. But what's going to happen is on the grassroots level, what's happening in this World Cup is going to make young kids flock to the sport of soccer.
Yeah.
Huge numbers are expected now on the grassroots level because of this.
And there you go. That's where you make the real growth.
Yeah.
Over the course of time.
It takes a while.
It's just it's not the immediate,
That's it.
The immediate satisfaction that Americans are used to.
That's it.
Coming up next, Diamondbacks continue to flounder. They fall below 500. Is there any hope on the horizon? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
But if you just go in terms of what you've upgraded from this past year
just on the floor
to this upcoming year,
I
would say, you have. Yeah, and I don't think it's extreme. I mean, Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen were good contributors to this team. But yeah, Miles Bridges is probably the best player out of that group all around. Yeah. And then Kennard's probably fourth on the list, but he's so good at what you need that doesn't really matter. I don't care if he can get offensive rebounds or there's a lot of things that I don't need Luke Kennard to do, but when we need threes, get out there and fire up more than 3.1 a game.
Yeah. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' inability to beat good teams continued this weekend, and so did their offensive struggles as they dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, but they'll now turn to San Diego for 3 games starting today, and it'll be Brandon Pfaadt on the mound looking to build off of his last start, and first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to deliver over the weekend as Erling Haaland and Norway took it to Brazil, and England outlasted Mexico in one of the games of the tournament to get to the quarterfinals. And tonight, we have some Monday night football from Seattle as the USA and Belgium will get together for a spot in the Final 8. And striker Flo Balogun will be available after his red card ban was lifted. Kickoff will be at 5 o'clock tonight. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports. Swung on, that is hit high and deep. Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
And Rodriguez ready. He throws. Swung on. This is cranked out to deep right field. Carroll looking up. It is long gone. Home run. Jake Bowers And just like that, Milwaukee with their first lead of the afternoon. It's 2-1 Brewers.
Yeah, Jake Bauers going deep in the seventh. Chris Garagiola on the call. 3-2 would be the final. Brewers would win the finale of the homestand, finale of the series. They take 2 out of 3. And here we are, going into the final week before the All-Star break, Bick, and the Arizona Diamondbacks continue to fit the profile of exactly what the standings and the records say they are. And that is a 500 mediocre baseball team.
Yeah, that's very, very much what they are. I saw a stat coming out of yesterday's game that was quite mind-blowing, and that is the Diamondbacks have a total of 14 victories against winning teams this year, which ranks dead last in Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. So that stat right there, if you've been hanging on to a balloon of hope, hoping that the balloon eventually takes flight, that stat kind of puts a pin right through it.
Yeah, that was the Diamondbacks' 7th homestand this year, just in terms of being at home groups of games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the 7, they've had 2 winning homestands. They had the San Francisco, Colorado homestand in May, where they went 6-1, and their first homestand of the year after they came back from the Dodgers series. They played Detroit and Atlanta, swept the Tigers, went 2-2 against the Braves, 5-2. 4 of those homestands, they've gone 3-3, and in the 4th one, they went 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
If that doesn't tell you exactly what they are as currently constructed, we've got over half a season of proof.
Yeah, listen. So I think what do you end up doing at the trade deadline? Do you play out these next 7 games? Because that's kind of been the edict that we've heard throughout the organization, that the stretch of games leading into the All-Star break are going to guide and lead Mike Hazen to his decision. Now, we know what happened last year. Sold off a number of assets, including Geno Suarez and Josh Naylor, and the team actually got better by playing youthful-type players. There's a possibility same thing might happen. I don't know who they would be sending out the door.
Nolan Arenado,
maybe.
I think the candidates are less clear this year.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to hold up year to year, I don't. Last year it made sense. You got a floundering team.
Mm-hmm.
Suarez and Naylor are going to have some interest around the league. The same team came calling for both players.
Yeah, or do you go the other route, as I'm going to explore later, and bring in a new voice to lead this team? Do you go that route?
No, he's still in the final year of his contract, Torey Lovullo.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, I think these are very, very heavy questions that people I tend to dance around, because Torey has been such a great media personality, and he's been really a great Arizonan. Very, very communicative,
yes.
Very friendly, nice to everybody. He's been a tribute to his profession in a lot of ways.
We talked during the World Series run that he may be the most popular sports figure in Arizona during the face of that run.
That point in time, I mean, every button he pushed came with the phrase, the right one.
Every soundbite he had was fantastic.
Everything resonated. Every button he pushed was the right one. But here we are in year 10, and if the owner is already thinking to himself, okay, this has been a good run, but this has been enough, then do you roll the dice and sub out midseason and hope that a new voice creates something you haven't gotten yet this year? I don't know the answers. I don't. But I do know that these are fair questions.
Yes. And you talk about Torey Lovullo in the past when he's had success. It's, hey, hitting the right buttons. Part of every managerial's task is to hit those buttons. You're going to have to hit a lot of buttons on a game-to-game basis. Yesterday, he hit a button, and it was the wrong one. And that was staying with Eduardo Rodriguez in the 7th, and he talked about it.
We had a lot of things going in our favor. Erod was really cruising, did a good job, and pitched into that 7th inning. I made a decision that directly impacted the game and sent him back out there for the 7th inning. I thought he deserved that opportunity at 91, 92 pitches to get us a couple outs with some lefties backed up in there, but just made a mistake. Base hit and a home run, and really is a difference in this game. But overall, Erod was fantastic. He had a really good breaking ball, the fastball command. He could throw it where he wanted to, when he wanted to. These are the things that I wear at night. When I'm going to bed, I'm thinking it through. I'll think it through 1,000 times tonight. But I hate the way it happened. But he is our best pitcher. He did deserve that opportunity, in my opinion, but it was the wrong decision. So that's what I got to wear. We're extremely short in the bullpen, So I'm adding up a lot of things in real time, and I told him I need 3 batters from you. Can you go out there and give me 3? But he assured me he can get through it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
And I don't know if there's any Diamondbacks fans attacking Torey Lovullo for that decision.
Yeah.
I mean, E-Rod has been that good, and you heard him say it. There was left-handers backed up, and those left-handers did their job against a tough left-handed pitcher. But it just seems like it comes in waves with this team. When the right button is being pushed, not necessarily this year, but in years past, it seems to manifest itself. It's hard for Torey Lovullo to find that button right now. And a lot of that has to do with the personnel that's available to him.
Well, listen, couple things about that. Number one, if Eduardo Rodriguez, if they would have taken the ball from him at 93 pitches and given it to a decimated bullpen and had that bullpen blown up in the 7th inning, people would be killing Torey Lovullo for coddling Eduardo Rodriguez. I think Torey taking the blame for that decision last night was one of those things where nobody really believes it, but he's got to say it. Because E-Rod has been so good. Yes. He was that good yesterday, and in hindsight, you hate for him to end up losing the game or giving up the lead the way that he did. But I think the larger point is also accurate. The not being able to push the right buttons consistently enough. After the game, Corbin Carroll basically, from what I was able to gather, called reporters over and basically said, we've got too much talent in this room for us to be playing like this, and it starts with me. And when you get a leader like Corbin Carroll saying there is unmet talent, what's the word I'm looking for?
Unfulfilled?
That's it. There's too much unfulfilled talent in this clubhouse. That puts a spotlight right on the manager.
Yeah, here was Corbin Carroll's comments on that subject.
It's just not enough. We need more. And I don't want to speak for other people, but I can speak for myself. And I know that there's more in the tank, and I'm working to find it. I'm dedicated towards towards working towards getting back to that place, but just trying to find my best.
You remember last year when the decision was made to sell off those assets?
I do.
And Gino Suarez and Josh Naylor. It was visible. You could see individuals and a team collectively pressing, trying too hard.
Mm-hmm.
I think Corbin Carroll's pressing too hard right now. In his last 7 games going into this series against San Diego, 2 for 25 with 10 strikeouts. He's way better than that. And a lot of those at-bats, he's looked overmatched. Just swinging like...
He can't lay off high fastballs to save his life.
He's swinging and waving at all of them. Mm-hmm. It's same old stuff, basically, at mid-season, seemingly for the last 4 years.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, so I don't know what we're going to get coming out of the All-Star break, but I think these are heavy questions that you've got to ask because it's been just it's like AI slop is what I'd liken it to. The mediocrity that is just relentless, and people are just tired of it.
Yeah. By the way, you said AI slop. It jarred a thought in my head. I found this guy's account on Instagram, which is hilarious. It's just him fighting with AI.
Oh, okay. Knew you'd like that.
And just trying to cause problems with it, and does on every video. I have to send you this guy. It's classic stuff. D-backs in San Diego for 4. Then they wrap up before the All-Star break in L.A. against the Dodgers. It's, needless to say, a pivotal week for the Arizona Diamondbacks 2026 edition. Coming up next, where's LeBron going to go next? We'll pull out our whiteboard and we'll try to figure it out. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They're playing a game of chess right now, and all they have to play with is a bunch of pawns. And the other team has queens and rooks and bishops and horses and castles, and you've got a bunch of pawns.
You want to tell them what the horses and the castles are?
Hold on.
You can do this.
Hold on.
You can do this.
Rook, that's the castle, right? Knight?
I think that's the horsey.
Yeah. See? It just feels easy to say horsey and castle.
I know, but you see, you always give everybody a hard time when they use big words, and you say, why not just say simple things? But if you actually know the words, you should use them.
No, because I have to think in that, and in radio, you can't hey, listen, I
don't want to. I'm doing a radio show.
Dead air?
I don't want to think.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know the home court advantage is a great thing to have, and that's what you get from my friends at Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company. And I say that because they've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which makes a whole lot of difference. It means there are no middleman markups, means you're going to get the best pricing you're going to get, and you're going to get a company that is celebrating their 40th year in business. Now is also a great time with the summertime temps finally landing hard in Arizona. If your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune. At Advanced Window Products, they build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they also build them specifically for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. Could not be happier with the result. They look incredible, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate. And that's because they're installers. They are all vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great special they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on a select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Diamondbacks do against the Brew Crew over the holiday weekend? We're talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Mitchell, Harden, Mobley, Allen, Dan and Grant, which is the Gilberts, plus Kobe. He was there when LeBron won there. Big X factor. Let me talk to you about Brandon Weems. Brandon Weems is basically LeBron's brother, but that is a big feather in the cap. Big feather in
Cleveland.
Big feather because of Brandon Weems. Now, don't get me wrong. Dan and Grant and Kobe, We know them. I miss my guy, Nick Gilbert. I can only imagine what Nick Gilbert would be saying to me right now. Talk about the best guy to talk to. The best. Now, the negative is, and this is no offense to Harden, no Garland. Because he loves Garland like he loves Maxey.
Last Wednesday, I left the show. I was having some health issues, and let's just say nausea was part of the mix. And watching, I was getting better, and then I watched that video on Friday, Bick.
Yeah.
And I got nauseous all over again. That's Rich Paul on the Game Over podcast with Max Kellerman, who pulled out a whiteboard and broke down a third of the NBA and why LeBron James would make sense in those spots. There he was, of course, talking about Cleveland, talking about feathers and caps. You ever have something at your house, you entertain at your house, and maybe it's happened more than once, and it probably has if it's happened once with the same people. You just have people that linger too long. It's like, all right, it's time to go. I want to wrap it up. Time to go. LeBron is that guy. Just go.
Go where?
Anywhere. Go home. I mean, what was your reaction to that video? I just shook my head. There's like such a lack of self-awareness in this whole process.
No, I know. Yeah, listen, because the idea that you're trying to make a case that 27 teams have called and there's all this interest, is there really? I don't know if there's a ton of good options for LeBron James. I really don't. I think Cleveland feels like the no-brainer. Cleveland feels like the place that LeBron can do his little, farewell tour.
It's a pretty terrible basketball fit, though.
Not a good basketball fit. People have suggested San Antonio is a great basketball fit because if the Spurs needed anything by the end of those NBA Finals, it was a steady veteran to kind of get everybody's minds right. Now, I don't know. I wouldn't do that if I were the Spurs, but who knows? Who knows where he's going to end up? Either way, I'm not sure you've got a ton of great options if you're LeBron James. And it's also interesting to me that the way the Lakers extricated him from the proceedings in Los Angeles, I wonder how that's going to sit with him, because the Lakers did it with surgical precision, basically letting LeBron know, we're kind of moving on without you, big fella. And if you want to stay, you can stay, but you're going to have to wait till we make some moves here. And there's not going to be a lot of money left, but what we have left we'll give to you. And you know how LeBron is. Hell no, right?
Yeah.
LeBron had so they allowed LeBron to kind of dictate the terms. I'm leaving the Lakers. I've informed the Lakers I'm leaving. I. When it was really a Lakers execution. Well done, by the way. And so what is that going to do for a guy who's not known for graceful exits? LeBron James has kind of burned up almost every bridge he crossed to get to a city.
Except that all those same cities are where he's now linked to go back to, Cleveland, Miami.
Well, apparently everybody's interested.
That's a good point.
Who doesn't want LeBron?
He's still very good. He's not a top 10 player anymore, but he's still very good.
He's still a good player. But
and he's not going to ask for like $70 million a year.
No, we're also a week into this process. Rich Paul said yesterday, we don't expect him to make a decision anytime soon. So he's basically hampering any team that wants to move on with their offseason plans. If there's work to be done for those teams, the whiteboard video suggested, wow, if the Knicks didn't win the title, it would have been already over. He would have been with the New York Knicks. Talk about dodging a bullet.
Yeah.
And your point on San Antonio is a good one. San Antonio's building something. Could you imagine bringing LeBron in when they're that close?
I wouldn't do it.
Competing for a championship?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. But that's just me. So, I'm curious if the way things ended with the Lakers are going to change the way he looks at the financial component. Because if he wants to play for just a tiny chunk of money in the best situation, he can probably create a pretty good place for him. San Antonio at the top of that list. If you want the big chunk of money because you're LeBron, well, that kind of narrows the list down a little bit.
And the way that the optics, sort of what Vince is saying, the optics of the whole situation is that he's, how old is he now? 42?
41.
And they're treating it like this is the premier free agent.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm going to dictate where I go, and here are my options, the best and worst for me, and I'll decide which one of these guys are lucky enough to have me. And
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, at this point in his career, he should be instead try to sell it as like I just want to help a team get over the hump. That's my goal at this point in his career, win one last title. So I'm going to do whatever it takes. Not try to do it the other way. They'll be lucky to have me kind of thing.
I think it does showcase the NBA's lack of free agency, how it used to be so big. Like LeBron, if we're just going to say from a basketball sense, from a free agent only, not trade, not Jaylen Brown getting traded or Giannis getting traded, LeBron might be the best free agent this offseason.
It rarely gets to the free agent part anymore because the superstars get traded a year or two early, like Giannis or Brown or Kawhi or stuff like that.
Exactly. And I don't know if you guys saw Kyle Kuzma's post on social media about the nature of the CBA and how terrible it is for the NBA. I was like, wow. I've always kind of thought of Kyle Kuzma as this goofy guy who just doesn't care about much. Mm-hmm. It was a pretty insightful post, so much so that people accused him of using AI to write it.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he did or not, but he brought up some pretty valid points. It's just, LeBron is in a spot right now where we've never seen a player be in this spot historically in the NBA because he is still a very good player at an advanced age. And he's accomplished everything there is to accomplish. But I don't think anybody's going to, completely blow up their team to take in LeBron James like they would have 3 or 4 years ago even.
Mm-hmm. Like it almost feels
I still think he ends up in Golden State.
Oh, still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I go back and forth to this because part of me says LeBron has never, ever taken a small chunk of money. That the team and the deal he puts together has always had to make sense from a business and a basketball standpoint. For him to go to a situation where it's like, screw it, let's get some like-minded dudes who are in the same age, and let's just have fun. Let's go be the Rolling Stones, because every city we go into, it's going to be the biggest night on that team's NBA regular season. We're going to be a show everywhere we go. Let's do that. That, to me, sounds like the route of least pressure for LeBron. Because if you go somewhere just to chase a ring, people are going to go, what are you doing that for? If you go someplace because you want more money, like Cleveland, people are going to what, don't you want to win? I don't see that he wins really in any situation.
I thought the worst thing was dead, though, once the Wizards said that Anthony Davis wasn't going to be traded.
Yeah, well, I think there might still be some angling behind the scenes to try to have that happen. Philadelphia has surfaced. Yeah, Paul
Denver.
told ESPN 27 teams. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
And,
look, and
I've been
27 teams are not interested in LeBron James.
I've been saying go away for 5 years. Mm-hmm. We're 5 years into this now.
This is just an agent drumming up stuff for his client. I'm with you on the LeBron fatigue, but that's 27 teams. That's not reality.
Yeah. Coming up next, United States star Flo Balogun gets a red card in their last game. He's not going to be able to play in the round of 16. Now he can play. Begs the question. What happened? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. Hope everybody had a great Independence Day, but let's talk about financial independence because that is something you build. That is not a date on the calendar that you celebrate. This is why I highly recommend you call the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, schedule a free appointment because most people, you might have a tax person here, an investment advisor over there, and nobody is actually talking to each other. The family office at Trajan Wealth puts it all under one roof. Your investments, your taxes, your estate plan, all on the same team, all working from the same playbook. Finally, most of us spend more time planning our summer vacations than we do actually planning for our retirements. Trajan Wealth helps you change that so when retirement arrives, it actually feels like the reward it's supposed to be. So if you've ever wondered if your existing plan could be doing better, call Trajan Wealth and find out. Go get a plan that's actually built around you. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvise here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health, you're more to us.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the holiday weekend, and a 3-2 loss last night put them 1 game below 500 as they head to San Diego now for a series with the Padres. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondback news over the weekend: Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll will represent the team in this year's All-Star game in Philadelphia. The Suns over the weekend agreed to a 2-way contract with former Golden State Warrior guard Pat Spencer. For more on the Suns and their offseason, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And tonight, the U.S. men's national team, with a spot in the quarterfinals of the World Cup on the line, will play Belgium at 5 o'clock. And big news yesterday that striker Flo Balogun's red card ban has been suspended, and he will in fact be available for tonight's game. And that's what's trending now.
everybody. It's Bernsey. The Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, and they've got some work to do this week before the All-Star break. We're talking Diamondbacks baseball on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We were punished enough against Bosnia-Herzegovina to play with 10 men, 30 minutes, in a decision that was completely unfair. But it's not only because I am the head coach of the U.S. men's national team, I need to defend my side. It's only because I think it's a 100% or 99% because always some people, 99.9% that we all, agree that was an unfair red card.
Mauricio Pochettino, head coach of the USMNT, getting ready for their match tonight against Belgium, talking about the reversal of decision. And the reversal came from FIFA. We saw the red card handed out last week to Flo Balogun. And the reaction to that was, wow, that was a pretty terrible call. Tough break for the United States. Yesterday was we talked about it earlier, Bick. It was a great day for the World Cup. It was tremendous football theater, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
But the story that shocked the football world more than anything was the notification that FIFA has suspended the red card suspension of Balogun for up to a year and that he will be able to play. Even people on the United States side that have interest in it were like, they thought it was a joke. They thought they were getting duped. It was some sort of, social media hoax. Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of precedent for this at all. And FIFA is getting raked over the coals for the word that always gets attached to FIFA, corruption.
Yeah, that is a fact.
We do know that President Donald Trump made a phone call. He also tweeted about it, praising FIFA for doing the right thing, but he did lean on them a little bit for this.
Yeah.
So,
well, FIFA created a peace prize that they gave to the president months ago. So so there was obviously some lanes of grievance there to explore. Look, I'm real conflicted about this because if you take the ball and the prism and you flip it this way just a little bit, you say to yourself, this ruling was terrible. This ruling in the very first place was way too punitive. You don't use a VAR review for a play where you slow motion it down. That's not supposed to be in play for those kind of actions, but it was. And the fact that Team USA had to survive a half without this guy and then another game on top of it felt really, really unfair. So this is sort of like a process that restored what the initial judgment should have been. In that prism, you might say that justice has been served. You flip it a couple of ways over, and if you're affiliated with the Belgian national team, you're saying, what the holy hell?
Yeah.
Because FIFA made it very, very clear that they were not going to do anything about this.
No,
tough toenails.
That was how it was reported originally. Was there's no appeal process in place for the United States?
Right,
none.
I thought we were screwed.
Yeah,
but now they do this reversal, and now Belgium has the opportunity within hours of kickoff tonight in Seattle. They've got the ability to appeal this.
Yes,
and maybe we have another reversal. Andy Davies is a former select group referee, and he talked about the FIFA decision.
FIFA are dangerously set themselves a precedent here because if something was going to be overturned, normally in a normal football situation, a decision is overturned within 24 hours. This has taken, 3 days, I think, and they've finally come to a decision 24 hours before the USA play again. So the whole thing doesn't look great. The optics don't look great. And the fact that FIFA haven't given any rationale, any explanation as to why they've overturned it, it's just causing a big confusion. It doesn't feel right. The optics don't look great, and in terms it doesn't add up to their actual competition rules in terms of overturning a red card offence. So I think FIFA owe it to the football world to actually come out and give an explanation and rationale as to how they've reached this outcome and how they've overturned the red card when in their own competition rules this isn't actually allowed.
Yeah, people are suggesting that had this not been a host country, a star player on a host country, that this would not be reversed. There's so many people just shooting arrows at FIFA, and I can't say I blame them. It's an odd decision. The timing of it was ridiculous.
It comes at a time, too, where this is maybe the biggest game in U.S. men's national history tonight. I will say 4 other players have had red card suspensions this tournament. So Cristiano Ronaldo was supposed to be suspended for the first 2 games of the Portuguese World Cup.
It was initially a 3-match ban.
It was. And so that was lifted. There were 3 other guys.
But that didn't happen in the World Cup.
No, that was going into the tournament.
It was going to affect the World Cup, is what it was I'm saying. And then 3 other guys this World Cup have had red cards that have later been suspended. So it's not like it's never been done. I get the madness of it in the game happening tonight and the appeal of it in the United States, but to say like it hasn't happened is a little far.
This isn't a great thing for the USMNT either. Because say you win and say Balogun, who is their top scorer, scores a game-winning goal, people are going to think favoritism is the reason behind Team USA advancing. That's not fair to them.
No. So that's the next question. Like, so if it does hold up and he's able to play tonight, like obviously not the worst case, but if he scores like a winner and it's 1-0, that's all anybody's going to talk about is, the U.S. we're given this, they broke the rules. But if the United States go out and win like 2-0 and he doesn't score, do you think we're still talking about this tomorrow?
It depends. I mean, you can have an impact on the game without scoring a
no
goal.
Doubt.
Now, his big impact on the game is his goal-scoring ability, and he could have had 3 in the last game, quite honestly. I think it depends on what unfolds.
Yes. What was Willis Reed's stat line in that game that he returned?
He played like a minute and a half or 2 minutes.
There's
or something. He did nothing.
He doesn't necessarily even have to impact the game on the field. Just him being back there, could bring. The whole thing is crazy. Imagine if this game was in Brussels.
Oh.
Imagine if Bart de Wever had called the FIFA and it was their player, and that got overturned, and the USA was going to this game. How unfair this would feel right now.
Oh, yeah.
Look, they erred originally, and they erred by reversing this. But we've talked about how much the superstars of all these squads that are left have had an impact on the tournament to this point, and how they've stepped to the stage. They've also been given advantages because Messi had a very similar play in Argentina's first match, and they looked the other way. There's no way they're going to – and Balogun is not the star of the same class of Messi. We all know that. But it is a host country. He is the best goal scorer in the United States. And FIFA's riding this wave right now. I'm so conflicted. I want to watch the guy play because he's a walking scoring chance.
Yeah, listen, I'm a bit conflicted as well because prior to all of this happening, one of the things that I loved about this World Cup is that it was really having a unifying effect on everybody. All of us were getting behind Team USA, and our politics have become so divisive in this country that the minute you bring politicians into our sporting events, you make them divisive. And I get very resentful of that. That happened with Team USA in hockey and the kerfuffle all of that created. That's not fair to sports. And it's happening all the time now. Yet at the same time, I think the U.S. initially got totally hosed in that Balogun ruling. Totally hosed.
Yeah. But people already think that FIFA was caving to the U.S. during this thing. The group that they were in, the hydration breaks that are suddenly involved for the U.S. TV.
That's a good point. But Sammy's right about the Ronaldo thing. That was done because he was a star player, and FIFA didn't want a star player of Ronaldo's magnitude missing 2 matches and maybe leading
to Portugal being out of the tournament.
Portugal getting eliminated.
And Portugal's playing Spain today too. It's a premier matchup. If they don't have that matchup,
what is Portugal without the man?
Nice, yeah.
So that's what I think. So all of this stuff makes us very conflicted and conflicting. But as Vinny pointed out, all they're doing is they're leaning on Article 27, and everybody has gone back and checked their bylaws, and it basically says we can do whatever we want.
Like we could sit here and talk FIFA corruption all day long.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
This is just so happened it affects us.
Half Day Club is back July 22nd. Wolf and Luke broadcasting live before D-backs versus A's and throwing out the first pitch. Lower level tickets are just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text the word half to 620-620 for details. Coming up next, should the Diamondbacks be buyers or sellers at the deadline? We'll dive into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Yeah, I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. The Padres and us are very similar with our records, and then to LA to play the Dodgers. So, as Pete Carroll would say, we're jacked and pumped. We're ready to go.
You want to see a sprint to the All-Star break?
Yeah, I want to gas in, gas out. These guys are hungry. These guys are focused. They want to win baseball games, and I think I get a chance to take the pulse of the dugout, and when Pavin lines out, I think there's a lot of frustration. So everybody's fighting that frustration right now. But we got to cycle through it and wake up tomorrow morning in San Diego and be ready to play a baseball game.
Torey Lovello on the precipice of a big road trip to head into the All-Star break for the Diamondbacks begins tonight in San Diego. He mentioned the Pavin Smith lineout. Yeah, that was frustrating, but it was more frustrating that Pavin Smith passed up on 2 opportunities to get on base by swinging up all 4 twice.
Yeah, he did do that.
Yes.
Listen, and I think Pavin Smith is the player that is probably the source of peak frustration for most Diamondbacks fans.
He's the poster boy.
He's the poster boy. Yeah, and not all of it is people who are angry at Pavin, though a lot of people are. And Sammy's got his hand up. Sammy's, and I'm right there with you. I gotta be honest with you. The loyalty that they've shown Pavin Smith this year has been beyond the pale to me. And there have been too many instances of young players who have gotten a look, and then basically the team and or the manager has cooled his bat off by not giving him the playing time necessary. Happened to Jose Fernandez, happened to LeJames Groover. Both kids they caught something, and they were iced out of their hot streak by not getting enough at bats.
Yeah, which is also the one of the catchphrases from the past weekend was king of the court now.
Mm-hmm.
If you're hot, you're going to play. Well, you got to get hot first. And if nobody's hot at first base, what does that mean?
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know if this team really believes in the hot player. They just arbitrarily give you days off in the midst of a heater would tell you that they don't value hot streaks the way other teams might. So, listen, I'm conflicted on this for a lot of different reasons. The last thing I want is another baseball season to pass without the postseason. We've had a couple of very unsatisfying seasons stacked on top of each other's with a lot of contention and a lot of anger and a lot of nonsense. And here we are in year 3 of Run It Back, and they are drifting further and further away.
Yeah, and now you have to consider what the path is at the trade deadline again. Last year, there was a lot of faith put into it. Hey, we're going to see how we're playing at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
The Diamondbacks were not playing well at the deadline last year. They weren't playing well heading into the deadline. They traded some assets. They tore it down a little bit. They did get some young talent in return in a number of different trades for Merrill Kelly, for Josh Naylor, for Gino Suarez. This year, the list of candidates to trade again is a little bit, if they want to go down that road, is a little bit less clear. Who are your free agents going into next year? The big one is Zach Gallen. I don't think Zach Gallen's got a lot of trade value around the league right now, unless the Diamondbacks are going to eat most of that salary.
That you're going to have to give up something to trade Zach Gallen.
Other free agents heading into the offseason, Ryan Thompson, Kevin Ginkel, Taylor Clark, Paul Sewald, Jonathan Loaizaga, Ildemaro Vargas.
Eduardo Rodriguez. He would be your trade chip that would give you the most value right now.
Yes.
It feels like,
but he's also locked up through 2028.
It feels like if the Diamondbacks were to decide to sell, it would be at the expense of their bullpen, which has been their strength this season.
It has been.
And teams at the deadline will probably always say, what are they looking to get better at? Bullpen arms, bullpen arm, bullpen arms.
I don't know. Listen, again, if you believe in selling high, this is the highest Eduardo Rodriguez has ever been. It's also his only good year in 3 in Arizona. You'd be selling very high on Eduardo Rodriguez. Depends what you want to get back. Look, you can't just always buy at the deadline because you always siphon off the best players from your farm system, and then you can't wonder, why don't we have any major-ready players? Because you're always trading them at the deadline.
Well, that's one possibility to sell if they are buyers at the deadline. Torey Lovello asked yesterday what pieces does he want to see the team bring in before said deadline.
Are there any pieces you'd like to see the team bring in to sort of help you guys in the second half?
Reggie Jackson, I don't know, maybe Thurman Munson, a couple of guys like that would be great. It's not my position to make those comments. It's not my space to recommend anything. I am all in on the 26 guys that we have here right now. And at the end of the day, I love managing the group, and whoever is in this dugout, in this organization that's here to help us win baseball games, we're going to coach them up the best way we can. So I know our front office is top shelf. They're fighting hard to bring pieces in and move guys. You know, Tim Tall was here to help us win baseball games. So whatever that means, hopefully I answered, but it is what it is. 26 guys we have here. I love them all. It's time to go.
And we know how Mike Hazen operates at this time. He's very matter-of-fact about it. He's very, very cut and dry. Look, we're going to see how we're playing. And he'll make the tough decisions when he needs to. I found it interesting that Torrey went to like the late 70s New York Yankees because there's an argument to be made that Reggie Jackson would be more productive than Pavin Smith right now in the Diamondbacks lineup.
Yeah. Listen, I think invoking Reggie Jackson's name is exactly what this team is missing, a legitimate cleanup hitter.
Yeah.
I mean, don't trade for Thurman Munson.
No, I mean...
He might actually be worse at this point.
Yeah.
And who was loving that comment, by the way? Gambo. Why not go get Chris Chambliss, Willie Randolph, Bucky Dent?
Well, and we all know like what Torrey's doing. Like even if he wanted something, like say he expressed that this team needs a cleanup hitter, preferably from the left-handed side, then we would be here this morning talking about, well, why isn't he saying that he trusts the team that he has right now? Like it's a double-edged sword for him.
Yes.
But I personally, I would rather have a manager kind of notice its flaws and be like, we know we're struggling at this, but our guys are trying to fix it, right?
And again, this is what leads to this is primarily what leads to the disconnect between Torrey and a lot of the fan base, because he's constantly gassing up his guys, and it sounds like gaslighting. What he's doing is he's just trying to show his commitment to this group.
Yes.
Yeah, which, look, that's a big part of being a manager, is conveying that, hey, we believe in you. We know you're struggling right now. We know you can get the job done. There's a lot of psychology involved in it.
But you don't have to do it the way Torrey does it.
Right.
Bruce Arians found a way to make players love him while ripping them.
Well, and like how
not everyone.
How much?
Ask DJ Humphries about.
Well, okay, but you're not going to get everyone.
And also, how much longer are we going to believe in some of these guys?
Well, that's another very fair question.
Right? Like
very much so.
Since the World Series run, it's been the same.
Mm-hmm.
We can all it's been virtually the same record with virtually the same result, and that's missing the playoff by a short margin.
Yep.
So
close, but not good enough.
So if we're believing in the guys that have been doing this the last 3 seasons, we had one great run with this group.
That's it.
And it was awesome. But recency is telling you that this team is exactly what they are.
Sammy is usually the optimist on the show.
I know.
This is broken Sammy.
Sorry.
He's had enough.
Look what you've done to our Sammy, Diamondbacks.
I knew eventually, Sammy, we were going to kill all that reckless optimism in you. I knew it was.
I genuinely think it's baseball too, because it's every single day, and it does just kind of grind you down. And when your team is like 500, I love when this team like sparks and Cattell has 2 homers and they score 8 runs and you win, but it hasn't happened. Like that's not who they are.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And this dance up above 500, underneath 500, above underneath it, it's awful.
Yep, D-backs will start that series with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound tonight in San Diego against the Padres. 4 there, then 3 in L.A. heading into the All-Star break where Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez, both named All-Stars, over the weekend as well. Coming up next, big stories on this Monday in the Rush Hour Reboot with the bitter and jaded Sammy Sabulka next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I wonder, too, how much Matt Ishbia's impatience kind of had his blinders on when it comes to this one, too. Matt Ishbia, we were all wondering all offseason, can he just sit around and do nothing? Can he really just run it back and not do anything?
They were going to.
Looked like they were going to. And then on Saturday night, nope, never mind, we're going to do something.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the fun doesn't end at Chapman BMW just because the holiday is over. It's always a great time to head on down to Chapman BMW, where the ultimate summer sales event with July 4th savings is going to run all month long. First of all, you're going to get the best selection you're going to find, and that is a fact because Chapman BMW will give you 2 locations, which again offers you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you're looking for, you can get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months on the 2026 BMW X1, the X3, and the X5. Great savings happening. And remember, Chapman BMW, the #1, the largest dealer in Arizona, talking about an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. But whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you will be walking into a world-class car buying experience, and you also have the hookup waiting for you. So take a test drive, find what you like, ask for GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. You can be next. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no-obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar, because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Noah.
My first car was a 2001 Dodge Neon with a blue wing, and it happened to match my high school sweetheart, who's now my wife, her black 2005. So my uncle has been in the industry for well over 25 years. He recommended Rock Auto immediately to buy my first set of brakes. I would recommend Rock Auto just because it's simple, it's easy to find the parts you're looking for, it's all at a good price.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' inability to beat good teams continued this weekend, and so did their offensive struggles as they dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, as they'll now head to San Diego for 3 games against the Padres starting tonight, and it'll be Brandon Pfaadt on the mound looking to build off his last start. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup Cup continued to deliver over the weekend as Erling Haaland and Norway took it to Brazil, and England outlasted Mexico in one of the games of the tournament to get to the quarterfinals. And tonight, we have some Monday Night Football from Seattle as the United States and Belgium will get together for a spot in the final 8, and striker Flo Balogun will be available after his red card ban was lifted. Kickoff will be at 5 o'clock tonight, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is 7:33. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sabolka, here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports, and probably nothing bigger in the United States and North America than the World Cup going on right now. And tonight's game, the United States against Belgium, this is two-part. Why is tonight's game massive for this World Cup?
Because it keeps the U.S. in the running for a championship. Getting to the quarterfinals, I think they did that in 2002. I'm not certain, but they've never won in the quarterfinals.
Right, they've never been to the semis.
They've never been to the semis, and I think that if they win this game tonight, it's just going to be growing confirmation that Team USA is now at the table with elite soccer powers. And that's a very, very heady thing for this country to be absorbing. I think it's tremendously important.
I think it's incredibly important, too. I can't say it any better than Bick said it. I mean, this is a step up in quality, and it's coming on American soil. And it's coming at a place where I think it's the best possible setting for all the things that are lining up for this match tonight. I think Seattle's the perfect place for this to happen. So
fair.
This is enormous. I mean, this could be... We talked about it earlier. What does this mean for American soccer as a whole? Not just on the international stage, but what does it do for domestic soccer from the grassroots level to the professional level, you know, in terms of the top leagues here in the United States? A rising tide lifts all ships. Is that one?
Lifts all boats.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it. And so, as two guys that have really kind of turned the corner in watching soccer this World Cup, who's been your favorite player to watch?
I turned that corner big time in 2022 because Mbappe blew my mind 4 years ago. He was my favorite until watching this Erling Haaland. Isn't that weird? I hope we're going to get into him. Watching him play was a trip.
He is a
just
goal-scoring
sauntering,
machine.
walking, just hulking around, and then he just turns it on.
Yeah,
he's insane. Somebody said when you look at Erling Haaland's face, that picture he tweeted last night, that face is the last thing you saw 1,000 years ago before a Viking took a battle axe to your skull.
Oh my gosh. Maybe. My goodness.
He's up at the top of the list. It's been the whole group of stars, though, basically. Because every team at every level of soccer has strikers, attackers.
Yeah.
But when you reach the elite level of that and you get a lump in your throat every time you're in the offensive end, every time a player like that gets into the box with a chance, it's electric. So, obviously, Haaland, Messi, all the superstars. Balogun has been that way for the United States.
For me, it's still Messi. For him, the GOAT, still doing GOAT things.
Yeah, I'd have the GOAT. I'd have the GOAT at number 3.
That
okay,
goal,
you're fair.
The one goal he scored Friday where he took the pass and collected it and then, like, off balance, kicked with the left foot, and it did not look fluid at all. But he knows how to put the ball in the back of the net.
He's so good at it. Okay, now we can talk about our baseball team. We had some fun with the World Cup.
Well, hold on a minute. Erling Haaland and that worm burner, his second goal yesterday.
Oh.
The way he just spun around without celebrating, it was so boss.
And so a lot of people yesterday didn't understand the actual rivalry between Erling Haaland and Gabriel for Brazil. They have been rivals in the Premier League for years and years, and finally they played on a national stage and Haaland destroyed him.
Wow.
So
okay, that's good. I did not know that.
Like in the weed soccer fans, that was a subplot for them yesterday too. So
I am a little sad about Vinny Jr. being
Vinny
out.
Jr.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Vinny.
All right, on to the baseball team that has broken young Sammy Cebulka.
I'm really struggling.
I love that analogy, Jarrett. They killed him. He's broken.
I'm really struggling with them at the moment. And I want to ask, because I have my thoughts on this, but their continued inability to beat really good teams tells you what about the Diamondbacks?
That they're not a good team.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't mean to be so downtrodden on them, but again, this was such a low wattage weekend, and it kind of felt just like that Rays series. You're playing close games, but you're not good enough to beat them. Now they won one game in the series, but it just feels like the season has been going in the wrong direction for weeks now.
Yeah, and the one game that they won, they did it with 4 hits. And one of those hits was a 3-run home run in the first inning, and then they did nothing after that, basically. Like Bick said, they're telling us who they are.
I know. On the bright side, Erod an All-Star for the first time, Corbin Carroll an All-Star again. Where would this team be without the All-Star performance of Eduardo Rodriguez?
Oh, man.
Right?
Yeah.
4th place in the National League West.
They're in second right now, which is tied for second, I guess, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, it is.
What's the talk about in San Diego
I don't know.
now with that team? Talk about a team that has way more in the tank that's not hitting its stride.
Yep.
I think that applies to the Padres more to the Diamondbacks.
And, 3 games with them this week, so, we'll see. 4?
Yeah.
Oh, ESPN got it wrong. Okay, and on the flip side...
They never do that.
I guess. And on the flip side, so Corbin Carroll's an All-Star again, but is he right in saying that he still needs to be better for this team?
Yeah.
Okay. I would agree.
His splits are so weird this year.
I don't know what to make of it. The success he's had against lefties, the lack of it against righties, the fact now that he cannot lay off high fastballs,
I know.
He's taking a pass at every one of them, and it's just he just can't catch up to.
That's the thing that's stopping him from being like cream of the crop, big star in the game is. It seems like every year he goes through one of those stretches where somebody finds a hole that they can attack on Corbin Carroll, and it lingers for a few weeks, maybe a month.
And then he figures it out.
He's in it right now.
And then
and just real quick also, and on Geraldo Perdomo, I know you mention him, but he had 3 hits yesterday, but we are at the point where we're just going to acknowledge that he's just not going to have a good year now?
He's not going to have the MVP year.
No.
I don't see how he could even have a good year.
I brought this up at the end of a Derek Hall interview, kind of as a joke, but it stood out yesterday in his last at-bat. You freeze frame Geraldo Perdomo making contact with the baseball, and his batting helmet is down over his face. There's no way that can be conducive to hitting on a consistent level. I don't get it.
No.
Why is that a good thing?
I don't know how it is.
I agree. We ran out of time. I wanted to give some love to my guy Pat Spencer. The Suns got him on a 2-way.
Yeah.
But we're talking.
Is that your guy?
Hey, we got similar games. Let's just call it that.
Similar games.
A guy that he's killed the Suns.
Yeah, and he's yapped about it.
Yeah, he has.
Never stops talking.
Yeah, but we didn't get to him today. We'll get it later. But thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sammy.
How's your lacrosse game, Sammy?
I wanted to try out for lacrosse in high school because all my friends were. Not good. Not good.
All right, we're all rebooted on this Monday. Coming up next, did the Suns just help the Hornets clean up their locker room and in turn make their own locker room messier? One NBA writer seems to think so. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It feels like there's always at least one goal called back that isn't because some guy was running free down the field. Like the 2 goals the U.S. got called back yesterday were because of just bang plays, and here's a turnover and a goal. Like, do you really not want that in your game?
Right.
I'm not looking for 5-4 scores, but 2 of the most exciting plays in that game got taken back. And I'm not saying it just because it's the U.S. I do this every 4 years, but
what if
they're not changing
Bosnia
anything.
Had scored those goals, this is what you would lead with at 10:06?
I wouldn't lead with it, but I would say I would still be talking about it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summertime in the Valley, pool time, baseball games, and yes, constant triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and an AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry. Be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you're a fan of having zero access to your equity, paying 2 to 3 times more for your house, and being trapped in 3 decades of debt, then you probably love your traditional mortgage. But hey, at least the rate's fixed. If you think that sounds insane, then you should check out a Life Changer loan, where you pay principal first, keep 24/7 access to your equity, and pay off in just a few short years. It's not magic, it's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 17th, kids get in free, courtesy of Wendy's. Get tickets for the weekend at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Marotta.
Miles was really good here for the Hornets. He was one of the league leaders in terms of just the way he carried himself. Obviously, as you mentioned, he had an incident off the court and stuff that he admitted that he made a mistake. But for the most part, on the basketball court, he's been one of the Hornets' most reliable players. And as you mentioned, the fans there are a little bit conflicted because of off-the-court stuff. And I think some fans here, too, were the same regard, but they didn't question his ability to go out there and play basketball. And he's really good at that.
That's Rod Boone, who covers the Charlotte Hornets for the Charlotte Observer back on June 30th. Last week with Wolf and Luke talking about Miles Bridges, the type of player he was for the Hornets. It's impossible to hear anybody even sing the praises of Miles Bridges without the separation of on the court and off the court. And that is something that will likely follow Miles Bridges for his entire career. He's in Phoenix. He's a member of the Phoenix Suns. But and we had our reaction shows to the Miles Bridges story after that trade went down with Charlotte, and the good, the bad, and everything in between with that situation. People are looking at this now, and Charlotte is obviously one of those teams that's really had a facelift. They've undergone a lot of change this offseason. LaMelo Ball is gone. They picked up, the two players from the Suns in shipping Miles Bridges, who was a long-tenured Hornet out of town. Adam Finkelstein is the director of basketball scouting, or maybe it's Finkelstein, at CBS Sports. And he was doing a show where they were talking about the teams that they thought really had good off seasons to this point and singled out the Charlotte Hornets. Here's what Finkelstein said on the Hornets operations.
No one would have believed it, that the Charlotte front office. No one would have believed it, that the Charlotte front office would be able to out-execute Boston. But I think that's what we've seen, at least as it currently stands now. As Sam alluded to, there could be more. So, and then I think the other thing they've done, they've cleaned up their locker room. They are getting rid of the bad influences, whether that be Miles Bridges and his issues off the floor, whether that be LaMelo Ball and his unwillingness to defend. They are bringing in professionals. They are surrounding Con Knipple, who was the grown-up in the room as an NBA rookie this year, with other like-minded people, and simultaneously they're building up their draft capital. They're building up their salary cap space, so it's going to allow them to be players for the foreseeable future and anything that may come available in the NBA trade market.
Removing bad influences. Your reaction to that, Vic?
Okay, all I can say is this. You listen to the first cut you played from a guy who covered the Hornets, you listen to that, and you get two different pictures of the same player. I would think that the Charlotte Hornets told you what they think by the fact that they were not willing to give him a contract extension. I don't know how you get around that. I mean, if he was that ideal of a basketball player, why did the Hornets jump at the first chance to trade both he and LaMelo Ball? There are Hornets fans who are angry that Adam even included LaMelo Ball into a discussion about character. That what has LaMelo Ball done besides drive very, very badly on the streets of Charlotte?
Yeah, well, which he's done a lot.
But
he did point out his, an influence can be something on the court too. His unwillingness to play defense was brought up in that soundbite.
Yep,
you're right. First chance to trade those players this offseason. But what I can't get past in all of this is that the Charlotte Hornets had every opportunity to remove a, quote, bad influence in Miles Bridges when his off-the-court situation was a lot more in focus and it was a lot more fresh. And he sat out a full year without a contract in the NBA. They could have moved on. They stood by him. They brought him back on a qualifying offer. They did sign him to a 3-year contract, the last year of which he's going into with the Phoenix Suns. So this offseason, yes, they moved to trade him, but they didn't rid themselves of Miles Bridges at their first opportunity as an organization either. And I think that's telling in this whole thing because they were under the microscope probably third most on this whole grand scheme of things. Obviously, the microscope falls on Miles Bridges and his actions.
Yeah, you can.
Then it went to the commissioner's office.
You can look at it that way, or you could look at it from the standpoint that Charlotte still thought they had an up-and-coming superstar with incredible athletic ability, and now a few years later, after they've absorbed all the hits from their fan base, they've realized
no longer worth it.
We're no longer worth it. That's, I mean, you can look at it however you choose to look at it. The bottom line is they did not give him a contract extension.
But from a basketball standpoint, too, they in that interim, in the 3 years that Miles Bridges has been back in Charlotte, they now have two players that they clearly wanted to build around. In Brandon Miller, by the way, another guy who's had off-the-court incidents in his past, very high-profile off-the-court incidents in his past. And Con Knipple. So they moved off from a very popular player in LaMelo Ball. I think the basketball landscape changed for Charlotte enough to do that. where they feel like they gave Miles Bridges ample time to be that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, so this is exactly why all of this is exactly why I'm begging the Suns to have patience with Miles Bridges when it comes to his extension. Dillon Brooks and Miles Bridges are both eligible to be extended starting now.
Yeah.
July 6th was the date. They're eligible to be extended. The Suns made Dillon Brooks kind of give him a year to show them what he was all about, and we're all like, yeah, more of that, please. I don't think you just give something to Bridges before the community gets to kind of get to know the guy. I would hope that the Suns misjudged how vocal a segment of the Suns fan base was going to be about Miles Bridges' past, because if they weren't, that would scare the heck out of me. If you know what I'm saying.
I think they had to be aware of it. I
could tell. I was in Mexico when this trade happened, so I was only able to monitor it on social media. But I saw tons of Suns fans saying, "That's it. I'm no longer a Suns fan." I think the majority of those people are not telling the truth, or maybe in the moment that's how they felt. Yeah. But once the season starts, they're going to be back in it.
Which is my point. Yeah. So I think what the Suns need to do is they need to tell his representation, "We'll get to you, but not right away." So let's have our press conference. Let's get everyone to know Miles. Let's get people to see him on the court, and let's see if he's a good fit. Let's see if what Miles Bridges' vibe is all about fits with this group.
Yes,
and then go forward with it. Don't do it right away, because you're just going to alienate those fans even more if you do it that way.
But I think you brought up a great point, Vic. They're coming off a very fresh experience with Dillon Brooks where they showed that patience.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction to Dillon Brooks was, oh, wow, that was throw-in stuff from Houston in the Kevin Durant deal, because everybody knew the Suns had to trade Kevin Durant.
That's it.
But it worked out really well for Dillon Brooks, to where he's probably the second most popular player on that team right now.
I don't think there's any question.
And I think Suns fans almost universally would be in favor of Dillon Brooks getting that contract extension.
And what happened with Dillon Brooks in Old Town Scottsdale didn't affect his popularity one bit. So keep that in mind.
Well, and just
That's not really comparable, though.
It still falls under the category of off-the-court issues.
It's not comparable.
It's a concern.
It's not comparable, but given the fact that he had a prior speeding ticket to that came out afterwards, people haven't held that against him. And it's because they got to know him and they really like him.
Yes.
And I think the other point is, let's see how it actually works on the court with a team who we already don't know how it was going to work on the court with the three guys they had.
And this idea that you traded a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, yes, it's a sign that they want to extend him. Doesn't mean you have to. And if he doesn't work, he's got an expiring contract. If you don't like his vibe a month into the season, okay, you rolled the dice and you lost. You don't give him a contract extension just because you traded a draft pick for him. You got to wait and see about the fit first.
Yeah, but if it works out to the point where the fit isn't good enough to garner a contract extension, and they gave up that draft.
Yeah, it's going to look a lot.
In some ways, it looks worse. Now, it is an expiring contract. You would have some cap room to deal with, depending on whether or not you trade him at the deadline. But we're months away from that.
Yeah.
July 6th is here, by the way. Trades can be finalized today in the NBA.
That's right.
And we will talk to Bobby Marks coming up in the 8 o'clock hour about the NBA offseason. But coming up next, Bick kicks off the second half of this Monday with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts, and refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. And when I was a younger man, about 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery after years of wearing contacts and glasses, and it changed my life. But my vision has changed over time. It's still pretty good, but as I've gotten older, I do find myself squinting at times, trying to see things at distance, and I've had to use readers occasionally. So I was wondering what was going on with my vision. I met with Dr. King at K2 Vision, got a thorough exam, and it turns out, like many people who have had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for a refractive lens exchange. That is a permanent solution. that fixes your vision and ensures you'll never get a cataract. The doctors at K2 Vision gave me all kinds of info on my vision with options on what to do without any pressure. The team of surgeons at K2 Vision has performed over 300,000 procedures collectively. So I know from my personal experience that they'll know exactly what the best procedure is for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's k2visionrle.com.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the holiday weekend, and a 3-2 loss last night put them 1 game below 500 as they head to San Diego for a series with the Padres. First pitch will be at 6:40 tonight, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondback news over the weekend, Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll will represent represent the team in this year's All-Star game in Philly. The Suns over the weekend agreed to a two-way contract with former Golden State Warrior guard Pat Spencer. For more on the Suns and their offseason, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And tonight, the U.S. men's national team with a spot in the quarterfinals of the World Cup is on the line. They'll play Belgium at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The World Cup has been a revelation and exactly the summer blockbuster a divided country so badly needed. But here in Arizona, there are not enough distractions to help manager Torey Lovullo. There are now 7 games left until the All-Star break. The Diamondbacks remain a mushy, mediocre team. They're also an underachieving group, and Corbin Carroll said so himself after Sunday's loss to the Brewers, which means by most definitions, the manager isn't doing his job to the best of his ability, which means we're all approaching the same fork in the road we experienced last year. Do you sell off players of value, instead playing kids and saving some money, or do you end Lovullo's 10 years of tenure right here and right now and try something different? A new voice, a new approach, anything in hopes of sparking a new fire in the clubhouse. After all, Lovullo is in the last year of his contract, and if the owner is out of patience, and if this year was boom or bust for the manager anyway, then giving someone like Jeff Bannister a trial run after the All-Star game might make a lot of sense, because sometimes change for the sake of change is a real thing, and while we all love the person, 2 playoff berths in 10 years is simply not good enough. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I think kind of scuffling would be the word I would use. I think that we're not playing the way that we need to play. If we want to be in a position where we're gonna do something with this season, I think that just like. That's reflected in a number of ways, but I think at the end of the day, if you look at like outside of what we did versus the Giants and the Rockies, I think our record kind of does reflect what we've done to this point, and I think it's frustrating for everyone in here because we know there's a lot more than that in this room, and we just need to play better. And I think it starts with me. I need to play better.
It's Corbin Carroll. After yesterday's 3-2 loss to the Brewers, they lose 2 of 3 to the Brewers. They end that homestand again at 3-3, heading into this road trip right before the All-Star break. And look, Corbin Carroll is struggling right now, taking responsibility, trying to be a little bit more of a vocal team leader. I do respect that. But going back to it, he did say we're not playing the way we need to be playing right now. You certainly can connect the dots to what Torey Lovullo, what his job as the manager is. And you said it right there at the end of the blast. 2 playoff appearances in 10 years.
It's not good enough.
I did some research. Yeah. It was a couple weeks ago. I don't think these numbers have changed that much because the Diamondbacks are a 500 baseball team. But starting in about 1970 is when I started my research. And I counted 25 managers who have had 10-year or more tenures with their respective teams. Torey Lovullo is now in that group.
10-year tenures.
10-year tenures. Torey Lovullo is tied for, among that group of managers, tied for the least number of playoff appearances with 2. Actually, that's not true. Felipe Alou had a 10-year tenure with the Expos, never made the playoffs. They would have in 94 had they not canceled the season. But other than that, Torey Lovullo had 2. Red Schoendienst with the St. Louis Cardinals had 2. And Tom Kelly of the Minnesota Twins had 2, along with Sparky Anderson of the Tigers had 2. Now, Kelly's 2 playoff appearances, they went all the way. They won World Series. That'll keep you
buy
around.
That'll buy you some rope.
Of course, Sparky Anderson managed one of the most dominant teams we've seen in our lifetimes, the 1984 Detroit Tigers. In terms of just winning percentage of regular season games, Torey Lovello was tied for the second lowest winning percentage of that group of managers. I think he's done a fine job, but I also think there is fairness in asking the question, is it time for a change of messaging?
This is not a question or a topic I want to bring up. Let me make that clear. I am going to let these next 7 games play out and look at what this team looks like after getting 4 games with the Padres and 3 against the Dodgers before I kind of commit to any official opinion. But these have to be questions they're asking. Because Torey Lovello is in the last year of his contract. If the Diamondbacks do not make the playoffs this year, would he be granted another contract extension? I can't see that happening.
I can't either.
And so then you've got to ask yourself if what Corbin Carroll said in the locker room after the game yesterday, quote, I think it's frustrating for everyone in here because we know there's a lot more than that in this room. We just need to play better, end quote. If these are all questions, you better believe Ken Kendrick is asking himself, should I pull the plug right now? But would somebody different elicit different results from this group?
Is what Corbin Carroll said, though, in terms of we have more in the tank, we have a lot more talent in this group than what we're showing, paraphrasing, of course, is that the widespread belief throughout the organization? Because Mike Hazen, we had him on the show last week. He falls on the sword on a regular basis, saying, look, I haven't done a good enough job in bringing in the talent that Torey Lovello needs. And it's kind of one hand washing the other one in their partnership, and it's worked really well at times over the last decade.
There's no doubt. And there's a lot of decisions that Torey Lovello gets blamed for that were made above his head. The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy. These are questions. This is the elephant in the room that's saying, talk about me. That's what this is right now. Because you've got to ask yourself, would a different voice, a completely different voice, change the outcomes of this baseball team? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what the answers are. But I think it's fair to ask, given the manager's contract status.
Yeah, I like I said, I think it's fair as well.
Yeah.
And if you look at what's happened in Major League Baseball to this point this season, the Mets and the Red Sox play in a different financial neighborhood than the Diamondbacks do. But those were teams that have talent and expectation. And it wasn't good enough for those organizations.
Yeah.
Both of those managers fired. Mendoza and Cora both shown the door. Now, neither one of those teams has really turned it around to a degree, but I do think we're in year 4 of basically rinsing and repeating. Torey Lovello yesterday in particular talked about not coming through in the clutch and having opportunities, pointed at Pavin Smith's at-bat in the 8th inning, but maybe not the way that other people are looking at that at-bat.
We had some opportunities, a couple early to break this game open, but we didn't have good quality at-bats or solid contact early. And then late, we started to hit the ball well. The Pavin Smith at-bats really standing out to me. So that's why this game's a little frustrating. Sometimes you do everything right, results in a line drive, and it turns out to be an out. So we got to talk about some of the things that we did wrong, such as getting doubled off at second base in that situation. We're going to have man in scoring position, but these are going to be some learning moments. As frustrating as it is, the sun will come up tomorrow. We're going to have another game. We're on our way to San Diego, and we got to get going. It's time right now. We got to start playing some good baseball, and very consistent baseball. And I know this team's very capable of doing that.
And some people will say, "Look, why did you set up? You bunted ahead of Pavin Smith to set him up, probably the coldest hitter in the lineup." And he talked about getting doubled off at second base in that at-bat when Pavin Smith easily could have worked a walk. So there's a lot of second-guessing that goes on during the course of the game.
No doubt.
It is interesting to note, the 8 hardest hit balls by the Diamondbacks yesterday were all outs. Luck is certainly a part of it, But, man, this team has a lot of bad luck on that front, doesn't it?
It sure does. It sure does. And at some point in time, you've just got to wonder, is this team going to morph into something magically like we saw at the end of 2023, or is what we saw at the end of 2023 the anomaly, the ghost we've all been chasing?
You know what they could use at the deadline? A Jake McCarthy type.
A Blaze Alexander type.
Yeah, have you seen what Jake McCarthy's doing?
I do, yeah. I do.
That whole McCarthy-Thomas thing, every year, they press the wrong button.
Always, right. It's so true.
Coming up next, as we continue here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, after yesterday's ruling, you can't truly spell us against the world without U.S. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you're building the Diamondbacks Mount Rushmore, specifically is Ketel Marte on it. When they went on that run to the World Series, Ketel Marte had a hit in every single game except the last one, the last game of the World Series. He had a hit in every game against the Brewers, Dodgers, Phillies.
That's crazy.
And he had a hit, at least a hit. Some of those games he had multiple hits too. So he has performed in the playoffs for this team as well, or this franchise as well. So I think Ketel's on there. The question is now who gets bumped for Corbin Carroll in a few years.
Yeah, that's the whole thing is, Ketel's been here 10 years. That's awesome. But Corbin Carroll's going to be on it.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I'm a big believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a big believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you are dealing with any kind of joint pain at all. And I say that for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice, both times to profound results. They helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 6 years ago. More recently, went through a 5-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow. I had this jarring, jolting shocks of pain every time I struck a golf ball. After 5 treatments at QC Kinetics, markedly better, back in the gym, lifting as much weight as I ever have. QC Kinetics, by the way, the patient satisfaction rate nationally is a staggering 92%, and these are all organic treatments that help you restore and repair damaged joint tissue right at the source, wherever you are hurting. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in the office. Go check them out. Get a free consultation. You can find them with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all pro shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstoneshop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the U.S. men's team keep it going, especially now that they've got one of their top players shockingly back? We're previewing USA versus Belgium on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I understand why countries all over the world will maybe be perplexed by the process. I mean, you heard Belgium's coach joke it's this April Fool's Day on July 5th. Norway's coach after the game, pretty strong statement about it as well. But look, the U.S. will be happy, and I think when you look at it big picture, it is kind of the fair result. But I think what people don't like is that sports isn't always fair, right? That's part of sports, is you have to deal with the unfairness of it. The United States aren't going to have to in this game, and it's huge for them getting flow back.
Soccer broadcaster Jake Zivin on the situation that unfolded yesterday with the suspension of Flo Balogun, the top goal scorer for the U.S. team as it gets ready for its game against Belgium tonight. He was supposed to be ineligible after picking up a red card in the last game. No appeal process. They just said, okay, we're suspending this and we're moving forward. And Jake Zivin hit on an interesting point there, and this is why it gets conflicting, because I don't think it should have been a red card in the first place.
Right.
And I think most of the soccer world would agree with that instance. But since the penalty was handed out, now it's a big issue that it's been reversed, and it seems fishy to a lot of people. Well, and I understand exactly why people feel that way.
Well, of course, of course it sounds fishy. The president has already admitted that he called the head of FIFA saying, please change this for us. But at the same time, they arrived at the right decision. But at the same time, if you're Belgium, you're very fair to wonder, what in the holy hell just happened here? But at the same time, wouldn't Belgium want to beat Team USA at their very best? People have pointed out that's a uniquely American viewpoint, by the way. If I'm going to beat you, I want you to be at your very best.
Oh, like the rest of the world doesn't care at all.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. That in soccer, where everybody is flopping to fool the referees, they don't subscribe to that whatsoever. There's no ethical football.
Hey, let's buy into it then. Flo's playing. Let's go.
So listen, so Flo should never have been given that red card in the first place. I think we all felt this is incredibly punitive. So I feel like justice has been done here, yet I also feel like this thing is now going to be stigmatized by politics. And as I said earlier, I just want politics out of sports. Can you please stay out of our playground?
It's impossible in international competition, apparently. It's so fitting that they're playing Belgium tonight, too, because my feelings on this have waffled all over the place.
Stop it.
That was a good one.
That's ridiculous. So listen, this almost would be like what happened if Jerry Colangelo. I brought up this hypothesis before. What if Jerry Colangelo called David Stern before Game 5 in 2000, whatever year that was,
2007,
and said, "David, what are you doing? This is not right." And David Stern held a press conference and said, "By the way, Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire, they're playing."
Yes.
We'd all go crazy because we'd be like, finally, justice has been served here.
I've heard
to listen to the palaver.
I've heard the palaver. I'm responding to the palaver.
And I'm appeasing the
palaver prevails.
Trump did speak today about it, and he said that I'm not the one that made the decision. He said it was a committee, but he said he called them and he said that was not a foul. We all know it's not a foul, and it's unfair to a superstar to not play. What would happen if Messi didn't play or Ronaldo didn't play? That's not fair. We want to see the stars play in the World Cup.
Right.
He also admitted he had no idea what a red card was until that happened.
I think he said he had no idea the severity of a red card. I think that's what he was getting at.
It's a very punitive penalty.
And after having to survive 26 minutes without Balogun in the last game.
Longer than that.
Whatever
with
it
the
was.
stoppage
whatever
time,
it was, that was penalty enough. And even that was wrong. So you can be very conflicted about this. You can feel like this is justice, but you can also feel this is going to suck if this team wins and people hold this against us now.
Well, I talked about waffling.
This is too good of a story to get ruined by politics.
And here's where I kind of really waffle the most, is from the Belgian point of view. They have the opportunity to appeal, which they have. They've been given no guarantees at this point of the morning. This game kicks off at 6 o'clock.
5 o'clock
5 o'clock Arizona time.
They're getting nowhere.
They've been given no guarantees that their appeal will be heard before kickoff.
It's not going to be. It's even if it's heard, it's not going to. Nothing's going to change at this point.
Part of me feels like badly for the process not playing out properly. And that has to do with the FIFA reversal yesterday, 3 days after the event took place. But then half of me is like, shut up and play.
The question is,
you
shouldn't be out anyway.
You don't think FIFA was bribed to get Ronaldo cleared for the World Cup? And for all the morality plays coming down, somebody pointed this out. There isn't a country on this planet that wouldn't try to bribe FIFA if their star player had been sidelined. There's not.
That's what I'm saying. Can Belgium find a big enough sack to put their appeal in? Hey, FIFA, I got your appeal right here, buddy.
Right.
But from a advantage standpoint, it's a huge advantage to have him on the.
Yes.
Because I was looking at this matchup after that penalty was handed out, and the immediate reporting was, "There's no appeal. U.S. can't appeal this. He's out." I thought it was going to put incredible pressure on Christian Pulisic to be the guy. And he's been electric, but not necessarily all that productive. And he's dealt with an injury in this tournament as well. But that was going to put huge offensive pressure on him to produce.
There were
tonight.
people predicting that Ricardo Pepi was going to blow up in ballot. No, you weren't one of them?
No, we weren't. I was not in the Ricardo Pepe fan.
They have a player named Ricardo Pepe?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tremendous name.
Pepe.
Pepe.
By the way, he's an interesting looking guy. He doesn't look like the other players from a body type standpoint. Like his uniform's huge on him, and he's like really, really lanky. And
hopefully we don't have to worry about Ricardo Pepe tonight.
The best case scenario is that the USA wins while Flo does nothing in the game.
That's the best case scenario.
The mayhem case is like they win 1-0 and
I just think it's hysterical. He's on 1 year probation.
No, the mayhem case is they win 2-1, I guess.
My biggest fear is it's a close game, and it comes down to a fishy whistle or a fishy yellow card, red card situation against the United States to right the wrong. Because even if FIFA...
Wow,
or
really?
Even if Pulisic scores a match-winning goal and they rule his shoelace is a millimeter offside.
I think
that's
it goes.
Another thing about this tournament that's driven me nuts.
VAR sucks.
Everybody hates VAR. That's one thing I realize now why everyone hates it.
Bick and I texted about it a little this weekend with the Croatia-Portugal scene, and I go back and forth with it. I understand.
It was disgusting.
I know.
I don't think the Croatian player made contact with that
ball.
I don't either.
If they have the technology and they use it, I can't say that they didn't, and I'm all for one of getting the call right. So,
but who's to say that they can't just say, hey, the chip in the ball said that it touched a strand of your hair. Yeah. You're offsides.
There's a lot of people clamoring in a lot of American-based sports like the NBA too. We need more technology to get these calls right. Be careful what you wish for sometimes.
You know what? That's a great point, because sometimes you drill down with so much technology, you get the right call and the wrong result.
Yes.
Exactly. Coming up next, we will talk NBA offseason with Bobby Marks from ESPN. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch in into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know that winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, your ability to win in court becomes essential. That is one of many reasons why you pick up the phone and call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. Understand, Sweet James has been serving injured accident victims for over 25 years. They take every single case seriously to ensure that every client's voice is heard and that their needs are met in the process, and their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means that insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They have got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. Sweet James, trusted by thousands of injured accident victims in Arizona, and yes, they are the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. Now, there are a million accident and injury law firms out there, but very few deliver the results that Sweet James does. There is only one firm to call. They are the firm you need in your corner. And finally, remember this: having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, the president of Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, if I told someone they could pay off their mortgage decades faster without changing their lifestyle, they'd think I was crazy.
That's not the only reason they think you're crazy. But that's exactly what the Ownership Accelerator loan does. It puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day.
And your clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years?
On average, yes. And what really makes us different is that we sit down with you and show you exactly how your money will work to make it happen. Customized specifically to your situation, not just a one-size-fits-all simulator. We'll answer all of your questions with no pressure every step of the way.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio to learn more, or text Galaxy to 620-620 for more information. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks' inability to beat good teams continued this weekend, and so did the offensive struggles as they dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, as they'll now head to San Diego and start a series tonight. It'll be Brandon Pfaadt on the mound looking to build off his last start. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to deliver over the weekend as Erling Haaland and Norway took it to Brazil, and England outlasted Mexico in one of the games of the tournament to get to the quarterfinals. And tonight, we have some Monday night football from Seattle as the United States and Belgium will get together for a spot in the Final 8, and striker Flo Balogun will be available after his red card ban was lifted. Kickoff will be at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Diamondbacks do against the Brew Crew over the holiday weekend? We're talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're about a week into NBA free agency and off-season roster building, and here to talk about it from ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Bobby, good morning to you.
How are we doing, guys?
Doing well. Obviously, we've had a lot of reaction to what the Suns have done through trade, through bringing back their own free agents, to signing a free agent in Luke Kennard. I'd love to get your 30,000-foot viewpoint of what you think about the Suns offseason to this point, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, you could probably break it up into three sections. I think with Colin, Mark, and Jordan, I think 3 really good, value signings when you look at, the 3 players and their contracts and kind of what it adds up to. I think, they've been desperately looking for, a power forward or a stretch 4, and they got it in Miles Bridges and, at the cost of Grayson and Royce here. And, you lose Grayson, but you replace him with Luke Kennard, who had I thought a really good year. He's had a really good couple of years. With the Lakers and and prior year Detroit, certainly some of the other teams that he's played with there. So yeah, I mean, where do I put him in the pecking order of the West? It's probably hard to say, but I think they've gotten better than probably where they were when they ended the season.
What do you think in terms of what the Suns should do, given the reaction and some of the backlash to Miles Bridges when it comes to the extension? Do you think it would be best policy to kind of wait a little bit and help him get ingratiated to the community? What do you think the smart strategic play is with the Miles Bridges extension, given the fact that Dillon Brooks is also eligible?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. Yeah, he's eligible, I think. 3 for 86, 9, right around there in that range here. I would be, the trade call is going to happen this afternoon because the moratorium lifts noon on Eastern time, and that's when the calls can happen. I would be surprised if the trade gets done and all of a sudden we're seeing a 3-year, $89 million extension off the bat. I do think. I think the Suns fans and probably need to learn about Miles, and I think there'll be a press conference to introduce him. I'm sure Matt and Brian and the group there will be asked the question about Miles as far as his background and his prior, all the incidents, the incident that comes with it. And I think you basically kind of have to lay your cards on the table and tell them who they are as a person, who he is as a player here. I'm sure they've done all their homework and their background on him. Certainly there's a relationship with Matt already, having him gone to, played at Michigan State and everything like that. But yeah, I do think you have to be open and honest about, everything that's transpired here with that trade.
ESPN's Bobby Marks, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. We've talked to you about this player before, but I'm going to ask about him again, Bobby, and that is a lot of people wondering about Jalen Green's place on the Suns roster moving forward. He's an intriguing, young, talented player. His fit here has been questioned. Do you think if something was cooking with Jalen Green this offseason, we would have heard about it by now?
I think, listen, I said this, about all trades. Trades are based on circumstances. Right? Like, just because if whether a player going in the last year of his contract or whether you're not sure about his fit. It takes a dance partner, right? You need kind of two to tango and everything like that. So I think you can kind of, he's got 2 years left as a player option in that second year. I think you can kind of let this breathe a little bit and see how Jalen fits in based on a full year. I mean, I think it was such an uneven year last year with his injuries and everything like that. So yeah, trades happen. Trade could happen in August. Trade could happen in November. As I said, things are based on circumstances here. So I don't see anything imminent. I don't think you have to do anything imminent as far as with Jalen.
Bobby, as you know very, very well, the Jaylen Brown trade has sort of rocked the NBA, and it's become an inflection point.
Bobby knows.
You know better than anybody. Your tweet kind of brought this thing to the inflection point of analytics.
It wasn't. Just for the record, because it wasn't a tweet. It was a 19-minute interview where I talked 4 minutes glowingly about Jaylen Brown. And the purpose of why I talked glowingly was because there's a perception on Jaylen Brown throughout the NBA as far as where his market is from a trade standpoint and how analytics have kind of come into play and had to minimize a player who is an all-NBA player. And I think you saw that come to life with the trade, right?
No doubt.
That's the reality of it. I laid it out as far as what to expect, as far as what that wasn't my feelings on Jaylen Brown. That was, with talking with people within the league and everything. And, we're in an interesting dynamic here, where, as I said, I grew up in the 90s coming into the league working for Willis Reed and Rod Thorne, two legendary men who looked at things a lot differently than some of the front offices look at things now, how you evaluate players and analytics and roster building. And we're in a day and age of a different CBA also here. So it's an interesting, based on what Boston got back in the deal, based on the trade with Philly here. And I'm interested, Brad Stevens is going to address the media and the public this afternoon. I'm interested to see what he has to say, right? I think that's going to, what he has to say is going to be pretty important.
Bobby Marks from ESPN, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. One player who has not found a new home yet, but not for lack of looking or being out in the spotlight, LeBron James. We saw the Rich Paul whiteboard video and interview last week, and 27 teams apparently interested. In your mind, what landing spot makes the most sense, Bobby?
I mean, I keep on going back to Cleveland. I know the teams that have been mentioned, whether it be, and they all make compelling arguments, whether it be, Golden State with Curry. I just look at their roster. I don't think it's a championship team. I look at Miami with Giannis and Bam. I think there's some work to do. I think Cleveland's a little more complete than some of these other teams where they're going to bring back Harden. You've got Mitchell, the shooters with Merrill and Strus and everything like that, and they got some younger players here, and it goes back home, and he can potentially retire as a Cavalier. Philadelphia is intriguing based on the Jaylen Brown trade with Embiid and Maxey, and then Brian and I, Windhorst, have talked about Denver as kind of a wild card in here, just based on Jokic and the ability to play with him here. So he'll make a decision here hopefully in the next week, and. I don't, will be strictly basketball wise. I don't think so. I think there's probably a lot to take into account.
All right, finally, what has become of the NBA offseason, Bobby? It has become, it's better than the regular season, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. It's interesting. I know there's been a lot of comments, certainly by current players regarding the apron and the rules, and basically it's destroying whatever, and it's really how the rules are set up is the rules are set up for player movement, but player movement more in trades, not in free agency. We've got 415 players that are basically will be under contract. There's only been 25 that have moved in a free agent signing.
Wow.
So when you look at it, including players that have resigned, I think 80% of the league right now has rosters from that finished the season. And that, have to factor in draft picks also. So I think if you're a free agent out there and you're looking for a new home and you're looking for a significant payday, you're in trouble. I think you're kind of a little bit in a danger zone with that. And as I said, we've had $10 billion in extensions since this new CBA started.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
It
so
is.
when you look at the retention standpoint, that's where the focus is.
Yeah. Bobby, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for the time and the insight. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, kind enough to join us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we'll stay on the subject of basketball and how can Dylan be a villain without needing a fill-in? Yeah, Jarrett's back. It's Bickley and Marana Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, and they've got some work to do this week before the All-Star break. Talking Diamondbacks baseball on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
What have you learned in the last couple of this year, maybe in particular?
In the last 3 years. Well, my whole career. I guess I'm going to get those technicals at the end of the year more than in the beginning and not have them in a row. Yeah, because then you get up to 17, 18, and then I just watched the Netflix on the what was it, Jailbirds or Jailblazers? So, like, I was like, damn, this looks very much like me. If there was no rules on 17, you get suspended, I probably would have had 42.
That's Dylan Brooks back on April 28th, reflecting on his year worth of technical fouls, which he did go over the limit, did serve a suspension at some point during the season, but he's still talking about it. And Dylan Brooks, there was an NBA T video. I'm not exactly sure what that outlet is, but they spent 24 hours in Toronto with Dylan Brooks recently.
Okay.
And he talked about his goals in remaining a villain in the league, and he kind of hit on that topic again. Here was Dylan Brooks.
My villain goal would probably be not to get 17 technical fouls in a season. We'll see if I can save them for the end. At least half of them are earned. Some of them are by the same refs, and some of them I don't even get. It costs my team some wins. So, it's the energy that we live by, so, some of them are called for. Get your point across.
I'm curious to watch that whole, it's a 19-minute video they put out, but that was him talking about that subject while he was getting a haircut, by the way.
As you could hear, yeah.
That's the other big news. Dylan Brooks, like the braids, they're gone.
High and tight with Dylan Brooks.
High and tight. Looks like college Dylan Brooks again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I think it's good to hear him talking about this because I do think that there's a balance, and you don't want to put your basketball team in that position late in the season where you're right on the line, and then you have to make uncomfortable decisions like, hey, go get one tonight so you can miss the next game so you get reset so you don't miss 2 games. That's not a good way to exist. You don't want to have to be living that kind of life as a basketball team. So I'm glad to hear Dylan Brooks speak like this. I really do. I think that it's I think that he summarized it perfectly. There's stuff that he's got to do to be Dylan Brooks, and that's never going to change. But dialing it back just enough to account for the stuff you've got to do to be Dylan Brooks, the stuff you're going to get from the refs because you are Dylan Brooks, and just cutting that number down by 3 or 4 techs so you're not on that line. So you're not living that dance of, one more and he's gone. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, it was one of the frustrations of the Suns season, I think. Not that he got the technicals, because we know, and Dylan Brooks is very calculated in what he does. Now, sometimes the emotion takes over, and that, hits head on with reputation, and it ends up in a technical foul that a lot of other players wouldn't get. I think he's still cognizant of that edge has to be present in his game for him to be effective. But I'm also curious to see, Bick, what effect last year where Dylan Brooks became more of a offensive go-to guy, a scoring threat, what that did to change or alter at all his place or his profile among the officials. There was a lot of reputation technicals last year. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah, but you can tell by the amount that were rescinded.
Yeah, and look, he had 5 weeks of inactivity from February to March, where he was out with the hand injury too. So he was dealing with that at the end of the year, but that was also 5 weeks of non-accumulation.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about where you might have been. Yeah. So I do think, again, to be Dylan Brooks means you're going to have to get some technicals because you're purposely instigating. You're going to have to accept the ones you're getting because the ref's got a target on your back. It's just a matter of slicing off those other 2 to 3 that you don't have to get. Okay.
That's how he broke it down there. He said, there's some that were deserved. There's some that the refs had it out for me. And then there's others that I needed to do because that's the way I play.
And so the trick is going to be Dylan Brooks is going to get rewarded in a way that he has not gotten in the past. Teams that have had him in the past have loved what he brought the team, but not enough to kind of give him the big financial reward. The Suns are about to do that.
So here's the other thing. And we don't know if it was because he was coming out of injury. We don't know if it was because they had so little time to gel together. But he was not the same player once Jalen Green was added to the mix. And if Dylan Brooks is not going to be the same player, where does his value fluctuate as far as an extension goes?
It's a fair question. I think some people might say that wrist was never that might have played a factor in why he didn't get back to that level. I don't know. I do think that the Suns are completely all in on what he brings to this team in terms of a vibe.
But let me piggyback off of Jared's question of when all three of them were together, Book, Green, and Brooks, obviously Book is supposed to be your best player, your number one player. In large part, when Jalen Green was hurt, Dylan Brooks was the number 2 to Book. If the Suns are going to keep this core together, does Jalen Green need to be better than Dylan Brooks?
I don't know. I think that's a pretty deep question.
It's a pretty loaded question, yeah, but
because I do think there's something to be said for the adjustment period. And there was a lot of adjustment periods for the Suns last year. And when Dylan Brooks got injured, it was right about the time. In fact, the game that Dylan Brooks got injured was the game that Jalen Green, he was really struggling, but he hit the three-pointer against Orlando to win that game. I think from just looking at it through the Dylan Brooks prism, the 4 games against Oklahoma City, not a lot went well. His performance was great. Because after he came back from the injury, he did, to Jared's point, he didn't look like the same player. A lot of that had to do with the Jalen Green influence, whatever. But he looked really comfortable being a go-to guy in that series, and he was their best offensive player in that series. I don't think that's ideal for the Suns' success. In fact, I'm almost, back to your question, Sammy, tempted to say I'd rather see Dylan Brooks carry a little bit more of the offensive load than Jalen Green. Now, they both have a similar issue in that they can shoot a little bit too much when they don't have it going. But
at least they won't stop.
That's the good thing, is no matter if they're making it or not has no influence.
Shooter's got to shoot, Bick.
Shoot to get hot, shoot to hit, stay hot.
Well, we said this in real time when Jalen Green was coming back, and maybe now even adding Miles Bridges to the mix is like, would Jalen Green really be best as the 6th man on this team?
Yeah, and the other thing somebody pointed out that if we're under the assumption that Miles Bridges is rim running and attacking the rim all the time, we are sadly mistaken. His numbers don't back that up.
Yes. He got 20 points a game for a reason. He also likes to shoot.
And not necessarily the power forward type that they were looking for.
Yeah, right. If you think this guy's going to live at the rim, that's not his game.
No.
He'll give you an element of it that you didn't have previously, but it's not like Giannis.
What happens to Rasheer Fleming's minutes now that we were all looking forward to? And
it's the big crunch. I don't know. They're going to have to. I really thought the player development lane was going to be in effect this year. I really, really did. And now I'm wondering what the plans are.
I think it gives them a little bit of time and flexibility without having to throw Rasheer Fleming out into the mix early. I think he'll be eased in very slowly again this year. And I think Koa Pete is where Rasheer Fleming was last year. And I think by the end of next year, people will be saying, they got to play Koa Pete more in the playoffs.
Right.
But I agree with you, Big. It's good to hear Dylan Brooks talking about the things that he's talking about in terms of he knows his importance to this team, and you can't squander that through foolish technical fouls. It's obviously part of his game, part of the player that he has to be effective, but I think you'll see a better version of that next year. Coming up, we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Monday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Bunker to Bunker is a golf show. I'm your host, Greg Ellis.
And I'm Jim Hill, Greg's co-host. And we also like to entertain our listeners.
Jim's right. We play our music themes and rapid-fire games. But that's not what you mean.
No, it's the fun of live radio, especially if we get a little tongue-tied.
Wine cellar of
aristocracy.
Aristocratic, thank you. Always fun, no matter how we say it. Tune in Saturday mornings at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the holiday weekend in a 3-2 loss last night. Put them 1 game below 500 as they now head to San Diego for a series with the Padres that starts tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondbacks news over the weekend: Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll will represent the team in this year's All-Star game in Philadelphia. And the Suns over the weekend agreed to a 2-way contract with former Golden State Warrior guard Pat Spencer. For more on the Suns and their offseason, head on over to Arizonasports.com today. And tonight, the U.S. men's national team, with a spot in the quarterfinals of the World Cup, will play Belgium at 5 o'clock. And big news yesterday that striker Flo Balogun, his red card ban has been suspended, and he will, in fact, be available for tonight's game. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour here on Bickley and Murata, and that means it's time for some social studies. You know where to find us, but we are on X at Bickley_Murata, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us live on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question for you guys today. This is for Diamondback fans. Do you still have hope that this team can go on a run? If so, why? If not, why not?
Hope, yeah. I hope it happens. Do I believe it will happen? No, I don't.
Okay.
Because there's no proof that they can sustain anything. I think it's a mediocre baseball team.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think for a few weeks now I've been sort of singing the same song. I've become very apprehensive about what this team is going to end up as, and I think the season's been going in the wrong direction for a few weeks now. I really do. I think they've been hanging on, and just when it appears that they might be at the end of the road, they rally a little bit, or better yet, they get a series against the San Francisco Giants.
No doubt.
Again, the stat that I saw this morning that lays everything bare: this baseball team has 14 victories against winning clubs. It's the lowest figure in Major League Baseball.
That's
staggering, honestly.
It's unbelievable.
And I think, to Big's point, they don't play complimentary baseball. Like, one night, we could get a good start, and then the offense comes 4 hits. One night, the Gallon could get rocked, but the offense puts up numbers and they still lose. They haven't been playing complimentary baseball for a long time.
No, that's true. I'm looking at the schedule. They don't play the Rockies or the Giants again until August 10th. So,
man, just over a month. Goodness. Okay.
3-game series at Chase against the Rockies.
Need it. Tom Foss, he said yes. If Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte go on one of those incredible heaters at the same time, which they are more than capable of, and the rest of the team should follow suit. Daylight Film says, I've got many chips from my Hopium Anonymous meetings, and I'm not getting back on that pipe.
That's funny.
Which is funny and fair. And then Darryl Lee, as always, a funny response. He said, of course, they'll go on a run of wins, a run of losses. They'll run off the field. They'll run themselves into outs while on the bases. They'll run races against mascots. They'll run out of excuses for Zach Gallen and Pavin Smith. And lastly, they'll run out of food every time Jarrett Carlin shows up to a home game.
That's true.
That was a sort of a throwback to when I used to ask about your biggest takeaways and used to do all the plays on words there. Well done.
Yeah. There we go.
How was the quality of food at your all-inclusive?
This was
literally about to ask.
Outstanding. This was the best. This is the third all-inclusive I've been to, and this had the best food. There was 2 Italian restaurants that I just dominated.
Demolished.
So, Jared,
I will tell you, multiple times during the ordering process, the waiter picked his pen up and looked at me and said, Sir, you know these are full-size entrees. These are not smaller. I go, yes, I know. I want multiple ones. Yes, I know.
Oh my gosh!
We're hungry.
On a trip like this, and maybe this is just general, like, what's your biggest like splurge, like food?
Well,
like, type of food, I guess.
Like I was saying earlier,
right?
I always like eat a lot of food when I eat.
Sure.
So it's not that indulgent to order 2 appetizers. I mean, I don't do that at a normal restaurant, but I can do that. I never eat desserts. I order multiple desserts, or I have like pina coladas and ice cream, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's the extra stuff like that. Though.
Right. The extra stuff like that.
I don't usually eat big breakfast either. And every morning, a giant buffet breakfast. So that was a big.
So you just killed it 3 times a day.
3 times a day.
Man.
three seated meals a day, but there's all the time in between.
That's true. That is true.
Snacks. All right, next question. We've been talking a lot about the World Cup, and rightly so. But is this year's World Cup resonating more with you than in past years? Are you more interested in soccer now? Why or why not?
The answer is a big yes for me. The 2022 World Cup really drew me in. This one's even more so because of a lot of different reasons. Number one, the accessibility to the games being in our time zone.
Yes.
We've been able to binge watch a lot of this, which I have. I think our stadiums look fantastic. Just everything about it, the cinematography of it all,
the aesthetic of it.
Yeah, it just feels enormous. Yeah, I'm all in, man. I've loved every minute of this.
Without a doubt for me, yeah.
Okay.
This is as far in as I've been.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jarrett Carlin, this is the
If they lose tonight, I'm out.
Okay. Vinny,
Well, that's
fair.
the thing.
Honestly,
that is the thing.
fair though.
What will happen if USA loses tonight?
I'm still in.
I'll continue to watch.
I would say though, if they do lose, you will see a majority. Maybe not a majority.
No, not I think
that's
a portion.
A large portion will kind of just hop off and you won't hear from them. The World Cup will still be great, but it'll lack that American.
Look, as long as you've got France going, as long as you got the big striking Viking going, as long as you've got Messi
if you have Mbappe, Messi,
the star power
Holland,
of this
if you have
incredible.
exactly. Ronaldo's washed up, but other than that,
Hey, be careful what you say. He's playing today.
Yeah, for what part of the game, and then they sit him when they actually need to win?
We'll see. Okay, a couple of responses. Matt from Arizona said, I started watching soccer back in 2016 passively, but am definitely going to commit to watching a team after this World Cup. Let's see, George. It's been on the upswing over the past 2 or 3 World Cups, and this one is an absolute blast. But Saturday, I was eviscerated by a close friend for being a Johnny-come-lately. She was so resentful because she has been watching the Premier League for the last couple years. And sometimes, like, soccer fans can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Oh, if you weren't watching then,
you weren't watching then, you can't watch now. You can't enjoy it.
You don't even understand the
I
game.
hate that attitude.
You guys never talk
I
about
agree.
soccer. Oh, you know what? Stop talking about soccer.
Yep.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I feel, George, I feel you in that. I feel you. Okay, last question. Jared had mentioned he was on vacation, and the weather was very hot, very humid. And so this is a poll question. Which type of weather is the worst? 115 and dry, 90 degrees and humid, freezing and snowy, or rainy and windy? Bad options.
That's a choice of 2 of those for me. Freezing, and what was the
Freezing
third
and
one?
snowy.
Freezing and snowing.
That's the worst.
That's the worst.
Yeah, I'd have to go with that. And then like 90 and humid.
That's the second worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other ones I could take.
Rainy and windy. That being wet on a daily basis just like would frustrate me.
So did they have like
on a daily basis? Yes, it's a novelty here. I kind of
Sure.
like it.
Yeah,
Jared,
no
did
doubt.
they have like crazy water slides and all that stuff
They
at the
did.
hotel?
They had 2 small water slides, 2 like ones for little kids, and then they had 3 really big water slides that I had to ride. They had one that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
I'm
not a fan of the enclosed water slides.
Me neither.
No.
First of all, my nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open. They tried all of them, but they only liked the open one. So I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark. My big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the
you have a wedgie.
Again, let's go again.
Oh man, that's fun.
But it was
there's
fun.
prices to be paid for being the fun uncle.
Exactly.
That's right.
Funkle.
Come on, Bennett, I need a snack. Uncle needs a snack. Jared, you just ate an hour ago.
In case you were wondering, 90 and humid leading the poll result.
Yeah, it's bad.
Okay.
Freezing and snowy second. 115 and dry third, and then rainy and windy people could seem to be able to deal with. But there you go. At Bickley _Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I just want to get this out there, too. There has been a contract extension handed out today by the Phoenix Suns.
To?
Josh Bartlestein.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Shams Charania reporting that earlier today, finalizing an extension. Matt Ishbia confirmed to ESPN through Shams Charania. From day one, I knew Josh was the right person to help build the culture and organization that I envisioned in Phoenix on and off the court. He is my trusted partner in every aspect of our basketball operations and business side as well. His knowledge of basketball, care for our players, and the strong relationships he has across the NBA and WNBA have been invaluable in building our success and will continue to shape our future. His leadership has elevated our entire organization. So,
all right, congratulations,
Congrats to Josh Bartlestein.
Yeah.
Coming up next, are you ready for Monday Night Football on July 6th?
How about it?
The
Monday
country
Night
is,
Football.
and it's not what you think. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
But if you just go in terms of what you've upgraded from this past year
just on the floor
to this upcoming year,
for this
I would say you have. Yeah, and I don't think it's extreme. I mean, Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen were good contributors to this team. But yeah, Miles Bridges is probably the best player out of that group all around. Yeah. And then Kennard's probably fourth on the list, but he's so good at what you need that doesn't really matter. I don't care if he can get offensive rebounds or there's a lot of things that I don't need Luke Kennard to do, but when we need threes, get out there and fire up more than 3.1 a game.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not impossible. But sharp people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you are looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. They can save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all of your debt. You do it without any trepidation. You do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. 24/7 access to your equity, by the way, which is a pretty big deal. Now, Life Changer Loan clients, on average, need 5 years to pay off their homes, which does a lot of great things, obviously, but it wipes out your debt, and it gives you decades to build personal wealth, while everybody else, probably chained to the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. And having 24/7 access to your equity gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, which really comes in handy in times of financial uncertainty. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit. If you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape giving $17.76 off a brand new pool. Plus, Bicentennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Luke. We hope you had a great 4th of July. Make sure to join us at 10 a.m. We'll be getting you ready for the U.S. men's national team's big game against Belgium tonight. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I just found out on the way over here just from the guys. Obviously, for us, it gives us a boost. We're really excited. He's been so good for us this tournament, so to have him for tomorrow is obviously really exciting for us.
Pretty cool, I think we're all very excited. Flo's done really well with leading the line so far and scoring some important goals for us. So ultimately, I think it gives us a little bit extra confidence. We had no idea that this was going on, so we were just business as usual for us, just like we normally would. But again, the sense of confidence knowing that our starting striker so far is going to be available for selection tomorrow.
Christian Pulisic, Chris Richards, both of Team USA reacting to the news yesterday that Flo Balogun is eligible to play after picking up the straight red card last week after the VAR review. A shocking reversal on the ruling by FIFA yesterday has had all kinds of reactions.
Well, tell people what Bosnia is implying, not implying, what they are stating now. They're stating that Team USA should be instantly evicted from the tournament.
Because of governmental interference, it's called. Now, again, it's a very foggy rule, but there is a rule in place that could be enforced by FIFA. But obviously, they're not going to do that. Bosnia, whom the United States defeated on the field without Flo Balogun for about 36 minutes of game time, also tweeted out a Photoshop that said, FIFA has announced the referee for tomorrow's Belgium-United States game, and it's Donald Trump in a FIFA referee outfit. Yeah.
Dan Wolken of Yahoo Sports, I love this lead on this column. Quote, if FIFA is going to live up to its reputation as a nakedly corrupt, comically soulless governing body of the world's most popular sport, at least this time, they're doing it on behalf of 340 million Americans.
No doubt.
Right? I mean, and he also points out, this is the kind of thing that you expect when you cover the Olympics, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Doesn't it suck that the two biggest worldwide events are both the two biggest the most corrupt organizations running it?
Interesting. I wonder if there's a correlation between that, Jarrett.
You mean also that they happen to have the most money involved with them?
Yeah, I wonder if there's any correlation between power and money and corruption. I wonder if you can connect the dots. Look, the problem is here, what I do not like is I do think an injustice has been remedied here. But it's been done in a way that makes this tournament potentially feel rigged. And I don't want anything to stigmatize what Team USA has done to this point, because I wrote a column about this week, and the beauty of it all is that this team came around right at our 250th birthday party as a nation, and as sports tends to do, unifies everybody. Right? The great teams, the great stories, unifying everybody.
That was a fun day. By the next day, already it's divisive again.
And I'm not arguing with you, because we know how this is going to play out. No matter what happens tonight, people are going to scream that the United States got preferential treatment.
Well, here's what you could say, that they righted a wrong, that it never should have been a red card. But if Trump never makes that phone call, they're not going to write it on their own.
No, you're right.
So what does that mean? Like, I don't understand. Like, if it was the incorrect call, were they never just FIFA was fine letting the incorrect call go through?
Clearly.
If they weren't persuaded?
Yes, clearly.
There were some people that thought it was worthy of a red card. I don't see how.
By the letter of the law, maybe. I don't know the rules enough.
The letter of the law is apparently you are not, when you instigate a VAR, a video review, apparently it's not supposed to be just slow motion and nothing else.
But isn't that how England got the red card yesterday? Didn't they review it?
Well, what's going to happen? What's going to happen with that player from England now? It's a very, very fair.
Every team going forward. Shouldn't they challenge the red card now?
You would think that FIFA should hold some sort of press conference pregame, and right? I know.
They're the ones
that guy doesn't need to be on a.
Was it the FIFA guy or the Olympic guy that was like, "I am now the president of everybody"? Remember that?
I do remember that. Who was that?
I'll figure it out.
Dan Sheldon is a writer for The Athletic on the soccer front, and he talked here about how FIFA made the Balogun decision.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, Balogun was out of the Belgium match. There's no way the US could appeal that red card. There was no mechanism for them to do so. However, what FIFA have done is invoked Article 27 of their disciplinary code, which basically states that the judicial body can decide to fully or partially, suspend the implementation of a disciplinary measure, which that's given them the wiggle room to do this.
And again, FIFA did that with several players leading into the tournament, most notably Cristiano Ronaldo.
Mm-hmm.
Suspended, a red card, a 3-game suspension that he had picked up in a qualifier against Ireland. He's been eligible to play the whole time. So, yes, the spotlight is on the U.S. right now.
But none of these were in the World. This is the only one that was in the World Cup that was overturned.
Very true.
It was Sepp Blatter.
Oh,
I have been elected by 133 national associations, but I am the president of everybody, and I'm also the president of those associations. They have been against me.
Yeah, that guy was an all-time crook.
All right.
Sepp Blatter.
All right, guys. So we've talked about flow and the red card, but what do you think is going to happen tonight?
I think the United States is going to get screwed on a terrible call. And
really?
I do have that feeling, yeah.
Jarrett? Bick?
I don't think that's going to happen at all, because I think, if anything, they would definitely want USA to stay in the tournament.
I think the raucous crowd in Seattle is going to give Team USA a big lift, and I think they're going to win.
Okay.
But I think
it's not going to be more raucous than the Azteca. I mean, I don't know how much a home field can impact that much if you're playing a better team.
But keep in mind now, Team USA is not used to this kind of treatment.
Yes.
No.
Team Mexico is.
And if Team USA gets out to an early lead, has been their trademark kind of in this tournament, that place is going to be nuts. Whereas last night, the 2 goals in a minute 38 from England, I think, took a lot of the wind out of the sails of the Mexican crowd.
Yep. I think it goes to penalties, guys.
Do you?
Oh man!
I think it goes to penalties.
They have to set flow up then for the Balogun for the last.
So
the deciding one.
Participated in a shootout.
I don't believe so.
Play.
I think that goes to penalties. At that point, I don't know who wins. Belgium has the better keeper, but I'll say the United States win in penalties in front of that crowd.
Does it even matter who's the better keeper in penalties?
Yes. Yeah.
Come on,
Jared. I cannot wait for Thursday. If this is actually happening.
Is it Thursday or Friday?
It's Thursday. Well, I don't know the details yet, though, because I was out last week. We'll figure it out. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Yep. But penalty kicks, though, it's virtually. You have to agree with that. You either guess right or you don't guess right. I mean, that's the only way to do it. It doesn't matter how good you are.
Yeah, but if you guess right, it still doesn't guarantee that you make a save.
You're right. That ball has to hit you directly in the hands or face, because otherwise.
Sammy, I'm with you. I can't wait for this either.
Oh, man, it's going to be so sweet.
The height of comedy. Coming up next, we'll hand out some hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. With the season in the balance, Corbin Carroll said the Diamondbacks need urgency without pressing. Dan Bickley writes on why this World Cup feels bigger than soccer for the United States. And the Belgian Soccer Federation is challenging Flo Balogun's eligibility to play for the U.S. in their World Cup match. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Ron White, live. If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks' inability to beat good teams continued over the weekend, and so did the offensive struggles as they dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, as they'll now head to San Diego for a 4-game series that starts tonight, and it'll be Brandon Pfaadt on the mound looking to build off his last start. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona
Arizona Sports app. And the World Cup continued to deliver over the weekend as well, as Erling Haaland and Norway took it to Brazil, and England outlasted Mexico in one of the games of the tournament last night to get to the quarterfinals. And tonight, we have some Monday night football from Seattle, as the United States and Belgium will get together for a spot in the Final Eight. And striker Flo Balogun will be available after his red card ban was lifted. Kickoff will be at 5 o'clock, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question: how optimistic are you that the United States beats Belgium to advance to the World Cup quarterfinals? Pretty confident, no doubts here, not feeling great, or eh?
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Okay, pretty confident.
In the sake of optimism, I'll go with Bix.
Okay.
Do any of us know that much about Belgium, to be fair?
I mean,
they're a European team, so I assume they're better than USA, but
they will have the best player on the field. Their midfielder, Kevin De Bruyne, it will be the best player, but their golden generation, it's kind of coming to an end. They're an older squad. So Kevin De Bruyne and Jeremy Doku, he'll be on the left. He'll be playing.
Belgium is ranked 9th in the FIFA rankings. United States 17th.
They've been a consistent underperformer at big tournaments like this. That's all I'll say.
Actually, U.S. has moved up to 16th.
There we go. There we go. 41% of the vote, pretty confident. 35, 18, not feeling great, and 5% have no doubts here. So,
all right, that's today's Arizona Sports Poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're gonna go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is our version of the award show. We do it on Monday mornings. We'll each hand out a handful of awards based on what we took in over the weekend or the last several days. Vic, what do you got for us?
The Dedication Award I'm giving to Corbin Carroll. Each he and Eduardo Rodriguez, after being named to the All-Star team, were asked, what were your plans for the weekend? And Eduardo Rodriguez said, yeah, we just had a weekend in San Diego, no big deal. Corbin Carroll had a bachelor party he was planning on attending.
Wow.
And he's gonna go play baseball instead. He said, I'm sure the friend's gonna understand.
Yeah.
Want to hear that?
Yeah.
The audio there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a buddy's, kind of bachelor party into wedding that was going to line up where I could be there for, the days leading up to the wedding and kind of celebrate with him. But, I think he'll understand.
That was Erod laughing.
Erod's thinking, that ain't much of a bachelor party.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know what? It's marriage. You can go to the guy's next bachelor party.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't even know who these people are. My first award is the Thanks Dad Award, and I'm giving it to former basketball star Tim Hardaway, whose number 10 is retired by the Miami Heat. Did you see this story last week?
I did.
Hardaway's son, Tim Hardaway Jr., signed a free agent deal with the Heat and has worn number 10 in a couple of his NBA stops with Atlanta and Dallas and Denver. But the senior Hardaway says, he was asked in an interview by WQAM Radio in Miami, will your son be able to take number 10 down from the rafters? He said, nope, quote, my legacy is my legacy. And he said this with a straight face after naming his son Tim Jr.
How about it?
Secondly, why the hell is Tim Hardaway's number even retired in Miami?
Right.
I looked into it. He had 6 years there. He did make 2 All-Star games, but all-time Miami Heat great? No. The Heat also have the number 23 retired for Michael Jordan, who never played there, and the number 13 retired for Dan Marino, who plays a different sport.
Wow.
And that number's been worn by Bam Adebayo his whole career.
Yeah, what?
Stupid.
My first award is the maybe
I think Tim Hardaway Jr. should announce he's changing his first name. That would be funny.
That would be funny. I agree.
My first award is the Maybe I Need to Re-Examine My Wardrobe award. Because I have purchased several of my many shirts, outfits from Goodwill. Secondhand. Some people, I can't believe they're getting rid of such good stuff. But I saw this story in which a 19-year-old in Hillsboro, Oregon, purchased a Lakers warm-up jacket from Goodwill. You saw this, Vinny?
I did.
He's not for $3, and with tax, $3.07. He's looking at it and he says, this feels pretty authentic, pretty real. So he posted it on Instagram, where the auction house Sotheby's, is that how you pronounce it?
I think so.
Saw it and then started to do some research. And they wound up authenticating it through pictures and all kinds of stuff. It turns out that it was a real Lakers warm-up jersey jacket worn by Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, no way.
During the 1972 season, with an estimated value of $250,000.
Oh my God.
So this thing he found at Goodwill for $3, he is now putting up for auction with a price of $250,000.
Yeah.
What an investment.
Chamberlain's last name was on the back of it, correct?
Chamberlain's last name was on the back of
my.
it. And here is the other thing. The kid, the teenager, says he saw it because someone else had picked it up and was looking at it, and then set it down on the aisle and walked away. And he walked over to it and picked it up.
That's crazy.
Wow. I want to know the story of who
donated it.
Who donated that?
Oh my gosh.
Is that one of those things that somebody's just clearing out the closet? Like, I got to get rid of this stuff.
Man.
Well,
Loading
those
up
places,
sacks.
you don't even have to get out of the car now.
Right.
You just pop the trunk and they take it right out of the trunk for you.
Oh, man, that's wild. All right, my first award is the At Least She's Being Honest award, and I'm giving it to Aryna Sabalenka. So after losing her match to Naomi Osaka, she was asked about the world rankings, right? So she's the number one player in the world. The question was like, do you feel like you're the number one player in the world rankings? She kind of went on. And at the end of this, she ended up saying this.
I don't want to even think about ranking at this point. I just want to go, get completely drunk, forget about tennis, and try to get better in a better shape.
So at least she's being honest at what she's gonna go do next.
Right.
She's gonna go get completely drunk,
and then she's gonna worry about
and then
getting
she's
in
gonna
better shape.
be worried about getting better.
But let's not glaze over the stupidity of that question.
So
why would you ask the number one player in the world that after they lost? I mean, you could ask any number one ranked anything. Do you feel like the number one team? No, we just lost.
Stupid. My final award is the Fishy Award, and I'm giving it to the Toronto Raptors. So here's the story. Kawhi Leonard and the aspiration investigation into the Los Angeles Clippers, all of it began when Uncle Dennis, that's Kawhi Leonard's de facto agent, made demands of the Toronto Raptors. He wanted X amount of millions of dollars in free money for jobs he had no intention of doing. The Toronto Raptors reported him to the NBA. And the Toronto Raptors, as a result, lost Kawhi Leonard. So people are speculating that the one aggrieved party that might make a fuss over brushing this aspiration investigation under the rug would be the Toronto Raptors, because they effectively got penalized for doing the right thing. So for brokering a deal for Kawhi to get back to Toronto now takes the one party that was truly aggrieved by everything and makes them whole. Meaning the skids have been greased now to wipe all of this under the rug.
That's the definition of fishy.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
My last award is the one of these guys is not like the others awards. And I had mentioned this a couple of weeks ago about the hot streak that Dansby Swanson was on. But last week, Dansby Swanson completed a 10-game span where he had 26 runs batted in. Think about that. There's only been 5 men before him that have done this. The guys that have done it before, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Mel Ott, and Jimmy Fox. Actually, only 4. The others, when they did it, Gehrig did it
4
twice.
Hall of Famers.
Yeah, 4 Hall of Famers. Gehrig did it in 1930 and 1931. Their batting averages at the time of these hot streaks, Gehrig in 1931, 357. Lou Gehrig in 1930, 381. Fox, 361. Ott, 354. And Joe DiMaggio, when he did this in 1939, was hitting 410.
Wow.
Which is exactly 200 points more than what Dansby Swanson was hitting at the time of this hot streak.
That's unbelievable.
Dansby Swanson's a 210 hitter.
210 hitter, despite having a stretch where he had 26 RBI in 10 games.
And Dansby wasn't even stupping Marilyn Monroe at the time.
Wow.
I don't think DiMaggio was in 1939.
Oh, that's true.
Either.
Yeah, 39. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know how old Marilyn was then, but guessing
fair enough.
Not old enough. There you go. There's hardware for this Monday. Some final thoughts as we wrap up our Monday show. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television, if you're looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Get offline. Head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. Ask for my guy Bear. He's one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Walt's TV and Appliance. Tell him I sent you, because if you do all that, I can guarantee you're going to get the best price you're going to find in the Valley. This is what you're going to get from Walt's, a great shopping experience. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions as well. You're going to get an extremely knowledgeable staff that can give you the insight you'll never get at the big box stores, and you are going to get competitive pricing that's as good as the big box stores, except you're getting 10 times the service. And to prove that, Waltz will price match any price you like. Bring it to them. They will match that price. You'll also get same-day delivery 7 days a week if you need it, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. This is a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. And also, while you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
I changed it at the last minute.
Okay.
I was going to play the Supremes. You keep me hanging on.
All
What
right.
you said about the Diamondbacks, but then I was
Yeah.
like, flow, even flow.
Oh, okay.
For Flo Balogun.
There you go. Yeah. And
know.
Seattle?
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it worked out better. And Jared's
I
happy
agree.
because it's his favorite band of all time.
Not one of my favorite songs, but this is my favorite band.
Not a fan of this song?
No,
It's okay.
it's okay. It's just not one of mine.
Okay. Even flow. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Ran across this note today. Thought this was interesting. I am a huge fan during college football season. I think there's a lot of great ad campaigns that go through college football season.
Okay.
I think the Dr. Pepper Fansville ads are hilarious.
I think they're very good.
But the best ones might be the recurring Nissan Heisman House.
Okay.
So the actual Heisman House, the building itself where they film those.
Yeah.
The mansion is for sale.
Oh.
So I think if we pool our money, guys,
Ooh.
it would be about $8 million per.
Okay.
$32 million.
I'm gonna need to talk to my people. See if I-
380 South San Rafael Avenue in Pasadena, California.
Okay.
What if I only get it every other weekend? I'll only throw in $6 million. How about that? Is that right? Fair?
It is described as one of the most extraordinary residential offerings in Southern California. The property stands as arguably Pasadena's premier estate, an irreplaceable Jacobean Tudor Revival masterpiece set on nearly 5 private gated acres in the city's most prestigious enclave. Sounds beautiful.
Well,
doesn't it?
5 acres in Pasadena?
Yeah.
Wow.
You said it was Jacoby Brissett. What?
Jacobean Tudor Revival.
Oh, okay.
Jacoby Brissett almost went through a whole show without being mentioned. Speaking of crazy real estate and obscene wealth, I just finished up season 2 of Your Friends and Neighbors on
okay.
Apple TV. Is anybody watching it?
I've seen the first season. I thought
First season was really good.
Yeah, I heard the second.
Season 2 gets a little wild for me.
Okay.
But it's set on Long Island, and it's just the ultra rich. And I don't know if watching television shows about how people who operate with that kind of wealth on a daily basis is good for normal people to watch.
Yeah, that's a good
But
point.
people love that. I mean, The Real Housewives is a franchise for 20 years now.
I get it. I don't think it's good for everybody.
I'm with you, Vinny.
I had one more story from the trip I wanted to say.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Because I was there during Mexico's World Cup game, the one before England. And what was supposed to be karaoke night, which I was looking forward to, they canceled and had instead a giant watch party at the resort. in which they turned like the big outside lobby.
What just happened?
Sorry, I just knocked over my water bottle for a second there. But
holy cow! I thought you were going backwards, ass over elbow.
I thought he was. Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to
What in the
help him
world
up.
That was
happened to you,
almost
Jarrett?
his chance out of getting out of being embarrassed on the pitch.
Yeah, the out was there.
Oh, yeah.
I could. A side note on that, every single person that heard about what I'm doing is potentially playing goalie in a scrimmage with the Phoenix Horizon. Every single person said that I'm either going to get humiliated or badly injured.
Yeah, maybe both.
Anyway, it was a giant watch party with like 700 people, and they had a mariachi band and dancers and a giant buffet around. It was really, really cool atmosphere to be around.
Listen, I think we need to create that giant watch party around your debut in net. I don't think this is something that should be done behind closed doors.
Well, I know they're at the very least they're going to film it.
Oh yeah, social media.
And the latest thing is that they want to figure out how to put a GoPro on my face for it.
Oh.
So you get my perspective.
That's very doable.
I'll find out the details after the show.
Oh, I want to attend. That's why.
I don't know. I don't know where or what time.
I can't miss this.
I was absolutely planning on it.
Yes, no, me too. I've scheduled my week around it. Thursday is marked off.
Sorry, unavailable to do anything.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll give you all the updates on it as Jarrett, his mouth, writing checks, his soccer skills can't
people
cash.
Just twisting my words and misinterpreting the intent of what I was saying.
That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Wait, so Jared, they took away your karaoke night for a...
Yes, but it was very cool. The problem was, after an extended dinner, we didn't get there. That the final score of that game was 2-0.
2-0.
Both goals were in the first half.
Yes, they were.
They scored the second goal as we were walking. We heard unbelievable cheering. The rest of that game, absolutely nothing happened. Nothing. It was just a team protecting a 2-goal lead for 55 minutes. So it was a really cool atmosphere, but man, did it not help the argument that soccer is exciting.
That's how I felt watching the second game that Team US played against Australia.
Oh, yeah.
It was. I missed the first half, and then I sat down. I ran back into where I was, watched the second half, and nothing happened.
And it's what made last night so exciting because after the England scored those back-to-back goals, I was like, oh my goodness, this great game. Is it just going to be them playing defense for, two? Mexico scored very shortly after to make it 2-1, and then you had a game the rest of the way.
The other crime of Mexico being ousted was they had the best uniforms.
Yeah, yes.
In the whole tournament, I thought. Those green jerseys.
Those green jerseys are sweet. Their white ones are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Germany's uniforms, too.
Me too.
Yeah.
Did like those.
Yeah. The American jerseys?
They've grown on me.
They're pretty good.
I like them.
If they're wearing the stripes ones tonight, they should be wearing those. Those are good unis.
The dark blues are good, too. Not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they didn't make enough merch. Apparently the demand is far out exceeding the supply of those authentic Team USA jerseys.
Nike, let's make more.
Yeah.
Just do it. Come on.
Oh, just do it.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Bobby Marks for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. We'll see you there. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 from the Brewers over the holiday weekend, and a 3-2 loss last night put them 1 game below 500 as they now head to San Diego for a 4-game series with the Padres that starts tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Diamondback news over the weekend: Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll will represent the team in this year's All-Star game in Philadelphia. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend agreed to a two-way contract with former Golden State Warrior guard Pat Spencer. For more on the Suns and their offseason, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. And tonight, the United States men's national team, with a spot in the quarterfinals of the World Cup on the line, will play Belgium at 5 o'clock. And big news yesterday, that striker Flo Balogun's red card ban has been suspended, and he will, in fact, be available for tonight's game. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every single day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show, and John Lund is in for Wolf. One more day, John. Everything.
And then he's back.
Everything you need to say, you have to make sure you say it today.
I will.
Okay.
I gotta think.
Okay.
Okay. I got a lot on my mind today.
No filter today.
A lot on my mind.
That's good. Like what?
Let's go. USA, baby. Let's get some more hot dogs in here. Let's go, man. American pie. Let's go.
I am.
Should be a national holiday today.
I'm ready for this. Yeah, that's true.
Even though we just had one, we need to have another.
Yeah, well, that's the most American way to do this.
Jeez.
National holiday going in, national holiday coming out. We are going to talk some soccer today. Jake Ziven, play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV, is going to join us in like 10-ish minutes. Try to make sense out of what's going on with Flo Balogun. Like, is he playing, or now Belgium's appealing, but the game starts in 7 hours, so we're going to get into all that with him. Jody Jackson will join us at 10:45. Let's start with D-backs, John, and a hard-fought series over the weekend against Milwaukee, who's a very good team. But we're also 89 games into the season, so like the whole moral victory thing is kind of pointless at this juncture in the year. They lose yesterday 3-2, basically leaning on Erod to just carry them every time he starts. So not great, I guess, is the way to describe it as we go into the final week before the All-Star break.
And he didn't pitch horrible. I mean, we can't have the normal celebration that we have before, after, during the Erod days when he loses, but it's not like he lost.
I forgot my tambourine anyway.
Well, he lost. We wouldn't have tambourine. Well, we might have tambourine.
We could have tambourine going into the game, though.
Yeah. But look, it wasn't him. I mean, he gave up a 2-run home run. Those things happen. Jake Bauer gets him, and he still pitched well. It just comes down to you're not scoring enough. And you can take, as you said, moral victories, but you lost 2 of 3. Could you have swept the series? You could have. You know, the bullpen blows up in the first game, but it always seems like it's something. The only good two things come from the weekend that were good. Merrill Kelly was better, and you got a couple of all-stars, and I think that's all they deserved. And Erod was kind of a question mark because there's been so much dominance in the National League among starters, so that was really good news. Corbin Carroll's been struggling, but for the majority of the season, he's been all-star caliber. Some people may say that Marte should have made it. It's difficult given the second base situation. We'll get into that a little bit later. But you don't get moral victories. You don't get anything for close. It's not horseshoes. It's not anything like that. You've got to win baseball games, and there's a skill to winning close games. So when anybody in sports says, oh, but they were close, well, that's the skill of the game. Yeah, you win close games, and you have to be able to do that.
It's got to be, I don't want to say an extreme circumstance, but there are instances where I'll look and say, okay, you can take something from this. It was close. You lost to a good team. I think the Dodgers early, the first series of the season, you're going into L.A., you're beat up still from last year. They're not beat up. They're getting their World Series rings, and you led each of those games. I thought you could take something from that, but that was also games 1, 2, and 3 of the season. We're now 89 games in. You got to win these games. You got to find a way. And nobody looks and says, oh, if you can't sweep the Brewers, your season's done. Yeah. It's just, okay, there's another lost series. And the Erod component is especially interesting to me because he did pitch well again yesterday. That's another quality start. But it also felt like maybe under normal circumstances, if they had a full rotation of starting pitchers going and the bullpen wasn't quite as taxed, they may not have asked him to try to get a couple more outs there. I mean, maybe it's a shorter outing for him. He doesn't give up runs, but it's a shorter outing. good pitchers have that. He doesn't have the luxury of it right now. It's like, dude, you have to be great every single time, and you have to give us at least 6 innings every single time because our other starters aren't getting it done, and our other starters are taxing the bullpen. And that's kind of what yesterday seemed to be a case of he was probably about done. They had to run him out there again. They didn't get him any run support, and they end up losing 3-2. And we talk about this. We joke about it's Erod Day, but the flip side of that is when it's not Erod Day, I don't feel as confident in them having a chance.
And we'll get into FOD a little bit, but the numbers are looking really, really ugly in terms of the decision making that the Diamondbacks have to make. And remember, they're not going to come out and say this; they're just going to do it. And Alex Weiner over the weekend at Arizona Sports wrote a great piece. This is exactly what happened last year. Their record is remarkably similar. Their situation is remarkably similar. Now they had bats to move. I don't know if they'd move Erod. I don't, Soroka's going to come back. I don't know what they're thinking this year would be pitching that they would move versus hitting because nobody would want their hitting. Although
Ketel, they'd want Ketel.
He's a 10-5 right now. So.
He is, but I always think of that like, oh, you can't trade him, and I wouldn't trade him, but I think if the situation played out where some team was making a really good offer, like the Braves or something, and you went to Ketel, I think he might be open. I don't know. I don't know if he'd be open to it. I'm not saying trade Ketel. I'm just saying you're in this position now where if you were selling, your best pieces to sell are Erod and Ketel, and I don't want to move either one of them.
Well, and it's hard. I mean, we keep adding this up, but they're 14-33 now versus plus 500. I think we can be honest. They're feasting on the Giants. They're feasting on the Rockies. They're feasting on the Angels. They're those really bad teams that they've played remarkably well, but this is a team in the Padres who have the fewest amount of runs. I know we'll get into this series, but the Padres aren't good. So I'm not saying you have to win all 4 games, but you got to start being like 3-1. You start doing the math. We can do this a little bit later on the show. You start doing the math because what's happening in the National League now is the Cubs are getting hot.
Yep.
The Phillies are getting hot. Those teams now are on 90-win paces, those top 2 teams. So you have the division winners, which we pretty much know. You have 2 wild cards, I think, in the Cubs and the Phillies who are on a 90-win pace. All of a sudden, the Marlins, who had a great June. There's good teams now. They're starting to kind of separate themselves, which starts to say when you're a sub-500 team at this point and you're the Diamondbacks, you got to win almost 2 of 3 every single time now moving forward. It's getting to the point where the numbers start to look ugly.
We talked about this last week, and I think you bring up the Cubs and Phillies. I think those teams are in. I mean, I think they're gonna find their way in, and I think honestly they're probably each going to get better as the season goes. Philly already is getting better. Philly really struggled at the start of the year, made the manager change. They're 10 games above 500 now. Like Diamondbacks are a game below 500. You're probably not catching Philly or the Cubs. So it's a race for that third wild card spot, and right now the Diamondbacks are 4 back of that. So, yeah, I mean, and San Diego's one of those teams that's in the race with you. San Diego's also 4 games back. I mean, this sort of feels like if somebody wins this series, 4-game series, but if somebody actually wins 3 of 4 or 4 of 4, that might be the knockout blow for the other team.
Elimination type series. I know it's early in the season. There's 71 games remaining, but you've got to start winning at a really high level. It's not just keeping your head above water now because these teams are doing so much better. The Cubs, Phillies specifically. Now all of a sudden the Cardinals are playing better baseball. The Marlins just had an amazing June. So you've got to hit something where you're winning like 8 of 10, like they did in that whole stretch against the Rockies and the Giants.
Let me see when they play the Giants again. It's not for a while,
August,
though. Yeah, so
but they won 11 of 13 against the Rockies and the Giants. Like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. They've got to go through a stretch where they really differentiate themselves, or there's no chance. And the front office won't say this publicly, but they're realistic. They know.
Well, they have to be. I mean, that's the biggest thing if you're a front office, right? You got to be realistic about where you are. This is Corbin Carroll yesterday after the series loss to Milwaukee.
I think kind of scuffling would be the word I would use. I think that we're not playing the way that we need to play. If we want to be in a position where we're gonna do something with this season, I think that just like that's reflected in a number of ways. But I think at the end of the day, if you look at like outside of what we did versus the Giants and the Rockies, I think our record kind of does reflect what we've done to this point, and I think it's frustrating for everyone in here because we know there's a lot more than that in this room, and we just need to play better. And I think it starts with me. I need to play better.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear the frustration in his voice. That soundbite right there sort of reflects what you just said. If they're well aware of what's going on. I mean, the Diamondbacks, and this is Corbin Carroll hasn't been here for near all this time, but only made the playoffs twice since 2011, so you can look. I do this a lot. Like, I look at last year, I'm like, they just really unlucky with the injuries. I can write last year off. The year before, 89 wins doesn't get you in. Okay, I can kind of write that off too, although they stumbled down the stretch. So it's always harder for me to write stuff off when you stumble down the stretch. But either way, 89 wins typically gets you in. But, I mean, if you miss again this year, that's 3 in a row since you went to the World Series. You got to find a way to get in at some point. And I don't think anybody is saying, like, oh, you should be winning the World Series every year with this. You're in a division with the Dodgers. I get it. The injuries last year were real. But it's like, you got to get in. 6 teams get in from the National League. You shouldn't be going 3 years without getting in with some of the talent on this team.
Yeah, and Torrey made a great point again in comping last year to this year. This is a huge stretch because this is likely going to decide things. You should be 3-1. This should be a 3-1 series in your favor. The Padres are playing some really bad baseball. They just broke a losing streak last night against the Dodgers, but then it's the Dodgers. You got to assume you're going to lose 2 of 3 to the Dodgers. So if you have that stretch like you did last year right before the break, and that made the decision for them, and I think they're in a very similar position. And this is a good team to be playing right now. The Padres, for all the talent you look across their offense, you and I have talked about this, they're under 4 runs a game. They score the fewest runs in the league.
Yeah. And it hasn't gotten better.
Right.
And the tough thing is Erod pitches against the Dodgers, not the Padres. I get it. We all want to beat the Dodgers, but the Padres' games are actually bigger right now. I mean, they're all big at this point. You got to win games. But I feel like Erod against the Padres, pretty good chance he's not giving up more than like maybe a run in that game, and instead he's facing the Dodgers. So the other pitchers are going to have to get it done. All right, when we come back, was it the right call for FIFA to unsuspend Flo Balogun? We're going to talk to Apple TV MLS announcer Jake Zivin's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas, I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, kind of a big game tonight. U.S.-Belgium, spot in the quarterfinals on the line. U.S. hasn't made the quarterfinals since 2002, and they've really only made it there once, unless you want to go back to like 1930 when it was kind of a different tournament. So, big game tonight in Seattle. We are pleased to be joined by MLS on Apple TV play-by-play announcer Jake Ziven to take a look at this one. Jake, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Hey, guys, it's great. I'm just about at Olympia, Washington. I live in Portland. I'm driving up to go to the game.
Oh.
Beautiful day here in the Pacific Northwest. Man, it's going to be incredible.
Nice. I love Olympia. I don't think I've heard anybody mention the city Olympia to me forever. That's one of my favorite cities in the world. All
right.
So Jake, let's start. I guess let's start with the Balogun stuff. So he gets suspended in the game against Bosnia and Herzegovina. It didn't look like it should have been a suspension to me or a lot of people, I guess, but then he gets unsuspended basically yesterday. So I guess, where were you on the initial red card, and then how surprised are you that it got taken away?
Yeah, for me, it's a harsh red card. However, I did think it was justifiable. You know, the thing is, in the rules of soccer, intention is not in the rule book. And that's meant to try to let the referees judge what happened and not try to figure out what the player was trying to do, if that makes sense. And so when you watch it and you look at what happens, yeah, it wasn't great. I mean, studs to the ankle was bent in a nasty way. It could have been really bad. But that's just that kind of flashpoint, that just split second of the moment. And when you go look at the whole play, to me, it's the Belgian player that throws Flo Balogun off balance because he kind of goes through Balogun to get to the ball first. He bumps into him. Balogun, what's his foot going to do? It goes down. The Belgian players, the Bosnia and Herzegovina's player, getting ahead of myself, happens to be there, and it's a bad coming together. But because of kind of how it all happened and the Bosnia player being the one that initiated the contact, I thought it was a really harsh red card. That said, I'm astonished that Flo Balogun's going to be able to play in this game. I mean, this is unprecedented. It's never happened in a World Cup since red cards officially went into the rule book in the late 60s, early 70s, where a player has gotten a red card, has been sent off in a game in a World Cup, and then has been able to play in that next game. It's unprecedented. It's astonishing. The U.S. will take it, right? Happy to have their best goal scorer, arguably their best player in this tournament, back. But it's just an astonishing turn of events, and it is quite some drama around this U.S. team in the World Cup.
There's no doubt. Man, I'm so jealous, by the way, that you're driving to the game. We'll get into it in just a second. But just one more on this. So from a game standpoint, unless something, again, weird happens, because I know that Belgium is trying to appeal this thing, and there's a lot of politics involved in this whole thing, and who knows. But let's assume for a second that Belgium does play. What does he mean for the game? Because, I mean, against Bosnia, he had the one, but he could have had a hat trick. You know, there was an offsides there. I mean, he was amazing. He's been great in the tournament. So what does it mean that he gets to play?
Yeah, well, look, it sounds like he will for sure. FIFA just announced within the past 10 minutes that they've dismissed that appeal. They ruled Belgium's appeal inadmissible because Belgium isn't a party to the decision, basically. So, look, unless something extraordinary happens over the next 6.5 hours, he's going to play today. Yeah, it helps immensely. He is the best striker for the U.S. He's the best finisher, but he's also a different kind of player than, say, his backup Ricardo Pepi would have been if that's the route that Mauricio Pochettino would have chose to go in this game if Balogun was indeed suspended. He provides a threat behind, and that's going to put Belgium's center backs and their defense kind of on their heels a little bit. Something they're going to have to worry about is Balogun running in behind as well as being a great finisher. So there's no doubt it's helpful for the United States. It's going to let them play the 11 that has been so good this tournament against Paraguay in the opener, basically against Australia. Obviously, Christian Pulisic wasn't in that game, but it was 10 of the 11. And then in the round of 32 against Bosnia and Herzegovina. But what I think it also does, maybe in a negative way, it's going to put real pressure on this United States team. The U.S. are the villains now of this World Cup as far as the rest of the world is concerned. And that's something that is uncharted territory for the United States, who have never really had pressure in a World Cup, right? I mean, they've never, especially at this stage, they've never been expected to win a round of 16 game or been kind of the bad guys going into the round of 16. They are now. There's no doubt about it. How they handle that pressure, how they handle the scrutiny that fans of every other team in this World Cup will be putting on the United States, I think it's going to be really interesting because it's something that these guys and this team in this country on the men's side I've never experienced before and are not used to.
Yeah, it's a great point because it probably shouldn't have been a suspension in the first place, but the fact that it gets appealed the way it did makes us look like the villains.
Exactly.
We're talking to Jake Ziven right now, MLS on Apple TV, play-by-play guy. Jake, I want to ask you just big picture if they win tonight. I mean, Belgium is considered a top 10 team in the world rankings. On paper, they're the toughest team the U.S. has played yet in this tournament. The U.S. has looked great in these first few games. If they win tonight and get to the quarterfinals, how big is this just for the growth of the game in this country where the games are also being played, of course, this year?
Yeah, massive. And this is the game that those of us that are in U.S. soccer on a daily basis have been waiting for more than any in this tournament. You know, the United States gets to the round of 16 in the World Cup. This is not uncharted territory. What they have never done is beaten a big European or South American nation, a country that just the name of the country gives cachet in international soccer. It was the Netherlands and Qatar 4 years ago that the United States lost to. 12 years ago, it was Belgium at this same stage, round of 16, that they lost to. They've lost to Ghana here. In 1994, they lost to Brazil here. The only time they've won in the round of 16, again in the modern era, it was Mexico in Japan, in the South Korea-Japan World Cup in 2002. And yes, the United States were probably slight underdogs in that game, but it's a familiar opponent. It's somebody they knew well. And then they went out to Germany in the quarterfinals. So beating a European team, a top 10 European team with world-class players, guys who play for, Jeremy Doku is a star for Manchester City. You got Kevin De Bruyne, one of the best players in the world over the past 15 years. Beating a team like that would be a new stratosphere for the United States men's national team. But it's also kind of the litmus test. Have they progressed? Have they reached that next level of teams that could potentially contend in a World Cup? If they lose, it's kind of where they've always been. If they win, it's a new level for the United States. So this is the game we've all been waiting for to see, is there real progress? You said it. It looks like there has been. I mean, the way they played in this tournament, the way they've dominated games, we've never seen that before. But on paper, we have seen them get here to the round of 16, meeting a top team in the world. Can they take the next step? I can't wait to find out. This is the day, the game we've been waiting for throughout the whole tournament and for years to see if this team is ready to go to the next level.
Very well said. Jake, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the game tonight.
Of course, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Jake Ziven, play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV, driving through Olympia right now. Driving through Olympia, Washington.
Very nice.
Got some good stories from Olympia, Washington.
You want to tell them?
No, not on the air because we have to go to break. But no, great to talk to him. And I thought he made some great points that we're going to react to because it is weird now. The U.S. is in like the villain role. Well, the U.S. didn't really do anything wrong. You probably shouldn't have been suspended in the first place, but now you are. And then the last thing he said, I think it gets lost a lot in this World Cup because the U.S. has looked so good, and it's, hey, you won a knockout game already, but typically you don't start with 48 teams. They've gotten to 16 kind of a lot lately. They've gotten to the final. They haven't got to the final 8 but one time in the last 100 years.
By the way, I'd like to respectfully disagree with something he said.
Okay.
At some point.
Oh.
At some point.
Not right now?
Whenever.
Or you're just saying you wish he had said something you could disagree with, but he was so right.
He said we're under more pressure. How can you be under more pressure than a knockout game? I don't believe that. Like, you go on the field tonight, whether there's a red card that was revoked or not, you're playing for your life on your home field, on your home turf in the World Cup. I don't think they feel more pressure because there's some sort of a villain. You can't feel more pressure than playing a knockout game.
What about the fact that Canada's out now and Mexico's out after that crazy game? So we're the last host country that's still in it,
I get it. But that's what I mean, though. I don't think that has anything to do with a red card. I think that other teams can be angry all they want, but it's kind of like football. People talk about energy and are you up for the game? Once the ball's kicked off, it's a game. And so the pressure of feeling a game in which you lose and you go home, how can you have more? Like, it's like saying that you have more than 100% to give. Technically, you can't. Like, you can't feel more pressure than a knockout game. So just because they're the villain now, well, haven't they always been? I mean, that's what we are as a country, right?
How Belgium seems pretty angry for a country that I always think of as very happy and like eating chocolate and waffles.
Drinking beer, Belgian beer.
Yeah.
He brings up a great point about them. They're not part of the thing, so how could they appeal? Like, you weren't there.
Good. That's the one thing. We'll get back into this. What are you appealing? That's the one thing that I fully agree with here. That there's no like conflict. Belgium should have no right to appeal. They weren't involved in the game.
There. What are you appealing?
They're the ones looking for the free pass here of like, no, that guy who probably shouldn't be suspended needs to be suspended. All right, when we come back, let's get into basketball. There's a story out there that says the reason the Hornets moved on from Miles Bridges was for culture reasons. So why don't the Suns care about that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The amount of fans in your fan base that you have alienated with this move because of what Miles Bridges has done is staggering. It just seems like it was too big of a price to pay for a player who I don't think makes you that much better. To pay all of that equity with the fan base, the 2033 unprotected pick, all for a player that doesn't put you over the top? God, that's a lot to pay.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
You have the cleats, the shin guards, the team registration. Now there's just one last thing to check off your back-to-school list: a clean bill of health. Before your child takes the field, make sure they're ready for the season ahead with a wellness check or sports physical from Valleywise Health. Our trusted pediatric providers offer compassionate care. Sports physicals are required for some every year. Schedule your child's visit today at Valleywise Health. You're more to us.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year one of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up. So before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will make the start for the D-backs. He will oppose Walker Buehler. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein is finalizing an extension. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the U.S. men's team keep it going, especially now that they've got one of their top players shockingly back? We're previewing USA versus Belgium on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf. John, I got to say this. Went to Command and Control are very slowly dancing to this song right now. Jamal's just clapping.
I wish I was over just about 6 more just so I could see more Jamal, because he can hide behind the screen and then I don't see him.
Yeah.
I see full Rick White man dancing right now.
Full Rick, yeah, and now he's leaning into it even more. Fortunately, YouTube's not.
Seriously.
Jamal is leaving the control room right now.
The lack of rhythm is
song is being ruined for me. Now there is no song. Rick's barely
I think they
dancing.
said the red card. I think our guest Jake said the red card astonishing. I think that the The lack of rhythm there was
I
astonishing.
thought you were going to say Rick deserves a red card for that. Like, Rick's not allowed to watch the U.S. games tonight. That's true. Rick is a human red card today.
We should have red cards in here. Red cards, yellow cards.
We do need that system where we can just show them to each other. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see us
whether
give
it's
them
an
to each other.
opinion or a dance or a song or
I gotta bring in some red cards because that would be amazing.
We gotta do that.
Just hold them up.
So when he does that again, I could just.
It was funny because you were just distancing yourself.
Yeah. There are moments where Jamal's like, I'm not on this show.
I don't apologize for my dancing, and I reject the fact that I don't have rhythm. I believe I have very good rhythm.
But that's the great part about it. Like you dance like no one's watching, as they say, and that's good.
You're feeling the music.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to bring a red, white, and blue card to the game tonight. Like some crowd, and just if the U.S. wins, just hold that up and be like, this is the new red card when the game's
You
here.
should hear me drum, John. I'm actually pretty good. No, I'm not going to do it on the desk, but you should hear me on a drum set. I'm actually pretty
Do you have a drum set?
No, but my brother did growing up.
I am a drummer.
Are you a drummer?
I played it.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
That's why I say, I know rhythm.
Okay.
Yeah, look, what have we done? You and I. This is.
I have a guitar I can't play. Does that help?
I used to play the piano.
Oh, well, did you do a good job?
No.
Oh. Nice. We should start a band, Jamal.
Amazing.
Jamal
Single
just
guy
banging
with
on
a guitar is the best, by the way. You walk in, she's like, "Oh, do you play?" Well, not really.
Nice and decorative. Jamal and I are going to start a band. He's just going to bang on the piano, and I'm going to hit like one chord on the guitar.
Can anyone sing?
Yeah, I'm just gonna riff on the guitar, but it's not even gonna be a chord. And I'm gonna be like this. I'm gonna be like, we're pretty good, Jamal. We should go on tour. All right, let's get to the Phoenix Suns
we shall.
here. And in this story, I'm just gonna play this cut from Adam Finkelstein of CBS talking about the Suns Hornets trade. And before I play it, like we had Rod Boone on, who covers the Hornets for the Charlotte Observer last week, and we talked to Bobby Marks about this last week. I personally am fascinated by the Hornets having one of their best seasons in recent memory and then moving off of Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball, because the Suns surprised people and the Hornets surprised people, and the Hornets are like, okay, now's our chance to sell high. The Suns are going a different way with this. They're like, okay, let's lean into this. You and I agree there's probably a better option than Miles Bridges, but however you feel about that, they feel like Miles Bridges is their option to go more in now. So I'm fascinated by why the Hornets were so eager to move off of him, and this is what Adam Finkelstein said.
No one would have believed it, that the Charlotte front office would be able to out-execute Boston, but I think that's what we've seen, at least as it currently stands now. As Sam alluded to, there could be more. So, and then I think the other thing they've done, they've cleaned up their locker room. They are getting rid of the bad influences, whether that be Miles Bridges and his issues off the floor, whether that be LaMelo Ball and his unwillingness to defend. They are bringing in professionals. They are surrounding Con Knippel, who was the grown-up in the room as an NBA rookie this year, with other like-minded people, and simultaneously they're building up their draft capital. They're building up their salary cap space, so it's going to allow them to be players for the foreseeable future and anything that may come available in the NBA trade market.
That essentially, he doesn't say it like this harshly, and maybe this isn't the case, but that leans into my concern with this trade, that the Suns got played by Charlotte and in the deal. Because, and I said this a million times last week, I feel like the Suns are going out and buying something for $80, but they're spending the marked up price. They're spending $120 for $80 value, and I feel like I'm just worried at some point that catches up to you.
The only thing I would ask him, because I have his quote right in front of me, he says they're getting off the bad influences, whether that be Miles Bridges and his issues off the floor, or LaMelo Ball's unwillingness to defend. Now we have to separate, because what he's saying is he's a bad influence. In other words, he's a bad guy in the locker room. He's not talking about the things off the floor.
Yeah,
the off the floor and being a good teammate and a good culture fit are two totally separate things. And I hate that I have to defend this guy, but let's think about this for a second, not just be sheep and say that guy said something, it must be true. So he misses the 2022-23 season. We know why. He misses the first 10 games of 23-24. Since that time, he's played in 69, 64, and 77 games. That's a long time ago. And I'm not saying that people should excuse what he did off the floor, but this is a different conversation. It's about influence. It's about culture. It's about the guy. That's 210 games he's played since that situation. I don't, because I looked this up, I don't know of any situations where they said in the locker room he was a problem, or he was a bad guy, or he's a bad influence, or anything like that. So because he says it doesn't make it true. He said LaMelo Ball doesn't play defense. It's true. There's some on-the-court issues with him. And if you want to say there's some on-the-court issues with Miles Bridges, I would agree with you. I don't love the trade. But what I'm saying is, to be fair to the guy, there has been no reports in 210 games of him being a bad teammate or culture fit. And he's just saying that because of what he did 3 years ago. I cannot defend that, nor will I, nor should I. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between culture fit, teammate,
and character.
Right, and it's been 210 games.
Yeah. When I first read this quote, I thought of what you said last week, where you said you got to draw a distinction between culture and character, because in the story, if you read the whole thing, it does seem like they're lumping LaMelo Ball and Miles Bridges in it together. And it does feel like you're looking at culture and character right there. Like, they flat out say LaMelo Ball doesn't want to defend. And so that's hurting your team culture. Like, if he's your best player and he's just lackadaisical on defense,
right,
like, that's going to set a tone for your actual team. LaMelo Ball off the floor, not getting in trouble. Whereas Miles Bridges, you're right, off the floor has gotten in horrible trouble. But as far as a teammate or a player in the locker room, I'm with you, because I've been looking too. Like, I don't really see any examples of him being a bad teammate, other than he wasn't available for a year because he was awful off the floor. So it is sort of a distinction there. It was kind of weird that they got lumped together, because it seems like LaMelo Ball, good guy, but not putting in the effort on the floor. Miles Bridges putting in on the effort on the floor, but has questions off the floor.
Well, and here's the other thing too. And you and I had this conversation last week when this happened. If he doesn't go to Michigan State, I don't think this trade happens, not for the reason of he went to Michigan State and I have blinders on. It's he went to Michigan State, and then we talked to Tom Izzo and everybody on that staff, because we know him.
Gregory was there, yeah.
Right, and we know who Miles Bridges is, and whether he is a distraction as a culture fit. And to me, that's what's important is, does he play hard? Is he a culture fit? The basketball thing, the other stuff people can make up their own mind on that stuff. But when a guy from CBS Sports just generally comes out and says he's a bad culture fit, what I would ask him if I was sitting right there is, what are your examples of him being a bad culture fit? Yeah, he did what he did off the floor. You cannot defend that.
That's personal character.
What did he do as a teammate exactly? Tell me what, because he doesn't offer anything up. With LaMelo Ball, he's a bad defender.
Yeah.
With Miles Bridges, he just lumps him in and then stops.
Yeah. But it is interesting that Charlotte has been so aggressive in moving off of both of them. And it goes back to what you were saying last week. Again, we can get back into this later, but you could have waited and traded for Miles Bridges, because Charlotte wanted to move him and there weren't teams lining up. And even if you circled back around, even if you don't feel, I have to say this for the 1 millionth time, if you don't feel like Jaylen Brown was the right answer, he's a better player than Miles Bridges, and he's just an example that you could have gotten a better version of Miles Bridges probably if you had waited, but they weren't going to wait. And for whatever reason, they were just like, we got to have him right now. So now they got him.
I agree with all that. And I'm not condoning the trade. I'm simply saying that when a guy says this, then give me an example, or I don't believe what you're saying.
You're right, because with LaMelo Ball, he gives an example if he's not willing to defend. All right, when we come back, how exactly can the Arizona Diamondbacks turn their season around? Because right now is probably the time to do it. We're going to talk to D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lunson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Waltz off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
Diamondbacks starting a massive series in San Diego against the Padres tonight.
Just rub our faces in it, man.
Joining us from the great outdoors in San Diego on the Arizona Sports Line, and you can see it on YouTube, Jody Jackson, who seems to purposely be doing this interview from outside where, Jody, I'm guessing it's like 71 with a cool ocean breeze.
Yeah, I think it's only like 75, but you know, in the sun, guys, it's a little toasty here.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I did this the last couple of years. I was trying to kind of find a spot. It's my annual leading off from San Diego with Jody Jackson. So, yes, I'm sorry to do this to you because I did see the temperatures. We've actually been feeling good about the Phoenix weather, I think, relatively speaking. July 4th was kind of lovely, but yeah, it's supposed to get pretty toasty there this week. So you guys can come on out. You know, why don't you do a little remote out here? That would be fun, huh?
We should. We could get there by like 7 o'clock tonight and then just head right in.
I just think it's amazing that, you know, you see some of these guys and they're traveling to like, you know, D.C. and they're going back east or Midwest and it's humid. And then all of a sudden Jody pops up in San Diego. She's not stupid.
Yeah, how did you work this schedule out with Todd Walsh where he's going back like east into the snow and you get San Diego?
Well, honestly, and it is just a rotation, but I hate to look ahead, but I also feel a little bit bad about what Todd and the team has coming after the break. They have that St. Louis jammed in on the off day.
That's right.
So if that's not bad enough that I'm here in California for a week before the All-Star break. Yeah.
Oh, that's
but
not right.
It's just the way the schedule worked out.
Yeah, that's true. You're in LA later in the week too. Well, Jody, let's. I feel like we've had this conversation a lot this season of how big this series is, but now we are 89 games in. We're coming up on the All-Star break. The trade deadline's not really that far away if you just go by games before the trade deadline. And this is 4 games against a team that is struggling in San Diego and is tied with you in the wild card race. So at this point, like if somebody were able to win 3 or even certainly 4 of the games in the series, it almost feels like it would be a borderline knockout punch. Is that am I overstating that?
No. I mean, these are huge. These are huge games, and I don't need to tell you guys. I mean, these two teams have the exact same record, 44 and 45. The Padres have actually had some really bad stretches, as much as it feels like the Diamondbacks have. I mean, the Padres have had it in early June. They lost. They had an even longer losing streak than this recent one, which was 8 games. So it's crazy, and they both have struggled from a lack of offense. I mean, the Padres are worst in the league runs per game. The Diamondbacks are like 23rd. I mean, it is all relative. Again, these are small margins between all the teams in the league, honestly. But yeah, when you see that, you kind of wonder, what's going on. Mason Miller, we all know he's the best closer in the world, the best stuff at least, and he's only pitched 10 times since May 29. And it just speaks to their struggles. So, you look at this series and you say, both teams are struggling offensively, and yet, it feels like every time we go into, you look at it and say, well, so-and-so is getting hot now. And, Manny Machado's heating up a little bit. But the Diamondbacks they just came off it was a really closely contested series against the Brewers, where both squads had the pitching that they needed, and it was just one hit here or there. So I think this one's going to be there's going to be some more margins you can maybe win by here. Diamondbacks have been better at home more than the road this year. That's got to change. That's got to change this week, because this is a massive road trip. And you're right. For the Padres, they are a team that's still, yes, they finally snapped it yesterday, but they're a team that's still really lacking a lot of confidence, and in some ways just like the Diamondbacks, but in some ways the Diamondbacks have been better. It's hard to believe. Yesterday 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position, and yet in some ways you look at the Diamondbacks offense and you have more faith in the D-backs offense potentially than the Padres.
Yeah, the Padres have scored the fewest runs in the league. It's amazing for a team that has that kind of talent. Let me double back into the Brewers series and how we summarize that, because I thought Corbin had a great quote after the game where he just basically threw it on himself, the rest of the team, and they could have easily swept that series, let alone win one game. It just comes down to the margins. A hit here and there, as you said, 2 for 13. I think Corbin's got to get it going. I mean, he deserves an all-star nod, but these close games that they can't win, I think that's the biggest thing they got to turn around, because you're losing games, you're right on the cusp of winning, whether it was the bullpen. I understand Erod's not going to be perfect. He gives up the 1 home run, but it just seems like all these games are so closely contested and they just haven't been able to get either that pitch or that hit at the right time.
Yeah, and John, I'll start with the pitching, by the way. I mean, this bullpen, you can't ask for much more. I mean, they've been really, really good. And the fact that they could hang, how far away are we from a year ago when the bullpen, that was the problem, right? The offense was going pretty well, and the offense was blowing leads. And now you're right in that conversation when you're with these teams. You're right in there hanging with some of the teams with the best bullpens in the league. So you really like that. What I don't like is, they've built some innings. Yesterday they were building innings with some base runners, and they just couldn't get that big hit. And the wins that we have seen, the one where they scored 9 runs in St. Louis, or you look at them and the only difference is they're building the innings and then they're getting that big hit, or they're getting a little bit of slug. And you're right, Corbin Carroll, he was being very honest. I mean, Corbin Carroll's pretty honest when you talk to him at the locker after games like this or stretches, and he'll just, I think he said scuffling is kind of the word he would use. And I think what he means there is scuffling just means like you can't put it together, not only inning after inning, but game after game. So we see one really good game offensively, and then it dries up. So I think, and he did put it on himself, and he's in a 2 for 25 stretch right now. It wasn't that long ago. He was showing up not only with clutch hits, but homers. So if he's able to get that going somehow this week, maybe just a little reset here before this road trip. But, because we have seen a little better from Perdomo for sure. And Marte's in and out. Again, it's been, even at the top of the lineup, a little bit inconsistent. But, yeah, it's just – and that's the thing about the Padres, too. They are a talented team. And Manny Machado's a dangerous hitter. He's got 18 home runs. Tatis has been a little bit better, but still not a lot of power. And so it's just, when are these teams going to get it going? And I guarantee in their meetings today, they're having the same exact conversation, is that it needs to be today.
Yeah.
And so, the Diamondbacks are well aware of that, and they'll have to be aware of what hitters are most dangerous in that lineup. And then the Diamondbacks, they know that now is the time, because they don't want to have to, be sellers of the pieces that they have. I mean, this year, because they can stay in this, but it's all about the next week and really the whole month of July.
Jody, do you have like places lined up that you're going for food each day that you're out there? Is this like one of those sort of San Diego trips too?
It's funny. Actually, last night there's a place right here, Seaport Village. I like to go running in here, and there's just so many places you can get like fish tacos, shrimp tacos.
Isn't fair. Why did I ask that?
It actually, I can't even tell you the name of the place. Last night it was really good. Everything was kind of closing. But where else? Actually, Wednesday night, I believe, is on ESPN. So I'll have the night. I might go to one we go to in Coronado is like Brigantine. I think I'm getting that right.
All right.
That's a
and
good
she gets
spot.
a night off.
This isn't fair, Jody. This isn't right.
This is not by chance.
You're going to see John and I at one of these restaurants in like 2 days.
Yeah.
We're just going to be there. So just be ready.
Did we lose her?
We lost her. We lost Jody.
I was going to ask her a quick, because she is. If you're not watching, there you are.
She's back.
You've got the USA on. So what do you think tonight? What do you think? We're gonna be.
Well,
Belgium
it's funny. I just read they're gonna have a little watch party at Petco, so we're gonna capture a little of that on DBAX TV. We'll send that to you over by Petco or surrounding Petco. There's a little watch party. I don't know. I haven't, honestly. I'm all in on USA. This is actually a USA baseball shirt, but hey, it works, right?
It works perfect.
And I'm just all in because I'm like everyone. I'm so excited that this is the best chance USA has had in the World Cup in a very long time, like decades. So I don't know. I don't have a prediction, but
That sounds like guaranteeing a win.
But you're going to go somewhere really nice with great fish tacos, perfect weather to watch.
75 degrees.
I know that.
Jody, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again later this week, all right?
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, take care. That's Jody Jackson joining us on the Arizona Sports Line from beautiful San Diego heading into this.
She's way smarter than anyone else.
Very, very important series for the Diamondbacks and Padres tonight. All right, when we come back, let's get into soccer. We talked to Jake Ziven earlier, and we're going to react to some of what he said. But, the bigger picture right now, you and I haven't got a chance to react to this yet, John. Was it the right call for FIFA to basically unsuspend Flo Balogun for tonight's round of 16 game against Belgium, and what ramifications does it have for both teams tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. Says you can treat it at home, you're not sure though, cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will make the start for the D-backs. He will oppose Walker Buehler. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein is finalizing an extension. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts? Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, and they've got some work to do this week before the All-Star break. Talking Diamondbacks baseball on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. We got a massive soccer game coming up in 6 hours here. U.S. Belgium. We talked to Jake Ziven a little bit earlier in the show, play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV. And I'm going to start here, John. There's a lot of directions, honestly, to go with the storylines heading into this game. But one of the things he said, and I think you do kind of feel it right now, is the U.S. is suddenly viewed as the villains in this World Cup. You know, for a while, it's like, okay, there's 3 host countries. Well, 2 of them are out now. Mexico lost that crazy game last night. Canada lost earlier in the weekend. So now we're the only host country left in it. But also, it now, fair or not, and I would say kind of unfairly, looks like we're getting special treatment. And we probably are in the sense that Balogun got his red card reversed. That does feel like special treatment. And I hate being the person who gets special treatment. That was just never... It's just not, it's not anything I experienced a whole lot growing up, and I don't like it. But he shouldn't have been suspended in the first place. So it's like 2 wrongs are making a right here.
Well, the first way I look at it, because I always look at it, this is just how my mind works, I look at it as the other side. If we were having this conversation and Belgium had their potentially best player come back, right, the day of the game, or yesterday, I guess, when it was like, what? We would be up in arms. Like, oh, this is ridiculous. FIFA is completely corrupt and everything. But just the whole...
They might be.
Yeah, and they might do a documentary just on this part of it, because apparently now, I don't know if you saw the press conference. There was a press conference at the White House this morning, and Trump takes credit for this. He says that he called, and now whether that's true or not, I don't know. FIFA's released a statement basically saying that, look, we're completely out of this. We're, we go down the middle. We're 50-50, and this is what we decided to do. But a lot of people think FIFA's corrupt. Then Belgium came out and said, hey, we appeal this. And then FIFA came back and said, you can't appeal it. You weren't even there. Like, what are you talking about? So,
which that I'm not conflicted over at all.
No,
Belgium,
right.
Belgium can get out.
Yeah.
Like if your case is going to be like, oh, the U.S. is asking for a free pass, getting their player back. What are you doing, Belgium?
You weren't even there.
Yeah, you're
about?
just trying to play the U.S. shorthanded. This doesn't involve you. If anything, it involves Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the U.S. played shorthanded the rest of that game. So the way this is playing out now is probably the way it actually should have. Where, okay, if it's a foul, whatever, the U.S. had to play shorthanded the rest of that game. It was very much in question. They're only up 1-0, and now you're playing shorthanded for the last 30 minutes. He shouldn't be suspended for this game. That's ridiculous. Yeah. But the optics now are, hey, this game's in the U.S., it's the U.S. complaining, and all of a sudden...
I don't disagree with that.
This has happened before. It happened for Ronaldo.
It's probably some sort of sketchy corruption going on.
It is.
But FIFA has been sketchy and corrupt for years, and it's just finally benefiting us. So, I guess I just don't really care.
Well, because it's in our favor. And I said this before the tournament even started. We were going to get home cooking.
We weren't getting home cooking.
No,
Remember I said that last week? I was like, if you're going to take all our ranch dressing, this red card gets rescinded. I didn't think they were going to take me seriously.
But, I mean, since the Australia game where I thought we got a lot of good calls, we really haven't gotten that home cooking, but this is the ultimate of it. But let's just look at it in a big picture thought. We're like, I don't know, the Knicks all of a sudden just became relevant in the NBA again. And the NBA for years was probably like, God, it would be great if the Knicks were any good or the Lakers were any good or the Bulls were any good. Those are the top 3 markets in the country.
Yeah.
So to have U.S. soccer go bananas and even higher than we've ever gone while it's in our country, on our home soil, probably benefits soccer in a big, big way.
Yeah.
So if you are looking at it in a big picture, hey, sorry, you're a small country or you're Belgium or anybody else, this is good for the sport. And if you got these people on truth serum, would they have normally done this? No. Would they do this for another country? Probably not. But I think it benefits them to have us in it as the major host country here and to go as far as we possibly can, if you want to look at it in that sense.
They did do a version of this for Ronaldo not that long ago. You brought up the question earlier, like, would we be upset if this was happening somewhere else to a different team? So there's a couple ways to look at this, right? Is the somewhere else to a different team like, okay, something like this, Mexico gets their best player back against England or something, the exact same circumstances? I wouldn't be upset because it shouldn't have been a red card. Like, he shouldn't be suspended. But it's different, like, if you're saying, if it's just 2 neutral teams or whatever, I think the right thing happened. If you're telling me, though, like, Belgium would have got their best player back, yeah, we probably would have been upset because it's going to hurt the U.S.
But I don't think they would have. See, that's where I think the rest of the world is upset, is because no offense to Belgium, the beer is amazing, the waffles are great, but the reality is they're not a big enough country to have this kind of pull. I mean, if we're going to go complete, and wear the tinfoil hat and everything like that, this is something the U.S. gets.
Yeah.
Maybe France gets it or some of the major. But,
like a soccer power
right,
or a
but
world
it's
power.
benefiting us in our country. So I don't think even if you're all Team USA, and I am, it's just, look, we got over. I mean, I think that's fair.
The part of this that sucks is if the U.S. wins, people are going to point and say, oh, that's why. Even if Balogun doesn't do anything tonight, although I can't imagine the U.S. winning where he doesn't do anything. And there was a way the U.S. could have won if he didn't play, but if he's going to be out there in that role, I can't imagine them winning without him doing something. But it's entirely possible the U.S. would have won this game anyway, and certainly he shouldn't have been suspended. Like, I understand that people, especially Belgium, they're going to point if the U.S. wins and say, like, hey, yeah, sure, because you got special treatment. He shouldn't have been suspended. Like, right. It's so now it just adds an extra layer to this game. And, the other thing we talked to Jake Ziven about earlier in the show, this is the U.S. I think if they win this game tonight, and I'm always I try to be in tune with this because I grew up playing hockey, and I grew up playing hockey in a part of the country where hockey wasn't huge. So and then obviously worked for the Coyotes here where hockey wasn't huge. Like, there's a huge fan base here, but it's kind of under the radar compared to the other sports. It's always, to me, like, what does this do for the sport? The U.S. has been to the Final 8 before. I think it's twice ever. One was in 1930, so I'm not counting that because it was a different format. And then we were there in 2002, and he pointed out, where we lost to Germany. But the U.S. hasn't been in a position to beat a European power in soccer and then move on to the Final 8. Like, if they win this game, this is arguably the biggest win in U.S. men's soccer history.
No, and I think it'll keep going as long as we can win. Here's the other thing, too. I don't care, and I don't think USA cares, and I don't think FIFA cares, whatever people are, quote-unquote, saying. You either get there or you don't. You either win or you don't. Whatever the circumstances are.
I think in a year people will forget.
Yeah,
anyway.
Exactly. So as far as they can possibly go, and if they can really take advantage of this and go even further than this, every game becomes the biggest. Because of the circumstances. Look, it's a modern day. It's all this media. It's all these people watching. It's on our home soil. This could have big time. And I know we say this every time, but I believe it this time.
But also they also keep not getting past this game, too.
But I just think it'll have long-reaching implications. And for soccer, just like how we're trying to grow our sports all over the world, this is a massive opportunity to grow U.S. soccer. Why wouldn't they take advantage of it? Of course they would. This is a massive game for U.S. soccer, for soccer in general, and I don't care if people say you only won because of. It doesn't matter.
They'll forget in a year or whatever. I mean, it's not like the U.S. got somebody on Belgium suspended. You know what I mean? It's not like this is the championship game and you're playing France and you got Mbappe suspended somehow. You got your own player back who shouldn't have been suspended.
Yeah, what could we plant something? Could we do something?
The tournament's still young. We still got time.
I know that people are like, did you see Mexico? They were shooting fireworks at
England's hotel to keep them up. Yeah.
Whatever it takes, man. That's just, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Well, we still got a couple more rounds here. Leave work early, July 22nd, and join us at Chase Field for Half Day Club. We're going to be live before D-backs A's and then tossing out the first pitch right before D-backs A's. Lower level tickets, just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text half to 620 for details. All right, when we come back, a question about the Arizona Cardinals that I would say is pretty fair about their offseason. I know people are ripping their offseason. I think we can defend their offseason a little bit, but this one specific part might be indefensible. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain are finally finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstoneshop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. With the season in the balance, Corbin Carroll said the Diamondbacks need urgency without pressing. Dan Bickley writes on why this World Cup feels bigger than soccer for the United States. And the Belgian Soccer Federation is challenging Flo Balogun's eligibility to play for the U.S. in their World Cup match. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Well, that challenge has already been shot down.
We'd like to challenge. Oops.
Yeah.
You weren't even there. What are you challenging?
And I do wonder, too, you were saying this earlier, I think it was off the air, but like, okay, we had Jake Ziven on, and he's like, okay, now the U.S. is kind of viewed as the villains of this World Cup, which I agree, but you were like, look, we're already viewed as the villains. I do wonder, though, like within hardcore soccer circles, probably a lot of neutral parties want the U.S. to win because Belgium's a top 10 team. And like if the U.S. wins this and they're playing Spain or Portugal, probably a lot of people want the U.S. to win that too. If you're a soccer person, just because you want the favorites to lose unless they're your team or whatever.
I think we're kind of like the Knicks in the NBA. Like everybody's like, oh, it's been a long time since the Knicks won, major market, everything. But then when they win, you're like, ugh.
Well, yeah, because if we do win the whole thing, you're going to get real sick of us real quickly. But you know what?
Because just like with hockey, it's like, oh, look, we're the champions. And they're like, no, you just got here. And it's like, yeah, but we're the best. They're going to hate us. They would just, we'll be so obnoxious.
That's true.
We'll wear our jerseys everywhere, travel the country. Oh, look at who's number 1 in soccer, too. What don't we do? Would you like some ranch? Like, you know, it's just.
Oh, I'm out of ranch. Sorry.
I guess we're the best at everything. And we don't even care about hockey and soccer, but we're still the best.
Hockey gold, World Cup, although right now we're still just in the final 60. By the way, watching the World Cup in Vegas.
Oh, that had to be amazing.
The That's as good as it gets. Because we were talking about this last week. Like, you want to watch these games out at a sports bar or something with a bunch of people. But in Vegas, everybody's there from all over the world anyway. And we were watching the Argentina Cape Verde game, which was an amazing game. And halfway, like, I would say somewhere towards the end of the game, like, all the Argentina people are stressed out. And this girl shows up next to us in Argentina, and she's just, like, yelling stuff at the TV in Spanish and then yelling stuff at me in Spanish. I'm like, I can't control what's going to happen out here, right? I don't know if that. And then they scored to take the lead in extra time. She was, like, doing the thing where she was, like, so stressed out. She was, like, fanning herself. Like, they score. She just freaks out and leaves. There's still more game, right? Cape Verde scored right after the tie.
They had scored the tie at 2 at the last second.
She left when it was 2-1, and then Cape Verde tied. I was like, man, if they...
He runs into the crowd, finds his girlfriend. How great was that?
That was fantastic. I was like, if Argentina loses this game and she gets home and sees this score, this is going to be...
That had to be, like, watching, because I watch these games in sports bars and stuff, but Vegas is like times 10, because... Not only is it just, like you said, there's all sorts of different people, but then people have bets on the game.
That's the thing,
and that changes everybody's opinion when you have money down.
Yeah.
Like that, there's no better place to watch sports than Vegas.
It was clear there was a lot of legitimate Argentina fans there, and they got stressed the more as the game went out. But then it was also clear there's a lot of people that had bet on Cape Verde because they were such an underdog. And I was like, it was great to just not care who won. You know what I mean?
Is that where you're from? No, I have $50 on this game.
There's like 8,000 people here from Cape Verde. Like, how can you all be here?
It's amazing.
All right. Rick and Jamal, by the way, we got to give them credit for stepping up and firing some of these stories off, because I think Jamal found the Miles Bridges story we were looking at earlier. Rick found this one. Looking at look at that, nice clap right there.
Yeah, a little golf clap. Very nice, very nice. We'll get that closer to the mic.
We had now it seems insincere. We had the story earlier last week where it was ESPN handing out offseason grades, and they gave the Cardinals the lowest grade in the league. And it's like, okay, I get that they're not good, but was their offseason really that bad? Then you found another one. NFL.com gave the Cardinals a D- for their offseason. Not for their overall team, but their offseason. Yeah. Again, that seems a little ridiculous. But the story that Rick found, this is, I think, at least something to look at. And it was on Sports Illustrated. I believe they were referencing an Athletic article. I could be off on that. But they were looking at the fact, it was the Athletic, that the Cardinals really didn't do much to address their defense this offseason. And the Athletic story by Jacob Robinson isn't giving them a grade. Like, this isn't the Cardinals got a D or whatever. I'm just kind of saying this in conjunction with these other stories. These other stories are looking and saying, I don't like the Jeremiah Love pick. Like, basically, we want a Jeremiah Love on a team on the East Coast. That's what I hear when people say that, if they're not a Cardinals fan. But this particular story that isn't handing out a grade just questions what they're doing on defense. I think that's a fair question, honestly.
Yeah. I'm looking at it, and this is everybody else is a starter. Roy Lopez is the only projected new starter. He's been here, but he came over from Detroit. Andrew Billings, a backup defensive lineman they got from Chicago. Andrew Wingard, who we actually had on the show, but he's more of a special teams guy. That's basically what you've done. Isaiah Oliver, I'm not a huge fan. I covered him in San Francisco. He just cannot. He's stuck between kind of a linebacker and a safety. He's not a good cover guy. So they didn't address a lot to that side of the ball. They just didn't. And what they're expecting is, and you and I get to this conversation all the time, which is the if these guys can improve. Mm-hmm. So it's Walter Nolan, it's Robinson, it's Collins, it's Simon, it's all these guys secondary wise, it's Rabbit, it's all these guys. What they've basically done is, and they've kept the same coordinator and said, we hope for these guys to get better. That's what they're banking on, because they didn't go out and in a big way address new players onto the defense, at least according to the depth chart as of this moment. It can change. Roy Lopez is the only new starter that would be projected into next year's lineup defensively.
Yeah, and I do like Roy Lopez, but that's not a move that moves the needle. You are investing essentially in Walter Nolan in year 2, Darius Robinson, getting going in year 3. You're investing in Mack Wilson being healthy here. Like, there are parts of this. And I like Nick Rallis, but he had a bad year last year. I really liked what he was doing previous to last year. And I get it. Guys were hurt. Like, there's a lot of truth in the Cardinals defense was unusually beat up because they were playing 3rd and 4th string guys by the end of the year. So part of me understands the logic of, we don't want to bail on Nick Rallis quite yet, because he was a hot name a year ago, basically, around the league. And part of me understands that, maybe our best way to get better defensively, because we invested our entire draft a year ago in defense, was for these guys to take the next step. But I also think you are leaving yourself open to, if they don't, then people are going to lose jobs because you really have not addressed defense. So if some of these guys that haven't been able to stay on the field can't stay on the field again, you're going to get blown out in a lot of these games. Even if these guys stay on the field, but they don't take the next step, like, I think you leave yourself open to a lot of scrutiny because you didn't do much to address the defense. And it also kind of raises the question, if you want to go down this path of like, okay, do they want to go all in this year when you're in a division with the Seahawks and Rams and Niners where they are? Or do you want to just, let's roll with what we have, and if it doesn't work, we're taking a quarterback in 2027? It's a fair question to ask when you look at the fact they didn't really do anything with the defense.
Well, and I think what they have to do, if they're going to win games, and it's a really difficult schedule, on all those kind of things, but they're not going to just say, oh, we're not going to play, is that those skill position players who ESPN has said is sixth in the NFL, they've got to come forward, and they've got to have somebody quarterback-wise, because clearly they're going to have to outscore teams. I mean, if you look at just where they are, I know the offensive line is still a question mark, but they've got skill guys to score points.
Yeah.
They have an offensive-minded head coach now, which would lead you to believe that they could score more points. Because looking at this defense...
Don't know who the quarterback is. But
right, that's a problem. That's a major, major problem. And that's why they're getting D's, is because they're going, what'd you do at quarterback?
Yeah.
Oh, you got Carson Beck in the third round? We don't believe in that. You got a holdout for your starting quarterback? I mean, that's mainly where the
stuff
grade
I
is coming
understand.
from.
If you want to give the Cardinals a low grade for their offseason because you're going into July and we don't know who the quarterback is, or because the defense wasn't really addressed, that's fine. It just feels like the reasoning in all these stories, other than this athletic one, is they drafted Jeremiah Love. That's a good move.
Right. That's
point to
ridiculous.
the other stuff they didn't do right.
Yeah, but I mean, defensively, it's bare, and they're basically saying, we believe in these guys, but we've had this conversation many times. I have a philosophy when it comes to sports. The more ifs you have, the worse your team is. And so when you say we're counting on Nolan and Robinson and Collins and Simon, and let alone the secondary, growth from the secondary and the young players there, that means that a couple of those guys probably come through on average, but the majority don't when you have all those ifs, and they just didn't address the defense.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple of years who haven't really proven it yet, and that's fine. I mean, ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work, but if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rawlis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball now.
See, but you bring up a really good point. If you look at these guys, Nolan, first-round pick, Robinson, first-round pick, Collins, first-round pick. You can go on down the line. Second-round picks into the secondary. I mean, even Buddha, second-round pick, that's a long time ago. But, there's a lot of first- and second-round picks on this side. And probably what they did is they looked at it and they said, look, we have invested. Like, if people say we have not invested in the defense, we have invested. These guys just haven't come through.
Yeah. Well, last year, all they did was invest on the defense. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. Series lost to the Brewers over the weekend, and it may have highlighted one of the Diamondbacks' biggest issues right now. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really?
How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments, clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein is finalizing an extension. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Team USA got a reprieve. Will they get a gigantic victory? We'll talk World Cup soccer Tuesday morning. Tune in. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, you got to win now. Got your best player back. Got to win this game tonight.
Yep.
We'll get back into the World Cup conversation because there's already a lot riding on this game, and now it's been taken up to a whole new level. But we were talking, it's Wolf and Luke, John Lund's in for Wolf today, talking about the Diamondbacks. Talked about it with Jody Jackson, who was just hanging out outside in her 70-degree weather in San Diego for this entire week as they play the Padres and then Dodgers. You know, we were celebrating Erod Day last week, going into his start last week, and then he won, as he always does. So then we celebrated the next day, too. He started yesterday. We didn't get to celebrate it because it was a weekend, but he didn't win yesterday. But he pitched well enough to win, and it kind of highlights, John, just how dependent they are on him. Like, you can't give up 2 runs. You got to give us like 7 innings and give up 1 run for us to have a chance to win right now. And because the rest of the starters are not getting it done, they couldn't even go to the bullpen as early as maybe they normally would yesterday. Like, Erod had it. He just maybe didn't have it for 7 innings. And they still leaned on him anyway, and he got tagged for, 2 runs, and that was enough to lose? So, not great. I mean, he's been great, but you can't put everything on one pitcher.
Yeah, and that's too bad because basically he gave up a home run, and that lost him the game, but I don't put it on him. And you look at the National League, and by the way, it's awesome that he made the All-Star team in a year like this because of the way Sanchez is pitching and Mizorowski's pitching and Chase Burns is pitching and Sale.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's so many great starting pitchers in the National League. So for him to be on that, and he absolutely 100% deserves it. But like you said, he goes out and he has to pitch perfectly.
Yeah.
And it just seems, and I'm not advocating for Torrey to get fired or anything, but it just seems like right now, it's not only is the pitching struggling, but I think Torrey's having a hard time getting his arms around it, when I should take a guy out, when I should leave a guy in. It was one too many batters for Erod yesterday. He's struggling with Gallen sometimes. I believe he should be a little bit earlier with Gallen. Hey, when he's rolling, get him out of there, let him have confidence, but he's staying a little bit longer. So, I think he's struggling to find where the hold is, because my thought is, hey, let your relievers go after it. They've been the best part consistently of your team this year. So more about the relievers, but then he knows, there's 71 games left, so he's thinking to himself, I got to conserve these guys. My thought process is, conserve them for what? Because if you don't start winning some games in bulk here, not just 2 out of 3 here and there, then you can give them the whole month of September off. It's not going to matter.
You're going to be calling up a bunch of guys to get looks from Reno. Here's Torrey after the game yesterday, addressing actually what you were just talking about.
We had a lot of things going in our favor. Erod was really cruising, did a good job, and pitched into that 7th inning. I made a decision that directly impacted the game and sent him back out there for the 7th inning. I thought he deserved that opportunity at 91, 92 pitches to get us a couple outs with some lefties backed up in there, but just made a mistake. Base hit and a home run, and really is a difference in this game. But overall, Erod was fantastic. He had a really good breaking ball, the fastball command. He could throw it where he wanted to, when he wanted to. These are the things that I wear at night. When I'm going to bed, I'm thinking it through. I'll think it through 1,000 times tonight. But I hate the way it happened. But he is our best pitcher. He did deserve that opportunity, in my opinion, but it was the wrong decision. So that's what I got to wear. We're extremely short in the bullpen, So I'm adding up a lot of things in real time, and I told him I need 3 batters from you. Can you go out there and give me 3? But he assured me he can get through it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
There's a couple things to really read into that. Was it the wrong call? Yeah, I don't know a lot of D-backs fans that are faulting Torrey for this specifically. You got your best pitcher out there. He hasn't given up a run. You're trying to get one more inning out of him. That stuff happens. Every manager, nobody gets that right 100% of the time. But two things that kind of fed into that. He mentioned one, okay, our bullpen's extremely just beat up right now. Well, that's because your other starters aren't giving you enough innings. Again, and so that it's like, is that really Torrey's fault, or are they just too thin? And then the flip side to this is, when Erod's going out there in the 7th inning, he hasn't given up a run, and it's only 1-0. All he did, it's not like they ran him out there for the 7th and he loaded the bases and gave up a triple and loaded him again and gave up a home run. He gave up a single and a home run. That was it, and that's enough to lose. So your hitters aren't doing anything. So that to me is less, it's not on Erod at all. I don't even think it's on Torrey yesterday. I think it's on the fact, and it's not on the bullpen, it's the fact your other starters aren't giving you enough, and your hitters aren't giving you any runs.
Yeah, and look, I'm not, this specific incident, and especially the way that you just explained it, I'm not putting that on him, because here are my options. I have a burned out pen, or I have my guy who's been so good this year, and I'm going to put him out for the 7th inning. I don't disagree with what he did. I'm just simply saying that he just seems to be in a rut right now where because of, I think some of it is the injuries. He's got to watch his bullpen, but he's going to get to the point. I think we are really here with the Padres series, because he mentioned this after the game too. They're in the same exact spot that they were a year ago. And if you go into these last few games before the All-Star break and you struggle like you did last year, you're going to be sellers again. And if you're sellers, that means you're not going to need your pen. So I get what he's trying to do. We got to get through 162. I understand that. But your critical point of the season is right now.
Yeah.
And so you've got to stay in this thing. And if you don't, because if people aren't watching, the Cubs are playing better. The Phillies are playing better. They're on 90-win paces. The Cardinals are playing better. The Marlins were just the best team in the National League through June. They're playing better. So the first two teams are on 90-win paces. The Marlins and the Cardinals are on like 88-win paces, and you're 45 and 46. You've got to play at this point moving forward 600 baseball to get a wild card spot. Two teams are playing 600 baseball right now, the Dodgers and the Brewers. That is it.
Yeah.
So how realistic is it? If I'm Torrey, I get it. I don't want to burn my pen. But now is the time, pedal to the metal, because it's not going to matter if you don't put yourself in a position right now.
Well, and I also think, longtime followers of the Diamondbacks, I'd be interested to hear if they agree with me on this or not. But I think Torrey's feeling the pressure. He's only signed through this year. I have long felt they're never going to fire him mid-season unless he's doing a terrible job. And he's not. He doesn't do a terrible job. But is he doing enough to figure it out? Like, at a certain point, you got to make the playoffs more than once every few years. Whether it's your fault or not, as the manager, you feel the heat. So if he's only signed through this season, the way I would, and I'm not saying they should even do this, I'm saying if they're going to move on from Torrey, to me, it's always been like they're just going to let his contract run out. Oh, we missed the postseason again. All right, Torrey, thanks for all you did. You've done a lot here. You almost won us a World Series. Again, I'm not saying they should do that yet, but if I'm Torrey, I think he's feeling that pressure. And the reason I think he's feeling it is not only the situation, but this is where I go, if you're a longtime observer of this team, you can almost hear it in some of his answers. Like, he's kind of justifying why he did stuff. And, even with like the Cattell stuff before and some of the other things, and I don't think he's wrong, but normally he usually gives you a lot, but he doesn't necessarily say, okay, yeah, I made the wrong decision. Like, he's still taking the accountability. And this yesterday to me was more of a hindsight's 20/20 sort of wrong decision. But he also threw in there, because our bullpen's taxed.
That's a lot of explaining.
It's kind of like, what am I supposed to do? And he's 100% right. But just normally in the past, you don't always hear him say the second part. He just says, yeah, I made the wrong decision.
Yeah, look, I'm not blaming him with this because I don't know what manager could get through the situation pitching-wise better than what they're doing right now. They're in a really tough spot from a pitching standpoint. Like, Brandon Pfaadt tonight has got to win. They need this spot.
Yeah.
And here's a guy who's basically a spot starter, sixth starter kind of a guy.
You gotta
That's right. I like it.
There's some drumming for you.
Very nice. But he's got to win tonight. They've got to kick this off in the right way, this series. It's really, really important. I think it's difficult, the position that he's put in. And then from the runners in scoring position, Jody said it earlier, they went 2 for 13. Torrey doesn't take at bats. Again, you can blame this all on him because he's a big boy and he makes the big bucks. But I think you pointed something out very, very well, which is at the end of the year, they may celebrate him and say, hey, we need some new leadership just to have it. Not that you've done anything wrong. There was lots of injuries, but it's probably time. But they're not going to, with 25, 30 games left, they're not going to say we're firing him.
No, and the bigger issue for that, I know there's a lot of people that want to see that and want to see them move on, and that's great and all, and maybe it happens. I hope they just make the postseason. They don't have to do that. I don't think that solves their problem. That's kind of what I'm saying, is the bigger issue is they're just too short-handed right now. Whether you think Torrey's doing a good job or not, they've got other issues, deeper issues I think they need to figure out, because they don't have enough offense and they don't have enough pitching. And the pitching is maybe because of injuries, but the offense isn't. All right, when we come back, let's get back into basketball. Eventually, the Suns are going to have an introductory press conference to talk about that Miles Bridges trade, I would assume. They haven't yet. They really couldn't have one until today. So what do you want to hear in that press conference? What's that? What is going to make you feel better if you're a Suns fan? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They're playing a game of chess right now, and all they have to play with is a bunch of pawns. And the other team has queens and rooks and bishops and horses and castles, and you've got a bunch of pawns.
You want to tell them what the horses and the castles are?
Hold on.
You can do this.
Hold on.
You can do this.
Rook, that's the castle, right? Knight?
I think that's the horsey.
Yeah. See? It just feels easy to say horsey and castle.
I know, but you see, you always give everybody a hard time when they use big words and you say, why not just say simple things? But if you actually know the words, you should use them.
No, because I have to think in that, and in radio, you can't hey, listen, I have
I don't want to, I'm doing a radio
dead
show.
Air?
I don't want to think.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know,
Flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Joined us Tuesday morning. Torey Lovello said he was jacked for a big road trip before the All-Star break. Will he be as jacked after Game 1 in San Diego? We'll get into it, that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
How long do you think we have to wait for LeBron to pick a team? Like, let's start throwing out
That's a good question.
Some like mile markers here.
End of the week.
And so
I think it'll be end of the week.
You think he will sign before the Major League All-Star game?
Yes.
Okay. John?
I think after the World Cup, he wants to have the whole sports universe to himself.
He needs a
He
couple
doesn't want
days
any
of,
distractions.
Where do I want to play?
The World Cup is still going on. That might distract from me.
That's true. And we need like a LeBron Cup, a
Yeah,
LeBron sweepstakes.
right before training camps or something where he's got this clear window, where it's like it can be all LeBron 24/7. Not that it's, well, I was going to say not that it's not. Fox actually went away.
They actually are mentioning the fact that the U.S. is playing a knockout round game tonight.
That's amazing.
And it based on the font, I mean, we can't hear the broadcast, but it doesn't even say, like, how does USA-Belgium affect LeBron? It just looks like it's just straight USA-Belgium.
That is amazing. I thought they'd have, like, at least a sidebar that talked about LeBron or something.
How does tonight's game affect LeBron's legacy?
Let's see. I mean, okay, well, if the U.S. loses, LeBron probably makes his decision sooner. If the U.S. wins, he's going to have to put it off.
He can't have that. He doesn't want to compete with USA Soccer. So,
Jamal, do you have a date in mind for the LeBron sweepstakes to finally end?
What if he just waits and like just doesn't tell anybody, and then like day one of the season he just like comes out WWE style.
Shows up on the couch.
That wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
Although they did show, you never know what's AI and what's real now. But he was in Akron, right, with a bunch of old high school buddies, and they got a picture in an elevator.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was AI. Like I think he admitted. So
how do you know the elevator's in Akron?
Right. I don't know.
I mean,
they said
they
that.
have
but you're
elevators
right.
outside
It's a
of
good
Akron.
point. So I don't know, but it would seem to be that like, why else would you go to Cleveland? Like, I get it if you're like you were in Vegas.
That's a reasonable
or
question.
someone's in San Diego, like Jody, or places like that. Do you randomly go to Akron, Ohio, just for the hell of it in the middle of
the
summer?
Elevators were like to decide, like, okay,
Yeah, it's probably the worst kept secret ever. But like you said, there is that small percent that he goes somewhere else. But yeah, he wants the stage to himself.
Well, his agent said 27 teams have called about him. 27 teams can't afford LeBron. Like, they can't even fit LeBron on their roster.
Well, I got news for that guy. If he is telling the truth, which he may not be, and will play for the minimum, well, no kidding, everybody's calling.
If he's going to play for the minimum, then at this point, I wouldn't mind if the Suns called.
Right. But I mean, if he's playing for the minimum, then that's why those teams call. If he wants $50 million or something or whatever his actual
worth is. If he wants $50 million, then like 4 teams can even afford him.
Calling.
All right, so the press conference, I would assume there's going to be one at some point.
There has to be.
And there hasn't been one yet, not because of anything the Suns have done wrong, but now we're like actually into all these moves that were made in the NBA. It's the dumbest thing ever where the NBA is like, oh, I don't know if these moves are real for 2 weeks. Okay, now they're officially becoming real this week. So at some point, the Phoenix Suns are going to have an introductory press conference. Is there anything specific you want to hear them say at this press conference about the Miles Bridges move, or just even about the offseason in general?
I think they have to let the media do their job first and foremost, which is, look, I get it. And I said this before. It was a few years ago. It was 210 games ago. But when you have something that is going to affect the fan base and everything, and everybody's buzzing like we were when this move first got asked, the PR people of the Suns cannot say that's basketball questions only, or that's enough of that. Or I've attended a few of these that were very tense because of similar situations like this. And there's been teams who have let the media go so that it's just once and for all. And afterwards, you can say that. Afterwards, Miles Bridges can then say, I've said everything I'm going to say.
Yep.
That's fine.
That's the way you got to do it.
But it all has to be on the table. Everybody has to be able to ask the questions. The PR people can't hold up their hand and say that's enough, basketball only. I get it. A long time ago, this happened in Charlotte, but for us as a media, this is brand new, and all the questions have to be able to be asked. So some of it is on Miles Bridges. The more honest he's going to be, the better it's going to be for him. But the staff of the Suns has to understand that we have to be able to ask our questions, and if we're not, then this is going to linger.
That's the biggest thing. There's not anything specific I necessarily want to hear, like word for word from anybody. I just don't want the Suns to run from it. Like, I want to hear, and I'm sure somebody will ask Brian Gregory, all this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. You know, like to your point with Miles Bridges, like, I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges. So you have alienated a good chunk of your fan base. And I'm not saying they'll never come back, but you got to give them a reason to. You can't just be like, oh, you don't know anything. It's fine.
Yeah, there
we'll
has
just
to be
move
honesty.
forward. Yeah, like you have to. Front office has to sit down, and probably Miles Bridges is going to have to talk too. But certainly the front office is going to have to sit there and take the questions, because you made this move. And right now it just looks like Yeah, he went to Michigan State. Deal with it. Well, address it. Talk about it.
And it can't just be basketball, and you can't say move on. And look, I believe this. We are a forgiving country.
Yeah, and this is a forgiving
especially when it
market,
comes to
too.
sports. Like, okay, he's wearing our uniform. We want to forgive.
Like,
However,
this isn't New York. Like, if you just address it, like, people will. Okay.
But what we've seen in the past is, and we can use like PEDs, for example, like avoiding it and then you go after it. But there was guys through that whole PED thing who said, you know what, I did use, and you know what, I shouldn't have, and this and that. If you give us a reason why, we will forgive you. But if you're going to be Pete Rose and deny till you die, you know what my strategy is going to be? Deny till you die. If you do that, then we have the opposite approach, and we just want honesty. And you got to lay it down on the line. You have to admit you were wrong. If you do that thing, and all he has to do is do it once, and all the front office has to do is do it once. But if you continue to hide, or if you're vague in your answers, or if you don't allow us to get to the bottom of what we want to do as a media, then this is going to come up again and again and again. And the Suns know this, but teams don't always handle it this way. So they've got to just totally open up, expose everything, do it once, and then from that point forward, if you do it right, you don't have to talk about it anymore. But if you don't, then it's going to linger forever.
You owe your fans that, and you owe yourself that to a certain extent of the last thing you said. If you don't ever truly address it, it is a story, and it just continues to be a story for as long as he's here. But you owe your fan base an explanation, and then everybody can just kind of move forward together. But you do. Like, there's a lot of people that come to Suns games that want an escape from the real world or the bad things in the real world. And now you're looking and saying, wait, we're going to talk about character and this and that, but unless it fits what you want to do on the courts. And again, it's not right, but it's not like they just traded for the best player in the NBA. They traded for a guy that might not even help them win any more games.
Yeah.
So all you've done at that point is killed the vibes for a lot of your fan base. You got to address it.
Well, and I don't want to hear. Here's what I don't want to hear. You asked what you do want to hear. What I don't want to hear is, are we going to talk basketball? Are there any basketball questions? Are they like? When we're done as a media, then we'll let you know. And look, this isn't a really hard media. This isn't New York, and it's not Philly, and it's on the West Coast. It's just a little bit different. But you have to let us ask our questions, get to the bottom of it. And when we've exhausted that, then we'll get to basketball questions. But it's going to lead. It's going to start with, why were you comfortable with bringing him in, given the domestic violence issues of the past? What made you believe that this would work? And then it's going to go from there, and you have to let them exhaust their questions, and it will get to basketball. But if you leave anything lingering, it will come up again. They know what to do, but sometimes it can get frustrating, especially for officials who are like, hey, we made this move, we're excited. Doesn't anyone want to talk basketball? That's the worst thing it can do.
It's going to be a very uncomfortable press conference, but you signed up for that when you made the trade. And I got to think on some level, you thought as an organization, it's worth it. It's worth the uncomfortable press conference for what this guy can do on the court going forward.
By the way, the sooner the better. And I know they just
they
just
couldn't
became,
yet, but now let's do it.
At some point this week or here in the near future, they've got to do this quickly because it's lingering. We're all sitting there going, when? I get it, the holiday, and it's official now, and all these kind of things, but they got to do this quickly and get this thing out of the way so that the positive vibes can then build up before the season.
All right, we come back. We're going to take through top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Did they have like crazy water slides and all that stuff?
They
at the
did.
Hotel?
3 really big water slides. 1 that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark, my big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the
you have a wedgie.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2visionrle.com. K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Best data rates may apply.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will make the start for the D-backs. He will oppose Walker Buehler. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein is finalizing an extension. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick's not dancing anymore. Rick, you're conserving your dancing energy till later?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
The United States men's national team takes on Belgium in the World Cup round of 16 tonight. Our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can vote on now at arizonasports.com, asks, how optimistic are you the U.S. beats Belgium to advance to the World Cup quarterfinals? No doubts here. Pretty confident. Not feeling great.
I like those answers. Did you come up with those answers? They're good.
I did not today. This was not a Jesse Morrison special.
Very nice.
I'm going to say, well, certainly not no doubts here. Belgium's, I think, 9th in the world. Like, that is a good team. They haven't looked amazing in this World Cup, but I also don't think they've lost a game yet. They've had some ties or draws or whatever I'm supposed to call them. But I am confident. I'll go with pretty confident. I think the U.S. wins this game.
What's the most confident answer again?
It is no doubts here.
No doubts here.
Okay.
If they're going to bend the rules to get our best player back on the field, don't you think we're going to get some hometown cooking tonight?
No, I don't think we are.
You don't think?
I don't think in the game. I think we got our hometown cooking that we are best
maybe they'll go against us. Like, oh yeah,
no, that would not be good at all.
I think Seattle's going to be rocking. It's home field advantage. I feel good. They get their best player back. Think about kind of energy that adds to this team. I think they're going to roll.
The only thing is I don't know, and you'd have to, I'm sure there's a soccer person out there that like watches this all the time. Although I don't even know if they would know this.
Maybe me.
Maybe it's you. Maybe you're not. That would know how good the U.S. would be if this gets to penalty kicks. Because so many of these knockout round games have gone down at least to the final couple minutes of regulation. They've gone to extra time. Some of them go to penalty kicks. Like, that's where I don't know if Belgium has like a huge advantage. Although my thought would be at that point, the pressure would be on Belgium because they're 9th in the world and the U.S. isn't. And usually it seems like the pressure on the penalty kicks can mess a team up. So yeah. I don't know. That's where I'm like, I don't know. But if you tell me this game ends in like the first 90 minutes, I feel like the U.S. is going to win.
We've been dominant. I know that, last time out it didn't seem like it, but we could have won that game 5-0. We beat Australia really well. I understand Turkey or whatever we're calling Turkey these days. We weren't great, but we had a lot of backups. Outside of that game, we've really had a good cup.
Turkey is supposed to be. They were supposed to be a good team too, and then I don't know what they did in their first 2 games.
I am going to vote pretty confident because I'm kind of in between pretty confident and So
what a great answer.
Makes it sound like you don't care.
No, historically, playing a European power, and I know they aren't as good as they've been in past years, but playing a European power like Belgium, it gives me some hesitation.
I do think globally, Belgium is viewed as like the fairly heavy favorite in this game. Not like heavy like Argentina versus Cape Verde was.
I believe that the U.S. is favored, though.
Are they favored?
Plus 140.
Yes. So.
Not that I knew that off the top of my head.
Wow,
but
seriously. I'm trying. Okay.
Well, anyway, I voted pretty confident. 43%, 35%, not feeling great, 17%, and no doubts here, 5%. All right. Corbin Carroll and Eduardo Rodriguez will represent the Arizona Diamondbacks later this month at the MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. Carroll will have to miss a very important event for the game, though.
Yeah, I had a buddy's, kind of bachelor party into wedding that was going to line up where I could be there for the days leading up to the wedding and kind of celebrate with him. But I think he'll understand.
Was that evil laugh at the end? Who was that?
Would you guys let your friend miss your bachelor party for the MLB All-Star Game? And let's put into perspective. This is Corbin's third time, so it's not like he hasn't done this before.
Yeah. Look, if you're inviting Corbin Carroll and he's part of your bachelor party, you know when the All-Star Game is.
Yeah.
Schedule it a week before or a week later. I'm not saying you have to change it now.
So he misses actual games?
Cattell would. I don't know.
You're right.
You're right. I guess it'd be tough for him to miss actual games too. But I got to think if Corbin Carroll's like my best man at my wedding, I know him well enough to know he plays baseball. There's a pretty good chance he's going to be an All-Star.
Can I ask you guys,
or just put the bachelor party in the city where the All-Star Game is?
Philly?
How would he be?
Yeah, maybe not.
How
Eat some meat and cheese.
How would he be at a bachelor party? He's very quiet. We've had him on the show before. He doesn't seem like maybe he is a life of the party away from it all. But he does, I don't know.
You've got to have a Corbin Carroll at your bachelor
you do.
party.
I think he's the guy that organized everything really well.
He organized things well. He keeps people in check.
He has a very strict schedule for everybody at the bachelor party.
Yeah, he has a very strict schedule. He hands out flyers. It's like, okay, guys, this is what we're doing.
So he's
today.
not doing keg stands. He's not pounding beers.
No. He's the one that's like, all right, we've done enough of those now. Time to steer it back down the middle. That's my opinion of what Corbin Carroll's experience. We should ask him though.
Yeah, we should.
He just seemed so mellow that he seemed like he'd hardly even know he was there.
But you need somebody who's mellow and organized at a bachelor party. Otherwise there's no guardrails.
Yeah, who would be that on our show? And who would be out of control? Because I think everybody would be out of control.
I think you'd be out of control for sure.
100%.
I mean, if anyone, it'd be me.
Yeah,
But I've been on a bachelor party and it was not me.
Do I want to be at a bachelor party where Rick's the one that's organizing things and in control?
No.
I think where's Jamal at? I think Jamal might surprise us
because he doesn't want to be a part of this conversation.
He doesn't.
He's probably going to a bachelor party.
Okay. Let's stick with the All-Star game.
Okay.
Sorry, I took us off track there.
Do the Diamondbacks have enough All-Stars?
So they got 2, and my thought was, look, we like the Diamondbacks, but they're a 500 team. 2 All-Stars is plenty. Then I realized there's 66 All-Stars in the All-Star game. I mean, that's American and National League, but 33 guys on each team feels like a lot. If you're going to tell me that many are going, I think there's a case to be made for Cattell. Or you could even make the case, we were talking about this before the show, you could make a case that Cattell deserves it as much, if not more, than Corbin. Now, I think I still would have gone Corbin over Cattell. Erod's non-negotiable. I think he should be an All-Star. I don't think it would have been crazy for Cattell to make it if you're going to take 33 National Leaguers.
By the way, impress your friends with it. 26 first-timers, 15 in the National League, 11 in the American League. Where Marte is going against...
I can't wait to impress my friends.
Yeah, impress your friends with that. But they'll be very impressed.
It'll be great at a bachelor party.
Hey, did you know?
Everybody calm down for a second. Did you know there's 26 new All-Stars?
This? But here, if you add somebody, you got to take somebody off, right? So Ozzie Albies... 14 home runs, 49 RBIs, which aren't as good as Cattell, but the Braves are really good, and I put a lot into that. And then Luis Arraez is the other one. He's hitting .326 with an .823 OPS to .804 for Martini. He's a very good. He's gotten much better defensively. So look, they're all close, but Albies you got to put his team in there, and then Arraez has been really good, and he's hitting .326. He's always a good debate because he's got 4 home runs, 33 RBIs. Cattell has 17 and 54. So would you put Marte over Arraez, I think is what you'd have to ask yourself.
Yeah, and maybe somebody drops out anyway here in the next. I think Cattell's got to be on the short list of guys waiting to get in. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, if the U.S. can beat Belgium tonight, is that the U.S. men's national team's biggest win of all time? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I wonder, too, how much Matt Ishbia's impatience kind of had his blinders on when it comes to this one, too. Matt Ishbia, we were all wondering all offseason, can he just sit around and do nothing? Can he really just run it back and not do anything?
Looked like they were going to.
Looked like they were going to. And then on Saturday night, nope, never mind, we're going to do something.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I joke around with my wife
wife, I call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard, but QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life, thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the U.S. men's team keep it going, especially now that they've got one of their top players shockingly back? We're previewing USA versus Belgium on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. Rick, what do you got for us before we jump into this segment?
All right. So, according to Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns guard forward Kobe Brea is signing a 2-way NBA contract to return to the team. He played in 12 games last season as a rookie.
I like Kobe Brea. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an NBA scout. I don't know what it's going to look like in the NBA, but he's one of the best pure just basketball shooters that I've seen in college basketball the last, 5 years? So I'm interested to see what that looks like. I don't know where the minutes are for him right now, but if he gets them, that's
Well, that's one
a
skill. If you can shoot, they'll find a place.
Yeah, and that's another guy. Like if they hit on that pick, that's credit to Brian Gregory. If they really hit on Malwatch, we got to see, and Fleming, we got to see, but we feel good about that. And Brea all in the same draft.
And according to Chris Haynes, longtime NBA assistant and former Phoenix Suns head coach, Jay Triano has agreed to join the coaching staff of the Portland Trailblazers under head coach Micah Nori.
Wow.
You have to join their staff for free, though, because their owner is so cheap.
That's true.
Or you may have to pay them.
Or you may have to look for housing in Seattle because they might be moving, or Kansas City or whatever. Portland is an interesting team right now. Going,
he's going major league on that. He's just it's pretty obvious that he's trying to get them out of there. But anyway,
yeah. But then he also just had the Stanley Cup winning team.
He did.
NHL, so it's like how much can you criticize how he spends? I don't know. We'll see.
By the way, real quick, DeMar DeRozan released officially by Sacramento. I don't think he's going to end up here, but he's an LA guy. Went to USC. I wouldn't be surprised if that's another Lakers get, or the Clippers, or some kind of a West Coast team there. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like, he's 37, he is what he is, but he could be a guy off your bench that can give you some points.
Always seems to score against us here, too. I mean, he scores against a lot of teams. He always seems to really bring his game against the Suns. All right, so to the soccer game tonight, we all live in the world of recency bias, and anything that happens is the biggest thing ever. But you could make, I think, pretty easily a case that the U.S. men's national team winning tonight against Belgium would be the biggest win in at least men's soccer here in the U.S. I think you can really easily make that case if they can pull this off.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of the other ones. And like I said, we've been to this point a couple of times, but it's been a long time. And what I'm trying to think of is, if they win, what are the ramifications? And to me, because it's on home soil, that's what makes it bigger. And then everyone moving forward that they could win would be bigger than the other one, because they'd be getting deeper and deeper. But we're always asking this same question every World Cup. What are the ramifications? What if we go far? What happens in the U.S.? Because it's just so widely seen, and we've gone so crazy, and so many cities have been involved in it. I think it's massive. And I think that people have the wrong mindset moving forward. It won't be the NFL, the Major League Baseball, or the NBA, for a simple fact of all the best players from around the world want to play in the NBA. All the best players from around the world want to play in Major League Baseball. We don't have the kind of money into our soccer programs. So you're still going to go to the English Premier League. They're paying $300, $400 million for the best players. We won't do that. But what it will, I think, do is that kid who's thinking about playing, or these people who want to be more involved, or people more. The bigger issue is that want to put money into potentially our soccer programs.
Yeah,
we'll do that. And that's what makes it so big, because it's here, and it gets spread because of social media and all these different ways. So to me, for all those reasons, it is, and it's not just recency bias.
It's big too. Like, it's big for the, can we get some of our best athletes to play soccer? We don't need all of them to play soccer, but that's why I was kind of encouraged that Antonio Freeman's kid is playing for Team USA, because it's like, okay, that's a guy that he grew up with his dad in the NFL. He probably had not like an easy path to the NFL, but like a thought of like, okay, look, my dad's in the NFL. I know what life is like in the NFL, and he chose soccer obviously at an early age to be as good as he is, to be playing in the World Cup. So that's the next step, really. You're right. I don't know that you can ever take MLS to the level of these other leagues, because I mean that it's soccer's #1 sport in a lot of these places. But can we get some of our best athletes to choose soccer over other sports at an early age? And look, just the World Cup being here probably helps with that, right?
That's right.
It's if there's a kid out there who's going to grow up to be an amazing athlete, just the fact that the World Cup is here and this tournament's been wildly entertaining, and there's a lot of star power even with some of the other countries, I would argue more so than usual, where it's not just Ronaldo and Messi as the names. Like, there's some other big names, and it's here, and especially if the U.S. could win this game tonight, but just in general, like it's drumming up some interest. If you even just get a few of the best athletes to switch over and play soccer, or choose soccer over basketball or whatever, that's what's going to turn things as far as the U.S. being a potential power in this sport. You said it. We get to the round of 16 a lot. It feels different now because the U.S. has looked better and they've won a knockout round game. But normally the knockout round game is the round of 16. Usually we just go from 32 to 16. So as far as like teams left, the U.S. hasn't done anything that they don't typically do right now. Tonight would change things.
Yeah, and look, Belgium's a good team, as you've pointed this out. It's a top 10 team, so they're past the point now where it's like, hey, that was the 63rd. Like Bosnia, nothing against them. It's just they weren't a top 10 team. From this point forward, you're talking about a team like Bosnia. You could be looking at Argentina. You could be looking at Spain. You could be looking at France. These are the type of teams, if things hold up, that's going to be the path. So no one would question it at that point. Do I think they can win the whole thing? I think that's a pretty tall ask. Having said that, though, when we saw France over the weekend barely get by in a penalty kick, when we saw Argentina barely win 3-2 over the weekend, like at this point forward, any team can beat any team. You'd have to have a hell of a lot of luck, I think, to get there. But this is the first time, at least with my eye, that I could look at the U.S. team and say, okay, they've got talent to hang. And in the past, you knew they weren't going to do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the world ranking. So Paraguay is 34. I think Australia was 30. Australia is 28. I'm just looking at the teams the U.S. has beaten. Bosnia is 61st.
Right.
Now, look, Paraguay went out there and took out Germany and pushed France, literally pushed France around the whole game.
It took a penalty kick on a review of a foul. I mean, that was a close game. I mean, France had chances. They were dominating.
Yeah.
They just weren't putting the ball in the goal, but it was 1-0 on a penalty kick.
But this to me would kind of push this to another, and this is the year to do it because it's here, but also because you have played well. Like, Paraguay did take Germany out. And they did push France, and the U.S. dominated them in that first game in L.A., and the U.S. looked really good against Australia. And even against Turkey, it was an exciting game. And then obviously to go out there and win the game against Bosnia and Herzegovina. So if you could win this one, this is against a European power. Is it Spain or France? No, but Belgium is top 10 in the world, and they're consistently a favorite to contend in the World Cup. This is the sort of game the U.S. really hasn't ever won.
Well, just to kind of expand this a little bit, like we had a guest on a little bit earlier on in the show, Jake Ziven, the play-by-play guy, and he was driving in the game. And I've covered a lot of things in my life. This is one where it's like, when you talk about how big would the game be, what would you give to be in Seattle tonight? I don't think I've ever said that about a soccer game. I mean, Seattle is going to be bonkers. It's a good soccer city. There's going to be a lot of people. Think of how loud that stadium is this is Seahawks Monday night. This is Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
And it's going to be loud and crazy and a great atmosphere. I've never really been jealous of someone going to a soccer game. I am tonight.
Yeah,
when he was saying he was driving there, I'm like, oh my God, what I wouldn't give.
Yeah, that would be cool because this is against a good opponent, but it's also winnable. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be eating my words with coming tomorrow and they lost and it wasn't close. I think they really do have a really good chance of winning this game. It's not like they're playing France and we're talking ourselves into how they could win the game. This is a winnable game, but and Rick's right. I mean, they are slightly underdogs or slightly favored in this game, which I'm surprised because I got to think in soccer circles, people are looking at Belgium and saying, okay, this team's the top 10 team, and they typically are winning this time of the tournament. The U.S. is 16th though, and I don't think Belgium has looked amazing. Like, they took a few games to get going. They were tying. They were in a group with like New Zealand and Egypt, and they were having a hard time scoring. Yeah, they barely got in, and once they got in, they've looked better. So I don't know. To your point, this is exciting. It's 4.5 hours away. This is going to be a memorable game tonight. And actually, what Spain, Portugal are gonna. If they win, they'll play the winner of that too. So now you're getting into the really great teams. All right, when we come back, we are inching closer to Arizona Cardinals training camp, like 2 weeks away now. Which players could be surprise cuts or at least trades? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The amount of fans in your fan base that you have alienated with this move because of what Miles Bridges has done is staggering. It just seems like it was too big of a price to pay for a player who I don't think makes you that much better. To pay all of that equity with the fan base, the 2033 unprotected pick, all for a player that doesn't put you over the top? God, that's a lot to pay.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers only get one offer, and a lot of times because you're only getting one offer, it's somewhere between low ball and not good enough, but Orchard will change that for you with Orchard's new Orchard offers. You don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. And here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. Then they come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. If you just think about it logically, that's the way you want to do it. Get as many offers as you can. Look at them all, make an informed decision. That way you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about maybe leaving money on the table that you didn't even know was there. This way, you see every offer side by side. You know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process before you accept any offer. See them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvise here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever, work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard forward Kobe Brea on a 2-way deal. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Team USA got a reprieve. Will they get a gigantic victory? We'll talk World Cup soccer Tuesday morning. Tune in. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, you brought this up during the break, John. John Lund's in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke. How hilarious is it going to be if the U.S. wins tonight and Balogun has, he's the clear reason. Like, they win 2-1, he has both goals or something.
Oh, they'll hate us so much internationally. I do. I hope he either gets a hat trick or, we do a shootout and he scores
the only goal or
just
something.
Whatever. He's got to be awesome tonight, or with seconds left, he scores the game winner or something. And because then it'll just spark this thing. This will turn into a bonfire. It'll be amazing. Because if he just does nothing, then it's a whole nothing burger.
Yeah.
But if he's the reason they win, it's gonna be glorious.
You know what?
Just glorious.
I hope he is, because he shouldn't have been suspended in the first place. Yes, it's weird that it got overturned once he was suspended. I don't know how much soccer everybody else watched this weekend. I saw at least 2 other plays that were similar to what Balogun did in the game against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Didn't even get a call.
Right.
And then another one that got a call, but he wasn't tossed for he shouldn't have been suspended in the first place. Is it weird that he's unsuspended now? Yeah. And if I were a fan of another team, I'd be like, what's going on here? But he shouldn't have been suspended. This is classic 2 wrongs make a right.
Yeah.
They told us that's not the case, but in this case, they actually do.
But he has to be a major part, because it's like, if he does nothing, it's like,
Yeah, no, we got to take this all the way to the limit now.
We like topics.
All right, so back to the Cardinals and training camp starting not next week, but the following week, which is it just feels good to say, doesn't it?
Oh, we're in July.
Couple weeks, and they get the early training camp because of the Hall of Fame game. So we are not far away from the NFL.
Is August 6th the first game? And today's July 6th? Am I right in that? What's the Hall of Fame game? August 6th?
It's either the 5th or the 6th. Yeah, I think it's the 6th. How great is that? Like with the World Cup this year, World Cup takes us up to the 19th, and then Cardinals get going. So there was a story out there looking at potential players that could even maybe be surprise cuts on the Arizona Cardinals. And, the one that stands out, it was a Keaton Slovis. There was another. The one that stands out is Trey Benson. That's the biggest one, because that's still a name that when the Cardinals drafted him, he was the second running back taken in that draft. We really haven't seen what he can or can't do yet. I mean, I would hope they don't cut him. I understand they may end up trading him. I would hope he could get something for him, and it's not much because he hasn't done anything yet. I understand that, but it's a 3rd-round pick, and he was the second running back off the board, and that was widely applauded nationally when the Cardinals made that pick.
Well, I don't think they would cut him. I think he would be traded. I think that's first of all, or James Conner or somebody like that. What if Benson just has this great preseason and you're like, ugh? I think one of those guys, because you have 4 backs.
That's a guy to watch during the preseason, though. You're right. Like, I'd be feeding him the ball.
Yeah. Absolutely, because you're trying to say, hey, look at this guy. So either Benson or Connor's got to go. But here's the other one, and nobody talks about this. There's redundancy at quarterback. If Carson Beck has a really, really good camp, not only could he start, but at least he could be your 2.
Yeah.
And so do you need Gardner Minshew and Brissett? Now, I don't think Brissett's going to get cut, but do you need 2 veteran quarterbacks ahead of Carson Beck? Now, if Beck doesn't look good, I get it. But most teams only carry 2. And then they kind of have maybe they have an emergency that they're trying to, but Beck's not that. He's a 3rd-round pick. I could see it if he had a 7th-rounder or a free agent and he was your 3rd and you kept him around. He was on the practice squad. You're not putting Beck on the practice squad because somebody would grab him up. So
no, and you're not putting Minshew on the practice squad either.
So there's redundancy there that if Carson Beck looks really good, then he's your 2, and Slovis could be on your practice squad as a 3. So why would you need Minshew and Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah, and so for the people that were upset or kind of just scratching their head at okay, well, why do the Cardinals have 4 running backs now? And there's certainly some validity to that. I personally think you still just get the best player available, and they feel like they did that. A lot of people feel like they did that with Jeremiah Love, but there's a lot of truth to the okay, but wait a minute, this was not a weakness on your team. I think this is where you can mitigate that a little bit. First of all, taking Chase Besantis early in the 2nd round and still addressing the offensive line, I think mitigates it a little bit, because there's no guarantee that Francis Mauigoa is better than Besantis anyway. So if Besantis pans out, then that makes taking a running back with the 3rd pick more palatable. I think also if you could move Trey Benson for something, something of at least a little bit of value. And so I don't know if you meant to make this point, but it's a good one. Watch out in the preseason. What if he goes off in the preseason?
Most of my good points are accidental.
But it's true. I'm feeding him the ball in the preseason, not James Conner, right? Because
Absolutely.
Ideally, you go into the year with Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, and then James Conner there to sort of mentor, but also play a little bit if assuming he's fully healthy, and then you get whatever, a 4th-round pick for Trey Benson or something.
Yeah, somebody's moving out of that. And it's unfortunate because here's a 3rd-round pick that has showed flashes but has been too injured. And if I'm a team, the team that pops to mind, they're in your division, so you wouldn't do it, is Seattle because they lose Ken Walker.
They don't get anything.
And they get in. You have one of your main back is coming off a knee injury, and then in Charbonnet, and then you drafted a kid from Notre Dame, ironically enough, the backup to Love. They drafted him.
The backup to Love sounds like a
isn't that wild?
Song.
But Jadarian Price, and they're saying, hey, he's got to carry the load. For a team that wants to run the ball a lot, it wouldn't surprise me. I doubt the Cardinals would do that, a 3rd-round pick in 2024. Here's Seattle, because you don't have a ton of leverage. But something's got to give there. You have 4 quality running backs, and you need 2 plus maybe a 1. Because through the season, we saw it last year, like backs get hurt. And people who don't understand this system, this is a put your foot in the ground and go forward. This isn't juke somebody. This isn't the system that he runs, that they run offensively. It's put your foot in the ground and get up the field. You look at San Francisco, they have injuries in the backfield. You're expected to run people over in this offense.
The knock, it's interesting you say that because the knock on Trey Benson, other than the fact that he just hasn't been able to stay on the field, was maybe he was dancing around a little bit too much as a rookie. And then it seemed like, and again, it's such a limited sample size, it seemed like he was kind of getting what you're saying of like, pick a direction and just go. And he's had a couple plays where you're like, there he goes. Like he's picked that direction. Right. He's going. I don't know if James Conner told him that. I don't know if he just watched video and noticed it or whatever. He's not that deep into his career, so maybe he's just evolving. I wouldn't be shocked if he turns into a decent running back somewhere. Like he really hasn't had an opportunity, although last year he had a major opportunity, but he was hurt. But for whatever reason, he hasn't had the opportunity here yet. But at the same time, you don't need 4 running backs at this level. If you could get something for him, I think they would absolutely do that. It's just a matter of, I wouldn't want to just cut him. Here's Nathaniel Hackett from last month. He was asked how to maximize the running back room because it's pretty clearly one of their strengths right now.
Have as many plays as possible in a game. I mean, we're in a great situation. There's a lot of guys that can make plays. There's a lot of receivers. There's some tight ends I heard about. There's some running backs. I mean, in the end, the more guys that you have, the better. You have to play with the entire roster. I mean, that's how this league is. There's going to be bumps and bruises. There's going to be changes. And the idea is the more that you have, the better you're going to feel, the more depth you have. And that depth in that room is amazing. I mean, some veteran guys that I have so much respect for, a young guy that's still a rookie. And, even my experience with Bam in the past, I mean, everybody's been doing such a good job. And that's all we want to focus on right now is executing in practice and having those guys support each other and just get better every day.
I don't know. I mean, is there anybody else you look at on this team? You mentioned one of the quarterbacks. They have potential trade chips that probably aren't trade chips on July 6th, but once other teams' training camps open, especially a running back, there's already teams in need of running back. So maybe Trey Benson is a trade chip right now, but you talked about quarterback. Like, there's going to be a team that loses, even if it's just their backup during the preseason or whatever, that's going to look and say, hey, I'd rather have Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew than whoever we have as our 3rd stringer. Yeah,
I think Carson Beck has impressed a lot of people. It's going to be different when you get the pads. I understand that, but I think he'd at least be the backup this year. And then I think Minshew could be redundant. I don't know what's going to happen in Jacoby's situation. I tend to believe that once real training camp starts, it's like, dude, we're not going to extend you. So are you playing or you're not?
And we're going to get an answer on that pretty quick, I would think. So here's the question. LeBron makes a decision, or we find out about Jacoby Brissett first?
Let's see what's the timing on this. Probably LeBron, but it wouldn't shock me. So would not shock me in the slightest.
I think the first open Cardinals practice is 2 weeks from Friday. I mean, that's probably a point where Brissett's 21st. Either there or he isn't, right? So, probably about 2-ish weeks, 2.5 weeks on LeBron.
I would think LeBron would have to, but again, I don't think he wants to be shadowed by anything. Like World Cup, anything. So when's the World Cup end? Like the 19th or something? Yeah. Okay.
So you're putting LeBron in there around the 21st?
Like the 20th, and then so the day before he'll make the decision. But
we'll get some answers in 2 weeks on everything.
And not to overtalk Jacoby, but seriously, if they're going to do something, they do something.
We've already overtalked Jacoby. Don't worry.
He's going to have to decide whether he's going to play for this kind of amount of money, or potentially, like you said, maybe there's an injury in training camp and you trade him to be a backup somewhere. But I think the Cardinals have made a pretty clear line in the sand that, look, we're not giving you any more, so you're going to play or you're not going to play.
That's a conversation worth having, honestly, because when this all first came out, it was like, he's not asking for that much, right? But that was 4 months ago.
Right. They would have done something.
Yeah, and depending who you believe, he is asking for a lot more. Like they're not even close. So, yeah, you're right. When this first came out, it was sort of framed like, but they'll figure this out. It's July, and they haven't figured it out. So you're right. I think the Cardinals are kind of sending.
Are they all of a sudden just going to say, "Hey, we just found some money"? I doubt it.
Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater September 16th. And we've got your tickets. Text Chance to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. When we come back, Brandon Pfaadt looked pretty good in his first start back after his call-up. Can he deliver again tonight in San Diego? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta morning.
The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torrey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torrey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy? These are questions. This is the elephant in the room that's saying, talk about me.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot. It's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sideline sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
All I ever wanted was a black Grand National. Being rational, give them what they asked for. It's not enough.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Team USA got a reprieve. Will they get a gigantic victory? We'll talk World Cup soccer Tuesday morning. Tune in. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
They like, what he own? Is the Alpha and Omega?
All right, well, the Diamondbacks are also playing tonight. I'm talking a lot of soccer, but the Diamondbacks are in San Diego to start a 4-game series. They're tied with the Padres in the standings. Probably going to win the series, at least split. And I don't know, is their second best starting pitcher on the mound tonight? Brandon Pfaadt. He looked good in his last start, so maybe he's their number 2 right now.
Well, let's see. He's not Erod, and Soroka's hurt.
Yeah.
So
Merrill looked better again.
He did.
I was doing a deep dive on Merrill Kelly numbers, and I was going to ask Jody about this before, but we just ran out of time. You can look at his last 11 starts, Merrill Kelly's, and I'm not saying 8 of them have been great, but 8 of the last 11, you could argue he at least has given them a chance to win. I think he's given up 3 runs or less in 8 of his last 11 starts. Now, they haven't all been, 7 innings, but essentially, in 8 of his last 11, Merrill has given up 3 runs or less and pretty much given the Diamondbacks 5, 6, or 7 innings in every game. So maybe he's the number 2 starter. I don't know. But in the games when he's not on, it's just over in the second inning.
Yeah. I mean, you would probably, as you said, probably call it Merrill Kelly just based on history, but it would be and I feel like we had this exact same conversation, like this would be really huge, and then he came through. And I think he only threw, off the top of my head, 66 pitches, right? Fought last time. I think he threw 66 pitches. And so if he gave him that same opportunity and then the bullpen jumped in, and I think that's why Torrey had to say what he said, because he's thinking, okay, Fought's not going to, maybe Fought's up to 80 pitches now, but he's not going to throw 100. So what he's probably thinking is, well, let's have Erod pitch that extra inning because I know he's going to have to go. We're going to have to go early. And then, Zach Gallen's going to pitch. And I know we're going to have to go early to the bullpen there. So,
I got the bullpen warming up.
I get what he's doing. But, if Fought can throw 80 pitches and keep him in the game, remember, this is the worst offense in Major League Baseball. Don't look at the names. And Machado's been hitting a lot better and everything like that. We talked to Jody about it earlier. They're hitting better, but that doesn't change the fact that they're under 4 runs per game. They're at about 3.8 runs per game, worst in baseball. So, throw that in, and if Brandon Pfaadt can throw the 80 pitches, and he was very efficient with the 66, so let's say he had at least go through 5.
Yeah.
I think that's what you could expect tonight.
Just to give you some of the numbers, if you haven't been watching Padres baseball this year, Fernando Tatis Jr., one of the best, now I would say better, not best, but better players in baseball, and I guess not young now, but younger. One of the better younger players in baseball.
For a long time we thought that.
Yeah, he's got 5 home runs on the season, and I think they're all like in the last month.
Yeah,
he didn't have any.
Right.
Jackson Merrill, who looked really good as a rookie, he's hitting 214. Manny Machado, who you reference, has started to hit home runs, but he's hitting 188 on the year. So
and that's an improvement.
Yeah, no, his 189. I'm sorry, his numbers, his batting average has skyrocketed to 189.
Yeah.
He was hitting like 160 for a while.
Everything looks good for him except for batting average.
Yeah, now he's starting, but he's
got 34 extra base hits. Cattell has 36.
But I would guess most of Manny's have come in the last 3 weeks. Too.
Yeah, he's been much better.
And other than that, like Bogart's hitting 231. So I mean, you said it.
Bogart's might be the worst contract in baseball, or it's one of them.
It's not great. Yeah.
Horrible contract.
This should be a lineup that scores a ton of runs.
Yeah, you see the names,
but it hasn't yet. And their best player, who is delivering, is Mason Miller. But if you lead the game, they can't go to him.
Yeah.
So this is a very beatable team, and the Diamondbacks absolutely have to beat them. I would say 3 out of 4, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You have to start doing that. And again, I have the math here, and it's ugly math. But what it comes down to is there's teams playing really good baseball right now in the Cubs and the Phillies, and then you're on win paces. Cubs and Phillies are on a 90 win pace. The Cardinals are on an 88, and the Marlins are on an 87. So again, not to over math you here, but if you want to win 88 games, right? They're 45 and 46. If you want to win 88 games, you'd have to go 43 and 28. That's a 606 winning percentage, and only the Brewers and the Dodgers are playing 600 baseball. That's what the Diamondbacks are looking at in their office. They're going to tell us really nice things, but they've got to believe that they can go 43-28 this point forward, which is over 600 baseball, to get an 88 win pace, which is what it would take you to get into the playoffs right now.
Yeah, that is attainable. We've seen the Diamondbacks go on a run like that before, but it seems so unattainable right now, doesn't it?
Injuries to pitching, inconsistent hitting. Your bullpen's the best part. And I'm not going to say they've shown cracks, but Torrey's worried about him because he has to overuse him because of the starting pitching injuries. They haven't played consistent baseball all year long.
No, and I'm just looking at the series, because, 2 minutes ago I said this is a series San Diego's not playing great this year. You got to win 3 of the next 4. They're saying the same thing in San Diego.
Exactly.
I mean, the Diamondbacks have the same record as the Padres. And I'm guessing in San Diego they're making the argument of we haven't played to our potential yet. Whereas the Diamondbacks, you wonder how much of this has been them sort of piecing it together with injuries and maybe not enough depth in the lineup. Like, I'm looking at Manny Machado, since we were talking about him, his numbers in the last month, because he has heated up in the last month. He's got 7 home runs in the last month. He's still only hitting .220 over the last month, and that did dramatically raise his average. But when he gets a hold of one, he gets a hold of one, and his career would indicate he's more likely to get hot the rest of the season, which, by the way, he does. Like, he goes into these stretches where he's not hitting, and then for 5 weeks he just goes off. Fernando Tatis, if anything, you would think if you told somebody in San Diego he's not going to do exactly what he's doing right now, you would probably assume that means he's going to play better than he's playing right now. So this is not an easy series for the Diamondbacks. I just think at some point you got to start beating these teams around you.
Well, and they're kind of similar to the Diamondbacks in that they're both 45 and 46. They're both their best part of their team so far easily, and this is led by Mason Miller, is their bullpen. It's very good. Starting pitching is spotty, and they're not getting enough hitting. But like you said, and probably like they would think, when you just don't look at the numbers and you say Machado and Tatis and the type of guys we have mentioned Cronenworth. I mean, there's a handful of guys in the lineup, name-wise, that you would think, hey, this could be a pretty good team. But in reality, they just haven't been that.
Going back to Fott for a second, here's Mike Fitzgerald when we spoke to him last week on Fott's performance.
The pitching group slid him over on the rubber a little bit, try to create a little tougher angles that complement his pitch mix. And then I think from the first inning on last night, he did a great job mixing and creating a really tough puzzle for opposing hitters to crack. And then as he started to get a little bit of leverage there and winning consistently count leverage, he was able to lean on the heaters a little bit more and maintain keeping guys off balance, but still leaning on his strengths. And then Blythe talks about this a lot, just like the intent and the presence. It felt like he had really good presence last night. Obviously, the adjustments that he made, seeing the success that it translated to in AAA, probably made him a little bit more confident coming into the outing last night. But yeah, credit to Brandon, credit to our pitching group. They did a really nice job getting him back on track, and we're gonna need him here down the stretch.
You can see when Brandon Fott is on why they were so high on him for the longest time. And I'll say this again. We said it before his last start. He's delivered in big moments for this franchise in the postseason a few years ago as a rookie. Now, that only goes so far in 2026. Right. I get that. But I'm just more making the case that he's shown he's capable of stringing together some good starts for you or putting you in position to win games. And then, it falls on the offense at that point. I'll continue to reiterate that, like, a lot of times with Fott, his ERA is what it is, but most of those runs seem to come in one inning of one game. And then, he'll have a really good game like he just did. Maybe he'll have another really good game minus one inning, but that inning costs you. This will go back to what you were saying earlier. That might be on Torrey to find out when that inning is and get him out to minimize the impact. But Brandon Fott didn't get yanked out of the rotation earlier this season because he was so bad. They were like, you have to get out of here. He only made 3 starts. They weren't great. But you got to remember, Soroka was great at that point. Erod was great at that point. Gallen was even pretty good at that point. And Merrill Kelly was coming back. And Ryan Nelson was, in the rotation. So they had to pull somebody, and it ended up being Fott. It's not crazy to think he can give you tonight what he did in the last start.
No, and that's what he's got to give him. You don't have to, you don't have to be crazy. You mentioned a term, and this is what I believe pitchers, that ultimately is their job. Keep us in the game, and that's all they have to do. By the way, not only are we talking about the Padres and the Dodgers here, right after the break, it's Cardinals, A's, Cardinals again. That's who you're chasing for the wild card. Then the Pirates. and then, go over to the American League and the Guardians. But we will know in the next few weeks, not only with these series, because then the trade deadline happens. You're playing the Cardinals, who are the third wild card team right now.
Yeah.
You're playing them 6 times, then the Nationals, then the Pirates. These are all teams that you're fighting for. So while we like to concentrate on the Dodgers, and I get why, because they're a rival, it's really more about the Padres, the Cardinals, the Nationals, and the Pirates, who are the teams coming up that will decide whether you're buying or selling.
That's a good point. The Dodgers series is going to grab all the headlines. They're probably the least important games coming up in the next few
of the rest
weeks.
of the month, and then comes the deadline. So there is going to be no ambiguity when it comes to the Diamondbacks thinking whether they're buyers or sellers. This is going to be proven by the end of this month.
Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater September 16th. We've got your tickets. Text CHANCE to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. When we come back, if the Phoenix Suns don't make any more moves before the start of next season, are you okay with the roster they have? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I wonder, too, how much Matt Ishbia's impatience kind of had his blinders on when it comes to this one, too. Matt Ishbia, we were all wondering all offseason, can he just sit around and do nothing? Can he really just run it back and not do anything?
They were going to.
Looked like they were going to.
Like they were
and
going
then on
to.
Saturday night, nope, never mind, we're going to do something.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it? Well, you know what? Those are two different things, are they not, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth, they help me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together, explained clearly. No pressure. I'm a client, and I haven't looked back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today, 855-TRAJAN-1. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, and estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and became a client. They're fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $17.76 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller, Mr. Grant, price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard forward Kobe Brea on a 2-way deal. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, and they've got some work to do this week before the All-Star break. We're talking Diamondbacks baseball on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf. 4 hours away from USA Belgium.
Getting pretty excited about it. Are you mad that you're not in Las Vegas watching it? That would be unbelievable.
No, I think
you go back.
Well, that's probably true. But I think the Las Vegas World Cup experience is better if it's just 2 teams you don't care about. Because then randomly there are people there from
with
those
the Argentina
countries.
Girl next to you yelling.
Everybody just losing their minds, and
you're just laughing.
I'm just like,
unless you have a bet on it, then you're not laughing.
No, but I'm just. It was a great position to be in. We're like, I got no stress. Argentina wins, okay, cool. If Cape Verde wins, all right, that's a major upset. And everybody around me is like losing their minds.
Those are great games, by the way.
There were a couple really good games. That Mexico-England game last night was amazing, and I don't know how Mexico didn't score at the end, like 11 on 10.
That was awesome. That's the one thing that makes you believe that maybe this will extend beyond, because part of my thought is if they don't win tonight, what happens? Does everybody take their, the tents down and everything? But that was awesome last night. I know I wasn't out watching it with anyone, but I saw the highlight and all the things that were going on in Mexico, and it looked crazy.
I feel like, and again, a soccer purist can certainly write in and whatever, call in and correct me on this, but I do follow the World Cup closely every 4 years, and I don't feel like this year's been typical, where it feels like most years it's like, okay, here's 3 or 4 teams that can win, and watch Messi and Ronaldo. And this year it's like, okay, yeah, pay attention to Messi and Ronaldo's playing right now, but then also pay attention to Haaland and pay attention to Mbappe. And Mbappe was big last time too, but it feels like there's like 7 or 8 star players, Harry Kane, even Balogun for the U.S. Like, feels like there's been quite a few star players, and some teams like Norway that just keep beating everybody.
By the way, Norway is our backup team.
Yeah, it is.
Like, we want the USA to win, but
Norway's
everyone, like, that team.
They're just such a fun team.
Yeah.
And I know Gambo's been in on that for a while too. But like I was telling you before, I don't know every player in soccer or in the Premier League, but I've at least known about Haaland for a few years because a friend of mine was a big Man City team fan, and he's like, "Hey, watch this player." And I'm looking at the stats. I'm like, everybody else has like 12 goals, and Haaland has 36. So he must be good at something. All right, so back to basketball. The Suns, you could make a case, pretty much have their roster for next season. I know there's still moving parts or whatnot, but there's a decent chance this is it, at least for going into the season. So if this is it, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, the only things I could see, like, let's say that they really like Maluach. Let's say he has a great summer league. I mean, I'm not saying they would move Oso. I'm just saying, like, teams could always use a big, and that's kind of getting back in vogue in the NBA. So I could see them going, well, we feel good about Williams and Maluach, but then again, Williams gets hurt a lot. So I don't think Oso's going away there. I'm just saying. And then everybody loves to trade Jalen Green. I don't know why it is. In the Suns universe, they love to trade Jalen Green. I just don't think a move like that at this point of the process, even though today is officially the first day of the offseason, it doesn't feel like I think something that big is going to happen. So I do think this is the way that they're set. We've said this before. I'm not a massive fan of the Miles Bridges trade. We shall see. I'm open-minded about it. We shall see. But, yeah, I do think this is going to be the team. And the thing that I question is I don't know. It's not so much that I don't know about the Suns. I know Oklahoma City and San Antonio. After that, I don't know who's the third team. Is it Houston? What the Lakers have done is a little bit confusing. I don't think they're better. There's a bunch at Minnesota by what they did with Ball. I mean, some teams have made changes to try to be that third team. But I think you could maybe Houston, but I think you could go, and the Suns I think are in that too, from like 3 to 8 or maybe even 9. I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, honestly. Like, I don't know how much infighting there is in Denver. I don't know. They just seemed all very unhappy with each other at the end of the season. I guess if you told me today I have to pick the third-place team in the West, I might lean towards the team that has Jokic.
Yeah. If they're healthy, they still have talent.
Yeah, but they also don't seem to do anything in the playoffs anymore. They just seem to have that 1 year. So I don't know. The Lakers... I mean, this is the biggest frustration if you are a Suns fan or a fan of any other team. This is now when the Lakers are supposed to start being bad. If Dallas doesn't hand them Luka, then the Lakers, at the very least, the Lakers were going to have to get really creative to be good. Like if Austin Reeves is their best player, they were going to need Austin Reeves is a good player, but they were going to need to get creative to be good. And instead, they just have Luka, so they just seamlessly transition away from LeBron. So to your point, did they get better this offseason? Probably not, because LeBron's still good, but maybe they could play the style of basketball they want to play a little bit better. Maybe Luka ends up, kind of even being better. I don't know. I think you still have to give Denver, the Lakers, the Rockets, and the T-Wolves the respect that they are going to be predicted ahead of the Suns, but those teams were not that far ahead of the Suns most of last year. And there is a world where Miles Bridges does unlock some stuff for the Suns. I'm like you, like I got to take a wait and see approach on this one. It's to me the most questionable move that they've made since Brian Gregory has taken over. Most of the other moves that he's made I've liked in the moment, and it seems like they're all panning out too. And he was put in a tough spot coming in with trading KD and hiring a coach and all that stuff. This is the one where it's like, okay, we got to see how this plays out, because this is their big move for the off seasons. This is kind of like we're putting our chips in on this hand.
And plus, the other things that they did, bringing back Gillespie, I think, for a fair amount of money, bringing back Jordan Goodwin. Some people thought that maybe Mark Williams was controversial. It's a 3 and 39. It's a very tradable contract if Maluach starts to play really well and they move him. So everything they did, I'm totally fine with. We'll see on Miles Bridges. The only reason I'm expanding this out to bring to talk about the other teams is because people are going to want to know what we think of them and where they are in the pecking order, and I just don't know. You're right about Denver. I think that's a really good point. If they're healthy, they might be the team.
But they never are,
right.
So I don't know.
But the questionable things are, is like now we're hearing things like maybe Durant wants to go to Detroit. Now he's wearing a Tigers hat. What do we make of that? I'd look at Minnesota. Everybody's kind of going back to being big. Not like, guys in the low post big, but just to getting bigs. All of a sudden, Minnesota went the other way. I thought Gobert was going to be the guy traded, and yet their other two, Julius Randle goes to Brooklyn, and Naz Reid goes to Charlotte in that trade for LaMelo Ball. So all of a sudden, they're going. I think that's a desperation move. I think the next guy who's going to want out of his situation is Anthony Edwards, and they did a desperation move to bring in a guy like LaMelo Ball. I don't think it's going to work, and I think Edwards is going to want out of Minnesota because I don't think they're going to win as much. The way that they won was being a more physical team and being bigger, and now they're not that. So I actually dropped them down a little bit. So it's, from 3 down, the 2 are obviously there, but from 3 down, I think the Suns could be as high as 3.
I agree with that. And the one thing I like about where the Suns are, and I think largely so far they've navigated this the right way, like they were in a bad spot 14 months ago. They are way ahead of where anybody thought they would be from 14 months ago. Now, the next step is obviously the more difficult one, but so far they went from this team that was kind of getting older and had no direction to they have young pieces now. They're not under the pressure to win it all right now that like the Rockets are or the Nuggets are. Like, okay, Jokic's window is going to start closing at some point.
Older players.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'd rather be in the let's win now mode, except look at Oklahoma City and San Antonio. So as long as the Suns just steadily build this up, they could be in a good spot. It's just that's easier said than done, obviously. All right, when we come back, D-backs Padres starts tonight. It's a 4-game series, and it's 4 of the final 7 games before the All-Star break. So is this season-defining potentially for the Diamondbacks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers, and they've got some work to do this week before the All-Star break.
talking Diamondbacks baseball on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, a lot of soccer stories today as we are approaching what could be maybe the biggest game in U.S. men's national team history if they win. I don't think it counts if they lose. I think they have to win this one. But if they can, then obviously that's we're getting into relatively uncharted territory. I know they've been in the final 8 before, but it's been 24 years. That was basically the only time since 1930. And if they get there this year, they're going to have done it on home soil, and they're going to have to go through a European power in Belgium to get there, which is something that they haven't done before. While all that's going on, John, we've got the Diamondbacks in San Diego starting a 4-game series with the Padres. It's Brandon Pfaadt against Walker Buehler tonight. So Buehler, the former Dodger, has resurfaced. Fry has resurfaced down the I-5 in San Diego. And he's been pitching okay for the Padres, too. Padres just haven't been able to hit. They've had decent pitching, but this is a series where I don't want to overstate it. If they split with the Padres, then they just kind of are where they are. But if one team wins 3 or 4 games in the series, it feels like a real, almost like a loser leaves town sort of series for the other team because we're running out of time now.
Well, especially given that, and we talk about this all the time over 162. This is the key stretch. This is the key stretch. This is the key stretch. All right, we've said that all before. We lied straight to your face.
But this is
is really the key stretch because you're playing the Padres, whatever Dodgers. It'd be nice to win those games, but you're not competing with them. Then after the All-Star break, it's Cardinals, Washington, Cardinals again, Pirates before the end of the month, and you have to make a decision on the trade deadline for the Diamondbacks. These games couldn't have come at a better / worse time, but it does let you know what you are because the Dodgers don't matter, but the Padres, the Cardinals, who you play 2 different times home and home, Washington and the Pirates, those are all teams you're playing in the wild card. So if there's any definite way, whether it be winning or losing, it's going to tell you what you are this month.
You keep doing this on the show today, and it's one of these things where, like, this is a really good point. I don't know if you stumbled on it or if you had planned this all along.
These are things I do on purpose.
Okay, it's great.
Unless they're stupid things, then they're accidental.
Then it was somebody else's fault at that point.
Yes.
The stretch of games that you're talking about right there, it's good timing. Like if I'm Mike Hazen, if I'm Mike Fitzgerald, if I'm Ami El-Sadeh, if I'm somebody in this front office, I'm like, okay, we're going to get answers. It's not like you're just going to play the Giants a bunch of times in the next few weeks or the Dodgers. Like it's not the extremes. You are playing
These
Dodgers.
are the teams.
But yeah, you just read them off. You got San Diego for 4 here. You come out of the All-Star break with 3 against the Cardinals. Okay, then 3 against the A's, whatever. But then the Cardinals for another 1. Mm-hmm. Paul Sewald's real happy about that. Then 3 against the Nationals and 3 against the Pirates. And then you're going into the trade deadline with 3 against the Guardians. But there's a lot of games there that are going to determine whether or not you're buyers or sellers. You're probably not going to have to guess if you're the D-backs front office. You're going to have a pretty clear answer here within the next couple weeks.
Yeah, we'll do that topic 42 more times. Mm-hmm. But the reality of it is that it's not really – you can't really ask the question. It's just going to be played on the field. So I know a lot of times players will get upset. Well, we should have bought. Mike Hazen can walk into that clubhouse unequivocally and say, guys – you told me what to do based on your play, either positively or negatively, depending on what you think of things. And it is, and Torrey said this after the game last night, he didn't really want to talk about it, but it's remarkably similar with a remarkably similar record to what they were a year ago.
Yep.
They had excess bats, so they traded those. This year, it might be excess pitching. They have 2 starters in Soroka and Erod, depending on what your belief is in them, is that they can retool some things there. Ketel's a 10-5. I doubt he would move, but I don't want to get too deep into that side of it. I am just simply saying that they're going to tell you what they are this month. Whatever the numbers have been, they don't beat 500 teams, whatever. If they have a great month, they will be buyers.
And if they don't, I don't know if they'll sell. That's a different conversation that we've sort of had before. Like, what really are you going to sell that has value? Your most valuable pieces that you would probably get calls on would be Erod and Ketel, and you need those players beyond this year. So you may not sell in a big way if you're not in it, but if you don't buy at the deadline, then you're going to fade away this season. So 23 games for the Diamondbacks between now and the trade deadline. And you've got 3 against the A's, 3 against the Guardians, and 3 against the Dodgers that matter because of the time of year, but don't really matter based on the standings. In the sense, like, you need to win those games, I get it, but The other 14 of the 23 are all basically 2 games at a time. If you beat the Padres tonight, you're a game ahead of them.
Right.
If you lose, you're a game behind them. So you're right. We've had a version of this conversation a lot, but it makes more sense now because if you look at the standings, there are 8 teams fighting for 3 spots. And right now, the Diamondbacks and Padres are tied for 7th and 8th. So if one of them gets beat up in the series, that might be it.
Well, and you can get hot. The Marlins before June were not in this thing, and the Marlins had the best June of any team in the National League, and it was mostly led by pitching. And all of a sudden, they're right behind the Cardinals for the last spot. So when we're talking about a month, it can make a massive difference. I'm looking at the probables. Let me ask you this. How confident do you feel in this? Because it was
the
national.
fact that you're asking me means I'm not going to feel confident, but go ahead.
So they just burned E-Rod. They lose. That's bad. So the next 4 against the Padres are this. Fott versus Buehler, Gallen versus to be determined, Cabrera versus Michael King, and Merrill Kelly versus Griffith Canning, which, by the way, he has a robust 6.71 ERA.
Canning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel good about that one.
He hasn't been good. But those are your 4. So without E-Rod, this is essentially right now, no Soroka right now, et cetera. No, now we know that. So your 4, Fott, Gallen, Cabrera, Kelly. That's your rotation without E-Rod, and that has to be the rotation that carries you probably through this month.
Yeah, I would like if there was a way E-Rod could have pitched in this series, obviously. He's going to pitch the first game of the Dodgers series, but as you and I keep saying, I don't care as much about that series. I care in the moment, like, hey, beat the Dodgers, that's great, but you're not catching the Dodgers. I would rather have E-Rod pitching one of these games against the Padres, but he isn't. So to answer your question, I feel on paper good about the Kelly versus Canning matchup because Kelly, again, like go back and look at his stats. He's had some very bad games this season. Don't get me wrong, but 8 of his last 11, he's given them a chance to win. And then I probably feel good about Fott versus Buehler tonight. I mean, I'm just putting these in order.
You don't sound confident at all.
No, because, I mean, I'm not. I am.
Okay.
I am unreasonably optimistic about Fott.
Okay.
I have been since they called him back up. Then after that, I don't know, man. Cabrera versus King or Gallen versus TBD?
You're going TBD?
I'm a little worried about TBD in that match. And King, Michael King, when he's on, and it's been very up and down this year, but when he's on, he just doesn't give up runs.
Yeah, he can be solid.
So I think the Diamondbacks, on paper, you're looking at winning tonight and Thursday and splitting the series probably. And then we're having this conversation again on Friday.
Yeah, and it's not terrible to split a series, but you're starting to you run out of time.
Yeah.
And that becomes the issue to me is you've got to stop with these 2-2 kind of series. You got to start winning 2 out of 3 on a consistent basis because we talked about this before, what the numbers say to get a wild card to be an 88 win team. You have to play 600 baseball, and that's difficult to do. They've got to start getting on a run here.
What did you say they have to go the rest of the way to get to 88 wins?
Let me double check what my number is. I know it's 600 baseball, but I put this down, and it's not really great.
44 and
here I got it
something.
Right
I
here.
don't know.
The Cubs and Phillies are on a 90 win pace. Cardinals on an 88. So if you got to win 88, you got to go 43 and 28, which is a 606 winning percentage.
And you got to beat the Cardinals. Which looking at what's happened over the last month, they did take 2 of 3 from St. Louis. I think a lot of this is going to be determined by what they do in these next 4 games against the Padres and what they do in those 4 games against the Cardinals coming out of the All-Star break, which it's 3 and then there's a break and then there's 1. But that's probably going to determine a lot of this. Taking 2 or 3 against the Cardinals a couple weeks ago kept them in this. Getting swept by the Marlins, though, June 9th, 10th, and 11th.
That's a killer.
And what they got outscored in that series 20-8 or something. Like
we didn't know they were going to be that good this month. That's what they did.
No, we kind of jump-started the Marlins. Like, awesome.
Right.
But to your point, you're 4 games back of a wild card spot right now, but that third wild card team is not unbeatable. If you go on a run, you can still catch those. I don't think you're catching the Cubs or the Phillies. I think those teams they're going to be in the postseason. Maybe you catch them, but they're going to still be in the postseason. But these other teams are still catchable, but you're running out of runway here. All right, when we come back, did the Arizona Cardinals do enough to improve their defense this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They're playing a game of chess right now, and all they have to play with is a bunch of pawns. And the other team has queens and rooks and bishops and horses and castles, and you've got a bunch of pawns.
You want to tell them what the horses and the castles are?
Hold on.
You can do this.
Hold on.
You can do this.
Rook, that's the castle, right? Knight,
think that's the horsey.
Yeah.
See?
It just feels easy to say horsey and castle.
I know, but you see, you always give everybody a hard time when they use big words and you say, why not just say simple things? But if you actually know the words, you should use them.
No, because I have to think in that, and in radio, you can't hey, listen, I don't
want to, I'm doing a radio
dead
show.
Air?
I don't want to think.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Two different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-9-million, sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Today is one of the biggest days in the history of United States soccer. The U.S. men's national team will take to the pitch in Seattle for a round of 16 World Cup matchup against Belgium. Kickoff is at 5. The United States will have star forward Flo Balogun for the game after FIFA suspended his red card from the round of 32 yesterday. The struggling Arizona Diamondbacks are in San Diego to begin a 4-game series against the Padres. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And according to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns are bringing back guard forward Kobe Brea on a 2-way deal. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trips start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way, and right now you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Torey Lovello said he was jacked for a big road trip before the All-Star break. Will he be as jacked after Game 1 in San Diego? We'll get into it, that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf today. By the way, Spain, Portugal, scoreless. 20 minutes left. Well, soccer. So between 20 and 100 minutes left.
Not to get back into the wife, but yeah, this has been very confusing for her. When does the game end?
It's a fair question. I know you said that as a joke a week or two ago,
just
but
like the other day she asked me why the clock is going up and not down. I know my wife was sitting there and she's like, "How much time is left?" It's constant.
You know what?
Why is it going up?
If you're looking for reasons that the rest of the world's going to hate us, and we'll get into the Balogun coming back thing here in just a second, but they're in a hydration break right now. How much money corporately has been made because of hydration breaks, which means they're never going away now.
They're not.
One of the greatest things about soccer is game starts and, okay, whether it goes 90 or 97 minutes or whatever, like it just goes. Like there's halftime, but it just goes. Now we've gone ahead and just made the game basically 4 quarters.
Yeah, and then they're all drinking Smart Water, so then there's a big sponsor, the official water of.
And they can show commercials.
Yeah.
So that's probably not ever going away.
It's not.
All right, back to the NFL and a story we were looking at a little bit earlier. You and I have been talking about some of the offseason grades that people are giving the Cardinals, and everybody's just sort of piling on the Cardinals in some ways. I don't agree. Like NFL.com has a story out today giving the Cardinals a horrible grade, but it's not. If you want to give them a bad grade, whatever, it's the reasoning. So many of these are like, well, they used the number 3 pick on a running back instead of a surefire rookie tackle. Like, okay, there's a story though on The Athletic that's looking not giving out grades, but just looking at one of the situations, more alarming situations in the NFL, in their words, is the fact that the Cardinals didn't address defense much at all this offseason. They're not saying with the number 3 overall pick. They're just saying in general. And that criticism, I think, is legit and probably something that's going to define the direction of this team after this year.
Yeah, they're thinking this has to be their thinking, or just they didn't have enough money to go around and they made the decisions they did. But they're just hoping for internal progress. I mean, that's if you look at their defense, they have invested the draft picks. It's just Walter Nolan, first-round pick, Darius Robinson, first-round pick, Zaven Collins, first-round pick, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What they're saying is, and especially in the secondary with some of these young guys, either it's health or just the jump. Will Johnson, a second-round pick. They've put the resources in. Now they're essentially telling the players, we didn't go out and get a ton because we think that we're going to have this internal growth. Roy Lopez is probably the biggest name that they brought back, and he's a guy who's not going to be flashy. He's going to be a defensive tackle, and he's going to basically try to eat up blockers while you make plays. So it's not he's going to have a bunch of big numbers. Jack Gibbons they bring in, he's more of a special teamer from New England. The last time we saw him, A.J. Barner was doing a fake to the inside and going to the outside in the Super Bowl and scoring a huge touchdown against him, and he went the wrong way. So there's not those like pow names that you're going to get. Sorry, but that's what happens.
You always close the shows on a high note.
He did. He went inside. A.J. Barner went outside. He scored that touchdown.
What happened?
Sorry.
You don't have to celebrate.
Sorry. And one of the guys.
Also, we all fell asleep at halftime
Yeah,
of that
that's
Super
true.
Bowl anyway. So,
But one of the guys I was and the other side of it is like Caleb Proctor, right? We had him on the show. We went down there. He's a great guy. He was really funny. He got hurt and may not play this year. So, yeah, defensively, if they don't get the growth that they're supposed to get, it could get ugly on defense.
I almost look at this as they just decided, you know what? We've invested a lot in this, and it's either going to work or it isn't. That's why I was saying this may sort of define the direction of at least that side of the football after this year, because I can already hear the people saying, well, you know, if they had taken Reuben Bain instead of Jeremiah Love, then they would have addressed. Look, Reuben Bain is as sure of a thing as Walter Nolan is right now, you know, and as sure of a thing as Darius Robinson is right now. Like, I happen to think Bain's going to be good, but he's not a sure thing. And I'm sure internally the Cardinals looked around and they said, we got a bunch of these guys that were supposed to be good. Darius Robinson was a first-round pick. Walter Nolan looked good. He was a first-round pick, but he got hurt. You know, they have guys like Will Johnson, who I think is good, actually, already. But they have invested a lot of, even B.J. Ojolari, they invested a fairly high pick on that guy. Like, they have quite a few of these guys on their defense that they have invested high picks on, and it's just kind of either it's going to work out, and I think it's got to be this year, or it isn't. And then all the questions you have about Monty Austin-Fort's drafts, I think you're going to get some answers this year, because either these guys are going to pan out, and I still think there's legitimate upside with these picks, or they're not. And then, like, even if they're hurt again this year, then they're just guys that are hurt all the time, unfortunately. It's not their fault, but that's what they are.
Well, and here's the other thing, too. Whether they want teams want to admit it or not, when they get a certain kind of a head coach, they lean that way. So if you look at, you have an offensive-minded head coach now. Well, the first 3 picks were all on offense. Yep. And if you want to look at the guys that they signed in free agency that could make an impact, we mentioned Roy Lopez was really the only one defensively. Kendrick Bourne, Siamalu, Wilkinson on the offensive line, Minshew, Algier, Duvernay, who's going to be more of a special teams, but can play wide receiver. So your first 3 picks and most of your
Kendrick Bourne, did you say Bourne in there too?
Yeah, Bourne.
Okay.
So most of your free agents that you grabbed, and there was no like marquee, big, huge one, but most of them and your first 3 picks were all on offense. Well, you have an offensive-minded head coach who's thinking to himself, if I'm going down, I'm going to go down my way, which is offense. Because the one thing about Gannon that I think was ultimately his death knell, which is, well, you're supposed to be a defensive guy, and you're giving up 40 points every week. You can't do that. Now, if all of a sudden you come in here and you're scoring 30 every week, and you go, well, my defense stinks, at least he can sit here and say, well, okay, I got one side of the ball right now. We'll work on the defense. Unless they have that internal growth, their defense is going to struggle.
You know, you said this earlier. Maybe you're just in a position where you're going to try and just outscore teams this year. And
looks like it.
It does look like it. And I'm looking at the schedule and I'm saying, okay, well, can you do that? I mean, it's not the craziest strategy to take, but the schedule's brutal. And you don't know who your quarterback is. That's
other than that.
You're telling me there's a chance. The not knowing who your quarterback is it's just.
Well, isn't that why they got all these grades though? Like, I looked at it today, and NFL Network did the same thing as ESPN. I really and I get it. It's the most important position in sports. But what they're essentially saying is the Cardinals didn't go to quarterback; they get a D. Me, I'd much rather say if there's not somebody out there that I can absolutely get, I will wait until 2027 when it's supposed to be a really good quarterback draft. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I hope that they just take their quarterback in 2027, unless Beck just goes off. I mean, that's still the best case scenario, that Beck is undeniably your guy and you know it after this year. But I think that's a long shot, to be fair. There's a reason he was a 3rd-round pick when all these teams need a quarterback. Doesn't mean he can't do it, but it's a long shot. But, I mean, what other quarterbacks were out there where you could have addressed it any better than Beck? Like, is Beck really that much more of a long shot than throwing a bunch of money at Malik Willis or Tua? I mean, I know it didn't take a lot of money to get Tua.
I wouldn't have liked either of those moves.
But, yeah, I mean, so what other – you couldn't get Mendoza. So this offseason, what quarterback move did people like more than just what they did?
The only guy I thought might be, but I don't think the 49ers would have done it, is Mac Jones showed, I think he started 7 games for the 49ers. He's pretty solid. But again, Kyle Shanahan's a hell of a play caller, maybe the best in the league. And they do have a lot of offensive guys around him. There's a guy named McCaffrey that's pretty good. And a guy named Kittle that's all right. And they got
a guy named Brandon Ayuk anymore.
And there's a guy named Trent Williams, but not a guy named Brandon Ayuk. He may not be in the league at all. He's nuts.
It's not going great right now.
So, and that's not even a sure thing because he blew out in New England and Jacksonville. It's just in that offense, and Kyle's very quarterback friendly. he played pretty well. But would San Francisco have traded him in the division? Did they want like a second-round pick? I wouldn't have done that. So I don't know what are the specifics there, but that would have been the only guy I would have at least looked into.
And that may have made more sense, like for people nationally. They may have said, okay, the Cardinals addressed quarterback. But I think the Cardinals fan base and probably even the Cardinals themselves would have just looked at that like, okay, we got a slightly better Jacoby.
Right.
You know, like
I could see people saying that.
He wasn't going to be your franchise quarterback. That's why you need a high pick next year, and you got to use it on a quarterback if you get it, because that's one of the few times you should be able to address franchise quarterback, not just like bridge guy. All right, we come back, final segment of the show, so we will dive into soccer and the fact that this might be the biggest game in U.S. men's national team history tonight if they win. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Hey, students, are you on summer break and need a great paying seasonal job? Are you looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf is here. I got a great opportunity with you, an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful. And they are looking for go-getters just like you. And this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're actually going to get a signing bonus of $500. Listen, their East Valley location is continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin right here. They got one in Mesa, and they have one in Phoenix as well. No one wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. You know what? Get the professionals to do it. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find a full lineup of JBL Party Box speakers. These are perfect for tailgating, perfect for backyard parties or indoor events. They bring the sounds, the lights, and the energy to the party, no matter where it's happening. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner to check out their great selection, great pricing, and extremely knowledgeable staff. And while you're there, remember to drop my name for big discounts. Shop online at waltz.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Can the U.S. men's team keep it going, especially now that they've got one of their top players shockingly back? We're previewing USA versus Belgium on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, final segment of the show. So the next time we do this show, either the U.S. is going to be in the Final 8 of the World Cup or they're going to be out.
That'd be weird.
That seemed pretty...
That last part. See, you say that. I say negative things at the end. And you looked at me and you went, and they'll be out.
I was going to say, but then we'll just appeal it and just get to advance.
Trump will make a call.
How do we feel? I think, I'm guessing a lot of fans right now are like, it's kind of a weird spot to be the team that's getting special treatment, because I feel like usually the team I'm polling for is on the other side of this. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's a good point.
So it's this weird spot. And I was talking to somebody in the newsroom actually during one of the breaks too, who's a big soccer, and they said what my friend said last week. I told you, that's by the book. That is a red card. I don't care. It shouldn't have been a red card. I saw multiple cases this weekend where a similar play was made and nothing was called. I did see a play. There was a similar play in the game last night where a red card was thrown. Or called. I guess they don't throw it. That'd be a little bit different.
Right. Throw it at you like a flag.
Yeah, take that. But I just maintain what I said last week. I don't understand how you suspend a guy for that. The U.S., they got the red card. They had to play shorthanded for the final 30 minutes of that game. They could have easily lost that last game. I don't think you should be suspended for the next round of the World Cup because of that, because it was clearly an accident, but he was. And now he isn't, and here we go.
And for the storyline for us who do this for a living, he's got to get like a hat trick or the game winner, or he just has to be a major factor tonight. Yeah, because if it's nothing, it's like, But if he just, that would be just amazing, because then we would really be the Black Hats. Then they'd really hate the U.S. They would, and then the whole debate would start worldwide. Well, they wouldn't have won the game without him. Well, he played, and we won.
He did. But you're right though. For the purpose, if I'm just looking at it as the fan of U.S. soccer, I would almost rather just they win and he's almost not even noticeable.
Yeah,
U.S. wins, he's out there, and then it's like, okay, you guys can complain all you want, but he didn't really make that much of a difference. I don't think there's a way they win where he doesn't make a difference, because he's been their best player. So I almost want to lean into it and go the other way and just U.S. wins 3-2 as he completes the hat trick in the 90th minute or something.
That would be so cool. I just think, I have not anticipated a soccer game like this, probably in my entire life.
It. You were walking around with a Vuvuzela during the break?
Yeah, absolutely. Man, if those were still around, that'd be amazing. But no, I've talked to some friends in Seattle today as I was driving in, and they're excited, and the whole place is going nuts, and there's already people down. There was already people when we were coming in this morning down there and having a good time. And if you haven't been to Seattle and I know you're from that area, there's a really great atmosphere around the stadium, even though I hate the Seahawks. They're playing at that stadium, and it's just... It's going to be crazy there tonight, and I think that's going to play a factor.
This is all backwards because, I'm from Seattle, but I've always hated the Seahawks, even back when I was there. And so now we're in this weird spot of the U.S. is the team that's getting special treatment.
Weird.
And we got to root for the crowd in Seattle at that stadium. This is...
It is weird.
Flipped upside down.
But they do that stadium is loud. They built it that way. Paul Ellen built it. It is that way. I think they pound sound into that place. Every time I talk to friends of mine who cover the Seahawks, they kind of laugh and go, what are you talking about? I think they do, and I think they will. That's one thing we haven't talked. Belgium's going to have their people, but it's not going to be going to be bananas.
Yeah, and it's not like it's Seahawks fans there tonight. I mean, that's a really good soccer city, but I'm pretty sure other people are traveling to Seattle around the U.S. for this game. So this is, Yeah, this is going to be memorable one way or the other. We had Jake Ziven on earlier, MLS play-by-play guy for Apple TV, and we asked him about Balogun's red card getting overturned. And look, he agreed it probably shouldn't have, like, how would he say, it was basically kind of a harsh call to give him a red card in the first place, because it does seem like it's open to interpretation a little bit. I know some hardcore soccer people will be like, well, he hit him with the cleats, so that's a red card. But I watched it happen multiple times this weekend. It wasn't a red card for not for everybody. It was in one of the games, but not for all of them. So this is what Jake Ziven said, though, about the suspension, fair or not, then getting overturned.
Honestly, I was astonished this morning when all the alerts started coming through. I didn't think there'd be any possibility this could happen. You know, there were conflicting reports about whether or not there was any sort of appeals process. Maybe there's not a formal appeals process, but there's always a way for things to get changed, right? For rules to get overturned, and FIFA has a judicial panel. It's, you know, kind of a line or two in the World Cup guidelines that say essentially they can do whatever they want, right? I mean, if something is wrong, they can make it right. I didn't think it would happen for this because I don't think it's a red card. I think it's close. And often when moments are close like that, you're not going to have them be overturned.
Well, got overturned. So here we go.
I just, look, in every aspect of life, there is always something that is for the better good or the greater good. If this didn't happen for us, we'd be beside ourselves. But
if it happened against us, if
us,
it happened
absolutely.
in a neutral game, I would be like, no, that's it shouldn't have been a red card.
So in that way, I know that's the way it would have been. But this is for the greater good, and if FIFA didn't see that, I get it. They're corrupt, and I'm not saying they're not in this situation. But if Trump did make that call, or if some power that be did convince them, it's like, look, the U.S. being a world power in soccer is good for you. It grows the game.
He's definitely the most exciting player on the field. Here's more from Jake Ziven when we had him on. We asked, okay, just flat out, how much does it help the U.S. now in this game against the 9th-ranked team in the world? That's what Belgium is. How much does it help having Balogun back specifically on the field?
Yeah, it helps immensely. He is the best striker for the U.S., but he's the best finisher. But he's also a different kind of player than, say, his backup Ricardo Pepi would have been if that's the route that Mauricio Pochettino would have chose to go in this game if Balogun was indeed suspended. He provides a threat behind, and that's going to put Belgium's center backs and their defense kind of on their heels a little bit. Something they're going to have to worry about is Balogun running in behind, as well as being a great finisher.
You know, John, there's been so much talk in the last 24 hours about how, like, okay, now Belgium's going to be really fired up and they're going to be extra motivated. And you and I were laughing earlier, and this is why FIFA denied their appeal this morning. They weren't involved in this. This was a game that had nothing to do with Belgium.
I can't even believe they could appeal.
I get, like, if you're just a soccer purist and you're saying, hey, right or not, he got a red card, you can't just
I get that.
I get that. Belgium specifically complaining, get out. You're just looking for a free pass. Like, you had nothing to do with it. Yeah.
How did they even get it? Like, why am I even listening to you?
Well,
you weren't even there.
That's basically what FIFA said today. Like, Belgium got to appeal it this morning, and it took, 4 minutes?
Yeah.
And FIFA's like,
out.
You weren't involved in the fight. Get lost. So there is all this talk, though, of Belgium's going to come out fired up. How do you think Balogun's going to come out? Like, he's going to come out fired up.
Yeah, and Jake mentioned this, and he's really, really good, but he said, well, there's going to be more pressure on them. And I'm thinking to myself, how can you have more pressure than a game that's a knockout game? I think once the ball is kicked and everybody starts going, it is what it is. Like, Belgium's going to be more motivated. The U.S. is going to be more motivated.
Run harder.
This is it or you're out. So I don't think there's any pressure. It's just, hey, man. Go.
I think it might. I'm interested specifically in how Balogun comes out, though, because he was playing really good. And then up until yesterday, he thought that he's out for this game and that it's possible his World Cup's over. Like, he has no control over that. And now all of a sudden, I think he's going to come out shot out of a cannon today, which in soccer just means he'll get called for 4 offside goals. But still,
Could be.
I feel like he's just going to be everywhere.
I agree with that. From an individual standpoint, to think this got taken away from me and now it's back, and I got to prove to the fact that I'm that good or that big of a difference maker, I absolutely think he'll be great.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event. Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular 2-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When your air conditioner stops working or a plumbing problem cannot wait, you need a company that's focused on helping you, not finding ways to charge you more. Home and business owners have trusted Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning since 1957. The home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. What matters most to Ready Services is saving customers money and doing the job right the first time. For plumbing or air conditioning service, are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games left for the Diamondbacks before the All-Star break. They start a pivotal road trip tonight in San Diego against the Padres for 4, and then they'll head to Los Angeles for 3 against the Dodgers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start on the mound tonight. He'll go against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. In Phoenix Suns news, reports today say that guard Kobe Brea will return to the Suns on a 2-way contract. He'll also be back with the Suns during the Summer League, which for them will begin later this week. Additional reports say that President and CEO of the Suns and Mercury, Josh Bartelstein, has agreed to a contract extension. Owner Matt Ishbia, in a statement to ESPN's Shams Charania, said Bartelstein, quote, is one of the best CEOs in all of sports and happens to be one of the youngest, too. And I'm excited to keep working next to Josh as we continue to build on our success, close quote. And in World Cup action, the United States faces Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. In case you missed it yesterday, striker Folarin Balogun had his red card suspended, making him eligible to play in tonight's match. Kickoff is at 5. We'll keep you updated as the action goes on here on Arizona Sports. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, in for John Gambadoro. Hi, Kellen!
Hello! How are we doing?
Actual conversation that just took place in the newsroom about 30 seconds ago. Kellen is watching Portugal and Spain, and Spain just scored one. In fact, it just went to a final. It's 1-0. Spain advanced. And Kellen, talking to no one in particular, said, I think we can beat them. And Bruce St. James, co-host of the show over on the news side over there.
That one over there, yeah.
Who's the outspoken, for a second there, it escaped me what the name of the show was, which is really my bad. I should know. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. And Bruce says, who's we? And he said, the United States. He goes, you are bleeping kidding if you think the United States is beating Spain. Look, being somebody who is new to this party, as I am proudly, kind of displaying my I am new to this on my shirt, I thought it was a funny exchange because you are very confident that
he started the conversation, by the way, coming up to me being like, you're the expert around here, aren't you? And I was like, well, not really. But I mean, like, I guess that's nice of you to compliment me in that way. And then ends the conversation. And we got a shot. I am not looking ahead to Spain, though, to be clear. I don't want that to come off in this conversation. We need to focus on Belgium right now. We, the United States of America, need to be focusing on Belgium and Belgium alone. We can't be looking ahead.
I would categorize you as the soccer expert here at Arizona Sports.
It's a lot of pressure.
Who's ahead of you? Who's ahead of Kel? Honest question. I don't know. Who among our employment base here?
This is like if you took like the 91st best player in the NBA and put them in the ACC, and they were like, "Who's better than them? Who's better than them?"
That's not what this is like. I can't.
I appreciate.
I think Bruce is right. I
am very out of touch compared to where I was like 5-6 years ago. It's the sport where, when working in sports and watching as much as we do and keeping track of as much as we do, I don't get to watch it as much as I like. Like, I've gravitated more towards sports like Formula One, where it's just a really easy, like 2 to 3 hours to watch a week, every other week, really. And that's about it. It's a lot to keep track of, but I got really tapped in for the World Cup, and I am extremely excited for 5 o'clock.
We will...
A just and correct decision by FIFA, the most legitimate organization in sports, by the way.
Oh, boy, there's some eye rolling on that one. We'll talk about that coming up in a little bit, because obviously that is what's dominating the conversation. But let's start with our Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's our top story here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Chris Garagiola with the call yesterday. Diamondbacks are not able to get it done despite chance after chance, whether it was Friday night in the opener, whether it was yesterday, to win a series that they didn't have to win, but boy, it sure would have been nice if they had. And instead, they dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers. They got the Padres tonight, the first of 4, Kellen, in another big series as they attempt to hang into this thing as long as they can and get themselves to that trade deadline and be in a position of buyers. But whether it's Corbin Carroll's comments afterwards, Geraldo Perdomo's body language during, there were a couple of signs that I think that anybody who's paying attention to this team would sort of recognize this is a team that understands it is just about out of time, if not completely out of time when it comes to this, yes?
Yeah, what we've learned just over the course of doing this and following sports and following athletes and how their mindset works is that there is just they are not like us, right? Like the D-backs, like 45 days ago, 30 days ago, even 15 days ago, were not buying into anything else but just like what's on their mind, which is like the next game and just getting better and improving and having faith in everything that they built up over the last couple of months is going to come through. They stick with that mindset through a lot of trials and tribulations. Like that is what they do. That is what athletes do. We talk about how teams come out of like a training camp, whether in the NBA or the NFL or spring in Major League Baseball. And a lot of teams believe they have a chance, especially with these new wild card formats. I think every team enters spring thinking that they have a chance to compete at least for a playoff spot at the start of the year. And it's just that moment of like trying to pinpoint when belief starts to fade a little bit, that maybe this just isn't their year. This weekend felt like it for me. I'm really fixating on Jerry. Correct me if I'm wrong here, like tweet us if there are other examples I'm forgetting about, but Jerry, obviously the vibes king, the guy that is just the clubhouse leader, is just so positive. He's shown frustration before, don't get me wrong, but spiking his glove in the dugout on Saturday after he screwed up that tag, and then I think spiking his helmet when he popped up on Sunday, spiking his bat, whatever he did after he popped up. It was either the bat or the helmet. Yeah. It was just one of those moments where it's like, okay, these guys are starting to feel the pressure of what's happening, which is that they are going to slip out of this wild card race and probably inevitably be what they were always going to be, which is like a middle of the road, below average team in the National League. Yeah, I had a similar thought when he did either the back or the bat or the helmet spike yesterday, where I thought to myself, I remember thinking during that Reds series when Perdomo came out of the dugout and ran in the mascot race and finished it and won, that happy Geraldo Perdomo is the best Geraldo Perdomo. It means that I understand you don't expect players to be happy when things aren't going well, but the Perdomo's mindset is almost a reflection of the rest of the team and their positivity. And I noticed it during the bat slam yesterday, or again the helmet slam. That's not characteristic of him and his typical attitude. It's been a rough season for him. He had a decent series, but it's been a rough year for him. And then there's what Corbin said after the game, in which he kind of, the way I understand it, and I want to talk to Alex about this because I wasn't in the clubhouse, but the way Nick Piccolo wrote about it on AZ Central was almost as if Corbin Carroll waved the players over to his locker room, like I got something to say. Come over here. I got something we need to talk about, and maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but that's kind of how I understood how it to go down. Here's what Carroll had to say.
I think kind of scuffling would be the word I would use. I think that we're not playing the way that we need to play if we want to be in a position where we're gonna do something with this season. I think that just like that's reflected in a number of ways, but I think at the end of the day, if you look at like outside of what we did versus the Giants and the Rockies, I think our record kind of does reflect what we've done to this point, and I think it's frustrating for everyone in here because we know there's a lot more than that in this room, and we just need to play better. And I think it starts with me. I need to play better.
The way it went down, this is exactly how Nick wrote it, Kellen. Quote, in the quiet of a losing locker room, the Diamondbacks' Corbin Carroll glanced over at a group of reporters and made a suggestion.
Perhaps, he said, they should ask him questions if for no other reason other than to shake up the vibes in the room, close quote. Now, you talk about doing things uncharacteristic and out of character.
That's very unusual.
Right. That's unusual for Corbin. I mean,
Corbin felt the need after a game where typically how this works in the clubhouse, and Alex and Nick and Steve Gilbert know the dynamic far better than I do, but judging from being in the clubhouse, that's basically, okay, let's go talk to the starting pitcher that pitched that day, and then the most relevant offensive player, basically. And like those would be the two guys that talk. Maybe there's a third or a fourth if it's a really exciting game and there was a bunch of stuff that happened or whatever. So Corbin wasn't going to be on the call sheet that day. I think like he gets off and like is getting dressed and kind of knows like he doesn't have to talk today. He's good to go. No one's going to be looking for him to talk to him. And then he went out of his way to go like, no, I should be the guy that has to talk after that kind of performance as well in a series where you could make the argument that the D-backs should have swept Milwaukee, or you could make the argument that they should have got swept. And when you're in that murky middle ground as a baseball team, that's no good. Corbin's totally right. They start the year 13-8. They rip off those series against like the Mets, the Tigers, winning 2 out of 3 against the Phillies, winning 2 out of 3 against Toronto, winning 2 out of 3 against Baltimore. Ever since then, outside of the Colorado and San Francisco fixtures, that there was the 5 out of 7 against the Angels, the Reds, and then the first game of the series against the Twins. Other than that, they've just been middling all year.
Yeah, they have, and that's why he brought up the Rockies and the Giants. If you take away the 13-3 record against those two teams, I think the Diamondbacks are like 31-43 on the year. I'd have to go back and do the exact math. I mean, I think, look, here's what I think Corbin knows, and here's what I think Perdomo knows, pardon me. I think what they know is based off of what happened last year. What happened last year was that they were almost in exactly the same position record-wise, that they didn't play well going into the All-Star break, that they put way too much pressure on themselves after the All-Star break, and Mike Hazen had no choice but to sell. I think they feel themselves going down that path again. I think they're looking around almost like a road well traveled, right? They're looking around and they recognize, oh yeah, I recognize that sign and I recognize that landmark, and we've been down this. And if we get much further down this road, we know exactly what our general manager is going to do. He's going to sell. He's going to sell because we're not giving him any other choice. And whether it's Perdomo's body language or Carroll's, interesting choice of words and interesting timing of words, I do think it's a recognition that they're almost so far down that road that if they don't hit the brakes and turn things around quickly, Mike Hazen's going to have no choice but to sell guys.
And this group of guys that they love in 3 weeks' time, like 6-8 names could be, like your locker room could be completely transformed. That's the unique perspective that baseball provides.
FIFA officially handed Flo Balogun a red card, and in turn, he gave them the Uno reverse card. Nothing to see here at all, folks. This happens all the time. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them a call today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $17.76 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galvisi. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue Special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Joined us Tuesday morning. Torey Lovello said he was jacked for a big road trip before the All-Star break. Will he be as jacked after Game 1 in San Diego? We'll get into it, that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right. Your immediate, honest, first instinctual core reaction when you heard that Balogun had been reversed and he was going to play on Monday night? What's the first thing that went through your head?
Let's go! That was it. And then 10 seconds later, I was like, is this bad juju? Do I not want this? Do I not want this corruption stink all over my team? Do I not want to benefit from FIFA corruption?
I got to admit.
Is this like bad karma that's going to get here? Like, now Flo Balogun can't, when he looked like the best striker we've ever had by far, not even close, and now will he like never score a goal again? Like, is this just like asking for trouble from the sports gods?
I had the karma thought myself.
I'm scared.
I did. See, I know you can fit how much I know on this on the nail of my pinky finger.
You've
compared
been educating
to you.
yourself a lot.
Well, I've been immersed. So I had homework. You gave me, I normally give you.
Did you do it?
Everything but the Telemundo part.
Oh, buddy.
I couldn't do it. I could not.
It was
my wife is not feeling well.
That's okay.
And I could not ask her to watch a match not involving the United States in a foreign language.
It hurts
I
because
just couldn't do
that
it.
match had so much drama in it. So like the despair from the Mexican announcers and just their enthusiasm and just that crazy end of the first half. It's okay though. I'm glad you watched the match itself. I'm sure you caught the Holland goals too on Sunday. It's been an unbelievable tournament.
It has, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But let's get right into the story. So Flo Balogun, his FIFA it's stunning. There's no other word to describe it based off of everything I've come to understand about, because this just doesn't happen unless it's Brazil back in the 60s, right? And it happened then.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
The Ronaldo thing now. Okay, I want to get into that because it maybe this isn't quite as unprecedented as it's being made out to be. And I say that carefully because I understand there aren't a lot of examples of this. But there was just an example not that long ago of a maybe, Ronaldo obviously is a much bigger player than Balogun.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to suggest that they're
similar.
similar.
If it would have been like
but
Mikel Merino, the guy who scored the game winner for Spain earlier, we would have been like, oh, okay, maybe they're changing the way they approach this. When it was Ronaldo, everyone rolled their eyes and just went, this is FIFA doing FIFA stuff. Ronaldo's last World Cup, they want to make sure he plays in every single game, gets them all the ratings. Like that's why they did it.
Yeah, but I looked at that and I thought, when you're the host country and when the president of the host country calls FIFA and you're talking about the top striker and you're talking about the best player on the team, it does give off kind of, I think, minor league, they did this before with Ronaldo just a few months ago kind of vibes as hey, every now and then they will do something like this. But I mean, I don't know, does it right or wrong? Does it matter how you right the wrong when the wrong gets corrected?
That's exactly it.
That's the dilemma here, right?
Because you can look at the verbiage. We talked about this on Friday, like the verbiage of the rule and all that kind of stuff. Like what Flo Balogun did is a red card. But the only reason it was called a red card is because of slow motion replays that showed this bang, bang, awkward play. And then of course, all the other replays of all these other guys doing it and not getting called. The overwhelming consensus is that it did not deserve to be a red card, even from people who aren't the fans or who aren't Americans at all, still kind of felt that way. So in that way, it feels like what was supposed to happen. Like Flo Balogun was supposed to play in this match. Now, what I can't get behind is the people going, this doesn't even make any sense. Like, why would you get suspended for the next match after you already get tossed? That's how this game has been forever. That's how it's going to be forever. That's kind of how it is. Where this gets, to your point of like comparing it to the Ronaldo thing, where this gets hairy is I came across a story from last week. So like before that match against Bosnia and Herzegovina, where there were 50 members of the European Parliament who had written into FIFA to demand that the organization address an ethics complaint made against its president, Gianni Infantino, over his decision to award U.S. President Donald Trump the FIFA Peace Prize in December 2025. It also goes into repeated breaches, allegedly, of FIFA's duty of political neutrality. It doesn't take this type of article. You could just watch him, the FIFA president, and our president interact, or just hear him talk about him and see that he feels a certain affinity towards our president and thus our country, and he's not supposed to be doing that. And so when you loop in the element of this, that Trump called FIFA and then said, like, I didn't ask for them to do it or say do it, but then I kind of did say to tell them to do it. You just it's now getting a little icky for me just because it's to that level of like potentially our political influence over FIFA as an organization, and that's where it's like, okay, like just red card, whatever. If we're using that level of influence to get it done, that's where I start to feel a little weird about this. But ultimately, it's still let's go. I'm glad Flo is playing.
Well, and see that, and it's weird. Somebody, I think it was Connor Orr, who is an NFL writer over at Sports Illustrated, but I think he's writing about the World Cup too. Basically, said something along the lines of like, so this is what it's like to be a Chiefs fan. This is what it's like to be a fan of the team that it is perceived is benefiting from some hometown cooking.
The
here.
Lakers.
And the Lakers, the Spurs.
Lead the league in free throws every year.
Right. This is what it's like to be a fan of the team that gets a little, I got a little home cooking on that one. Oh, okay, yeah, superstar calls, and everybody wants to see the Chiefs on national TV because of Taylor Swift, so we're going to look the other way when on that targeting call or that holding call or whatever. And those words just kind of stuck in my head because at the end of the day, FIFA, no FIFA, Trump, no Trump, we're not unhappy about this, right? Like, I mean, you got a chance to advance to the quarters for the first time since what, 2002?
2002
was the last time it happened, and the chance to beat a European country or a South American country, which has always been like the blind spot, the hard thing for us to get over, a chance to beat a team like Belgium to get to that level, is this moment in time. I mean, I was listening to the soccer guy who's on, he was on Wolf and Luke's show today. He calls MLS soccer for Apple TV. He's like, this is the moment that American soccer fans have been dreaming of forever, for a generation, like a chance to win this match, this moment against that team to advance to that next level. We're not going to get something. We're not going to let something silly like, oh, should they have done this or not? We're not going to let that get in the way. Play, win, go do the thing. And it feels like most people ultimately feel that way about it.
Well, and it's happening at the exact moment that you and I talked about, I think at the start of last week, where we were like, okay, when is like the casual soccer fan like Dave Burns, when are the Dave Burnses of the world going to latch on to this team in this tournament specifically? And I think it's really started to happen in the last week, and nothing like some controversy, collusion, and drama to get interest up as well. So I think that there are thousands of Americans at least that are watching this game just because they heard about this type of thing, let alone that. And you can imagine how they can springboard this if they win tonight to playing Spain. Last time they've been in the quarterfinals, to go to the semis for the first time ever, all the extra stuff that goes into the match on Friday, all the momentum is building towards that. I just don't like the amount of attention that it's getting, and I don't like that every time Flo Balogun does anything in this match in 2.5 hours, we're going to think like, oh, imagine if he wasn't out there and stuff, because there is if you take any starter on this team and replace them with the backup on the United States men's national team, the biggest drop-off would be Flo Balogun at striker. That would be the biggest drop-off.
Suns Summer League starts later this week. The young players met with the media a couple of hours ago. Kellen was there, as a matter of fact. Which of the young guys is most pivotal for next season for the Suns? We'll talk about it next. Kellen Olson in for Gambo, right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
They have like crazy water slides and all that stuff
They
at the
did.
hotel?
3 really big water slides. One that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark, my big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the
have a wedgie.
Okay, let's go again.
Bickley and Morata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. A proud, happy member of Global Credit Union is what I am, because they are a financial partner that actually has my back. You see, here's the thing. Whether it's the checking account I have with Global Credit Union, whether it's the savings account, whether it's the loan that I have with Global Credit Union, I want what you want. I want what everybody wants. I want to be able to save money. All right, like for me, it's saving for my granddaughter's college fund. Maybe it's a vacation. Maybe for you, it's a house. Maybe it's your kid's college fund. Whatever it is, Global Credit Union understands that you're in this to save money for the things that you really want. And so when it comes to dinging you with fees, whether it's checking accounts, savings accounts, fewer fees, in some cases there's no fees when you go with Global Credit Union, loans that have better rates. At the end of the day, Global Credit Union understands the mission for you as a member, and the mission is save as much money as you can for these things, and that's why that's their belief when it comes to the fees. Joining is really, really simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org. Again, that's globalcu.org, or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer free fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games remain for the Diamondbacks before the All-Star break. It's a pivotal road trip that starts tonight in San Diego against the Padres. 4 games there, and then they go to Los Angeles for 3 against the Dodgers. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. In Phoenix Suns news, reports today say that guard Kobe Brea will return to the Suns on a 2-way contract. He'll be back with the Suns during the Summer League, which will begin for them later this week. Additional reports say President and CEO of the Suns and Mercury, Josh Bartelstein, has agreed to a contract extension with the organization. Owner Matt Ishbia, in a statement to ESPN's Shams Charania, said Bartelstein, quote, is one of the best CEOs in all of sports and happens to be one of the youngest, too. And I'm excited to keep working next to Josh as we continue to build on our success, close quote. And in World Cup action, the United States faces Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. In case you missed it yesterday, striker Folarin Balogun had his red card suspended, and he is eligible to play in tonight's match. The winner will face Spain this Friday in Los Angeles, who just defeated Portugal 1-0. Kickoff tonight at 5. We'll keep you updated as it goes on right here on Arizona Sports. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship is back at Talking Stick Resort, August 13th through 19th. Estimated $3 million prize pool. Don't miss out.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the U.S. men's national team after its round of 16 game against Belgium? We're talking World Cup tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That just makes me so happy, by the way.
What's this?
That we're at the point with the World Cup where they're in our look-aheads, you know? Like, we're talking this much soccer ball. I love it. Love it. 2.5 hours. Let's go.
I think one of our look-aheads was soccer. I think, yeah, I did one. Yeah.
Oh, that rules so much.
I sent it in last night. I emailed it in from home. Yeah, I mean, it's. And Dan Bickley wrote a column about it today at ArizonaSports.com. Partially it's the time of year. Partially is because we're hosting it, right? Like our continent is hosting it, so it's just everything's time zone friendly. The U.S. is good. There's kind of a slow spot in the calendar. I mean, it really is. I think Bickley called it the summer blockbuster, and it is. It's been and yeah, tonight I saw one estimate that because of the controversy and the importance of the match and the history, and now inject a little politics into it, that tonight's match they're thinking it could get like 50 million viewers on Fox. Like it's gonna be a huge, almost a second NFL season for Fox in terms of the eyeballs and the revenue and the ratings and things like that. So yeah, it's been big.
You know why Wednesday is my least favorite day of the week this week?
Why?
That's our first day without a match in nearly a month.
Oh wow, there's no match at all.
No matches at all. And
Nothing.
There's just one on Thursday. There's just going to be one on Friday as well. It's been awesome. It's just been at all times of the day. And I can't emphasize this enough. Like previous World Cups, like they're going to, I believe it's like Portugal and Spain and a third country are hosting it next year. Like those matches are going to be at like 5 a.m. for us or like 3 a.m. Like the time zones are going to put us all out of whack like normal. Like so having it on our schedule, like having this in prime time at 5 o'clock is just awesome.
The Suns Summer League set to begin on Friday. They'll play in Vegas on Friday and again on Sunday. So when you and I are back here a week from today, we'll have a couple of Summer League games to go over. Not that the Summer League is all of that. It's not. It's the Summer League. It's you try to parse what you can from it. But this year's Summer League team for the Suns is stacked. It's stacked with the guys from last year. It's stacked with the guys from this year. It's stacked with a couple of very interesting players they signed to fill out this year's roster. I know I say this every year. I'm looking for reasons to watch Summer League basketball. This year's team feels like it has more than others. And I know you were out there today, and we'll talk about these young players because it feels like the target has shifted a little bit now in terms of what we're looking for the young players this season with what they've done in the offseason. But I know you were out there today, and they've all seemed to have goals. They all seem to – Rasheer Fleming bulked up, right? Koa Pete talked about wanting to lead the Summer League in offensive rebounding. What did you glean from your time out there with those guys before we talk about kind of what it means for the season?
Yeah, it's just the usual. You know, it's like it's on Kaman, it's on Rasheer, it's on Kobe Brea to come out there and be leaders in this environment. And it always allows guys who are young, who are 19, who are 20, 21, or 22 to like get a taste of leadership briefly because you're supposed to be the leaders of that second year in that Summer League environment because you spent a whole year in the NBA season playing in the system. So if guys coming in like a Sam Hoiberg out of Nebraska or anyone else on the team right now is like unfamiliar with like the verbiage or whatever, they're there to assist. They have to be vocal. Kaman's been vocal ever since he got here in that kind of way. It's good for Rasheer to do that. It's good for Kobe Brea to do that as well. From there, it's just about what can you focus on and what can you improve on in this amount of time? Like, what are you going to get from the experience? Because we know how Summer League basketball works. It is not the most highest quality of play out there. It's going to look sloppy. It's going to look ugly for a lot of these guys. It's more so how can you take advantage of getting ahead before training camp? So for someone like Koa Pete, him getting these couple of weeks in the system before training camp is going to be big for him.
I'm also just curious about, and I don't know if any player applies for this. We won't find out until they start playing games on Friday. I wonder if there's a player who's a second-year player going into year number 2 who proves to be too good for Summer League, who proves to be, hey, I may not be a regular NBA player, but I know I'm better than this level, and I'm going to go dominate my first couple of games, and then you're going to pull the plug on this experiment. I'm not going to play here the rest. I don't know if they've got that guy.
Well, they have expectations. Like, if you're a lottery pick in year 2, you need to dominate. I need to be able to watch this first game on Friday and be like, that's the lottery pick. It's Kaman Malawach right there. That's the guy that looks like the lottery pick. If like you're a first-round pick in year 2 in any kind of circumstance, let alone a lottery pick, you need to look like one of the best players on the floor, if not the best player on the floor. So even if Kaman is raw and it's going to take time, we've talked about this a ton, he needs to come out there and be the outlier on the floor. That's what he should be as well. We'll see on Friday. We'll see this weekend how it kind of goes because, again, it's the most challenging device we use to like evaluate players in the league. It's not really that useful at all, but at the same time, you can glean little things from it here and there. Like, I was in the crowd blogging from the stands when Devin Booker was in his first Summer League, and I remember the scouting report. I remember watching him at Kentucky. I was like, 3-point shooter, smart, kind of plays defense a little bit, smart player, whatever. And then I watched him run a couple of ball screens, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
You can do that?
You know how to do that?
What's that? What's that over there? So then I was just like, okay, maybe Devin Booker can handle the ball a little bit, and then fast forward, he's one of the best guards in the league and has been for 8 years now.
I don't know if anything though will top watching the Bahama national team play a couple of years ago and trying to glean this was right before they traded him to Portland, trying to glean whether a different DeAndre Ayton was going to take the floor for the Phoenix. You talk about a reach, man. You talk about desperation. We're following the Bohemian national team during, what was it, FIBA qualifying to see how he played and whether it meant he was ready to take a step up in a new system. It's just absolutely crazy. Look, when it comes to these young players, the mission The mission hasn't changed, but maybe the method has. And what I mean by that is, a month ago, before they made all the moves they did, I think we all looked at Rasheer Fleming and said, he's got to get X number of minutes. Kaman Malawach has to get X number of minutes. Kobe Brea, I'd like to see a little bit more of him. Then they went out and either reacquired or acquired players who directly stand in the way of all three of those players getting any minutes. So you asked the question today, and I'm not going to lie to you, I don't have a great answer to the question. Like, which young player needs to take the biggest leap this year? Which young player needs to be the one that's the most important for them? I don't even know what the right answer to that. I think it's Malawach, but I don't know what the right answer to that question is because the path is kind of blocked a little bit.
Put your tomatoes down. Don't throw them at me. Throw them at the Suns if this happens. But there's a non-zero chance that none of these guys are in the rotation on night one. There's a non-zero chance. Look. They've got 10 guys right here. I'm looking at it. Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Miles Bridges, Mark Williams. That's your starting lineup. Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin are the guards coming off the bench. We got Luke Kennard in there for shooting. And then Oso Ighodaro and Ryan Dunn are the other guys as well. Now, they're young guys. They apply to this group still. They're just not on the Summer League team. But Ryan Dunn was ahead of Rasheer Fleming in the rotation pretty much all year last year. Should he be this year? Absolutely not. Rasheer should be getting those quote-unquote 10th man minutes. But even for guys like Koa and Kaman, I just don't really see the path to playing time for them unless they're going to legitimately play 10, 11, 12 guys and really stretch this thing out in order to give them opportunities as well. Like, there is a case with how much shooting that they need that they should give Kobe Brea some looks in the first 6 weeks to see if there's something there, because if there is a way for them to add more shooting, they should look for it as well with someone like him, like Pat Spencer, who they brought in on a two-way last Friday. Is like a good player. He's an NBA quality player. They just don't have room for these guys right now. But the whole point of the conversation here is, of course, that they have to create room. With the thought exercise we're talking about, though, I'm not sure how you can lean any sort of way on who will get in based on the rotation that we're looking at.
Everything is going to be forced, and based off of the Miles Bridges acquisition, it feels to me like Kaman Malawach is the one that if you're going to force it, you need to force it with him a little bit, because I Fleming will play. I know Fleming's going to play. I just don't know if he's going to play as much as I want him to. And so with that, I need Kaman Malawach to play more than he did. I mean, I think it's imperative that Kaman Malawach by the end of the season is, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malawach. It is major panic time. If by March of next year you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malawach, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
And it doesn't make up for the fact fully, like, look, let's say he is a starting caliber center in year 4 or whatever. That still doesn't completely make up for the fact that you didn't get anything out of him in your first year, or potentially 2 if we go down that road as well. So we need to start to see major signs here in year 2.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports with Kellen filling in for Gambo. It happened over the weekend. Eduardo Rodriguez is an all-star for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he pitched like it yesterday, too. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your your Phoenix Suns.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
Don't have the first idea what today's poll question is. Lauren's looking at me like I'm an idiot for not knowing what the poll. Something to do with Flo Balogun?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah, more specifically, the general team and their match tonight when we lose Kellen in approximately 2 hours and change.
What is like the percentage of distracted that all four of us will be? Like, I'll be 90 to 95. I'll be way out there. What is it in that booth right now? Mitch has got his USA stuff on. He's ready to go.
He is ready to go. I'd say high 60s.
Okay, like 2/3.
Yeah,
it's fair.
So 2/3 seems a little high.
I'm just
Mitch probably between the two of us. Yeah.
No idea. I'm not going to speak for him.
Okay. Mitch is currently got the buds in, and he's working hard on something right now. I like to think that being the professional driver of the Burns and Gambo show, I can rise above the din a little bit. I'll put myself at like 40% distracted, 35% distracted. It's just,
yeah.
I'm laughing over the fact the talking to that Lauren and I got about an hour before the show. we got a talking to, didn't we? We got just a friendly reminder that in case we were so inclined to bring anybody like live play-by-play of this event that we're not allowed to do that. So
Maybe don't do that. Don't play highlights. Just talk about it if you want to.
And all of us will be distracted in the way we're distracted with like something else while still doing our job. Like we're still going to sit here and get everything done. We're going to have a fantastic radio show, but
Kellen,
where our
we're
primary
pros.
mind will be, I'm going to be, if you're on the video feed, you're going to see the angle of me looking up at that TV a lot in the fourth hour. You're just going to see it a lot, along with some like visible reactions to things happening.
That's fair.
That you may or may not hear. Like, for example, like that might happen if we miss an open net, you know? Like it just might happen if we Wondolowski it. Who knows?
What is the poll question today?
Poll question today is, how optimistic are you that the U.S. beats Belgium to advance to the World Cup quarterfinals? No doubts here. Pretty confident. Not feeling great.
Did they literally spell out eh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
E-H.
Put me down for pretty confident.
I was pretty confident until a week ago, and I'm worried about the juju. I go to eh.
Oh,
I'm a big Juju sports fan. I'm a huge Juju sports fan. I don't like it at all.
I'm a big believer in karma, and I'm a little worried about the karma for this one because it does feel kind of icky that this reverse happened. But
Vegas has this like right down the line right now. To be clear,
really?
even with Balogun there, they have this as just about a coin flip, and with U.S. having a tremendous home field advantage as well. So if this was played at a neutral site, Belgium would probably be slight favorites, but they're not, and we're in Seattle, and it's going to be rocking. I can't wait.
It's going to be rocking.
Pretty confident is leading the way with 43%. 35% going with 17% going with not feeling great, and 5% going with no doubts here. You 5%ers, teach me your ways. Okay? I've never felt that way about any sporting event in my entire life.
Those are not Arizona sports fans. Those are not Chicago sports fans. They're kind of different kind of fans as well.
Are they even sports fans?
Where do you
How
land?
is that confident?
What's your answer?
I feel
You're eh? Okay.
I feel
Me being the soccer newbie of the group, I'm the one who's more confident than I should be.
No,
Maybe
but you know me, Burns.
I know you're kind of
never
you're about a lot. You're a Chicago fan. It's baked in. Yeah. Thank you, Lauren. Poll question can be found at ArizonaSports.com, our website. Eduardo Rodriguez, Corbin Carroll named over the weekend to the All-Star game for the Diamondbacks released an in-house video of Torrey announcing to the team in the clubhouse who the two All-Stars were going to be. And he was, for Carroll, it's almost old hat at this point. It's his third. But for Erod, it's his first. And it was a really nice moment with Torrey and the team afterwards, before the game over the weekend.
I mean, I feel it means a lot to me because I've been in this game for quite a long time, and had the opportunity to go to the All-Star game for the first time. It's just something amazing, So, I mean, and I literally told in the meeting over there, that's going in there for me is more like I tell them thank to all the defense, because I know like all that they've been doing for me this year to put those numbers out there is just most on there than me, because they've been putting a lot of good plays all the time and on the mound, especially this guy next to me. He was getting fly balls over there and line drives and everything. He dived for balls and all that, so it's thanks to him too that I had the opportunity to go there this year. So it means a lot to me.
He's referring to Corbin Carroll, who was sitting to his left during the press conference. In the context, Kellen, of the season that Eduardo Rodriguez is having, an All-Star berth is not a surprise. It's a reward. He deserves it. I mean, there are a lot of pitchers that he was competing with, and he might have benefited slightly from some of the pitchers maybe not being available to pitch because of where they lined up and things like that. But in the context of a career, and a Diamondbacks career in particular that has been 2 years of, oh boy, what have they gotten into, followed by 3 months of, man, where did this guy come from? In the context of a career, it is one of the more surprising All-Star berths in the history of the Diamondbacks, isn't it?
It is for sure, and not to say we could see it coming, but Erod's like 4-year tenure here in Arizona, or however long it might be, being really volatile isn't really that shocking. Actually, when you look at his career, I just remember when he signed here, going through his numbers in Boston and Detroit, and there was no consistency to anything. This year's up, this year's down, this year's up, this year's down. His last 2 years in Boston, his last second to last year in Boston, when he had a WAR of nearly 5.5 and got major Cy Young votes, finished 6th in the Cy Young voting for the American League. That was his best year pitching in the majors, but he had other brilliant years as well. Like he had a great 2023 season in Detroit when he had a 3.3 ERA. The year after, his ERA spiked to 5.04 here with Arizona. It's kind of been all over the place. His last year in Boston, 4.74 ERA after having that awesome season for them where he got Cy Young votes. So he kind of has been all over the place, but it's just another example of like why baseball is unique. It's such a weird sport where things like this are kind of commonplace. Like we've seen this all the time where guys just hit a groove and it extends through an entire season, maybe even a couple of years of their career where there are just these outliers seasons that occur. And it's not the first time like that we've seen this in franchise history. There's a couple of notable things that happen for every franchise like this.
Yeah, and you asked me who it reminded me of. And because there have been some unusual all-stars from the Diamondbacks over the last several years.
Not counting man supply.
And this is not a man supply conversation. This isn't they picked somebody because they had to. This is hey, they picked somebody, and I don't know, you would have said, that guy's totally an all-star. Like Carroll, Cattell, Perdomo, Zach. Yeah, okay, it's totally an all-star. This sort of reminds me of when Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was an all-star a couple of years ago. You know, just like you look at his career, and it's always been good, not great. It's always been like he's a steady, everyday Major League Baseball player who will do some things, but nothing great. He had a really good first half of the season in 2023. He parlayed that into his one and only All-Star appearance. And since then, he's kind of just been the same old Lourdes Gurriel Jr., for better or for worse. Sort of reminds me of that, where Eduardo Rodriguez, again, like you say, very steady, inconsistent, or very non-steady, inconsistent career. And how long is this going to last with Eduardo? I have no idea. And you look at some of the expected numbers, you look at some of the predicted numbers for him, and there's this belief statistically that he's pitching kind of out of his mind compared to where the numbers say that he should. So for me, it reminded me of Gurriel being an all-star a couple of years ago. Like, okay, good player. He's having a good season. But is this really who he is and who he's going to be for the rest of his life? Probably not,
And with Erod, there's going to be some drop-off here in the second half of the season. Like, I don't think he's going to finish top 5 in the National League in ERA, and that's more of a compliment to his competition for holding that type of title. Like, there's going to be some drop-off here, but you hope not to some of the degrees that, of guys we're talking about. Jake Lamb is obviously the more modern example that comes to mind. At the break, Burnsy, in that year, in 85 games, he had 20 homers and 67 RBIs with 18 doubles. His OPS was 922. The one that I remember growing up was Junior Spivey, who in 2002 had a 966 OPS halfway through the year, and then it was a 763 in the second half of the year. That was a guy who didn't get to the majors until he was 26, and he was out of the majors when he was 30. Like, it was a very brief blip, but in 2002, he was one of their best players coming off the World Series when Damian Miller was an all-star as well. It's always fun when those guys get their little moment here, and Erod getting his here has been really cool.
You want to have some fun? Go look up, if you're a listener, or a viewer on YouTube, look up Jake Lamb's one and only All-Star season in his career, and you might be shocked by the numbers that Jake Lamb put up in that one and only All-Star season with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was pretty impressive.
Went from hitting 279 to 204 first half, second half. It was just dropped off immediately. It was crazy.
Absolutely. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is there a case not to re-sign Dylan Brooks and not to re-sign Miles Bridges if you're the Phoenix Suns? That is coming up on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com, something they have not done in 8 years at Liberty GMC. This does not come around very often. It is highly recommended you take advantage of it while it's still here. You pay what they pay at Liberty GMC. Employee pricing on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500, best truck on the market, and it can be yours with employee pricing. You will pay what they pay when they buy one for themselves, or you can take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months when you go to Liberty GMC. So what does this mean? This means you need to get to Liberty GMC and take advantage of this because, as I said, it's been almost 10 years since the last time they did something like this. They want to see you behind the wheel of the best truck on the market, best with the tech, best with the towing capacity, the power, all of it, and it's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games remain for the Diamondbacks before the All-Star break. A pivotal road trip starts tonight in San Diego. Padres for 4. And then the road trip continues to Los Angeles for 3 against the Dodgers. Prior to tonight's game, James McCann was activated off of the injured list and brought back to the big league club. Adrian Del Castillo was sent down to AAA Reno in his place. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start on the mound tonight. He'll go against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Phoenix Suns news, guard Kobe Brea will be back with the Suns on a 2-way contract. He's back with the Suns during the Summer League as well. Summer League play will begin later this week for Phoenix. Additional reports say that President and CEO of the Suns and Mercury, Josh Bartelstein, has agreed to a contract extension with the organization. Owner Matt Ishbia, in a statement to ESPN's Shams Charania, said Bartelstein, quote, is one of the best CEOs in all of sports and happens to be one of the youngest, too. And I'm excited to keep working next to Josh as we continue to build on our success, close quote. And in World Cup action, the United States faces Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. In case you missed it yesterday, striker Folarin Balogun had his red card suspended, and he is eligible to play in tonight's match. Winner will advance and face Spain this Friday in Los Angeles. Spain took down Portugal 1-0. Kickoff tonight at 5. We'll keep you updated all night here on Arizona Sports. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns re-signed Kobe Bryant on a 2-way deal. The preseason All-Big 12 team includes ASU's Peyton Miller plus Arizona's Fafita. And former Arizona point guard Kerr Kriisa has been indicted on fraud charges. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, welcome back, Burns and Gambo. Kellen filling in for Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Suns Summer League, as we mentioned earlier, about to get underway. The last bit of business for the Suns that we are aware of for them to conduct at some point this offseason would be contract extensions for the players who are eligible for contract extensions. Now, of course, there could be another player acquisition. There could be another trade. There could be some surprise Jalen Green thing lurking. I don't think either one of us are betting a house payment on it, but certainly I don't want to rule that out either. The things that we do suspect at some point could happen in the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, would be contract extensions for Dillon Brooks and for Miles Bridges. In fact, most people think, Kel, that you give up an unprotected 2033 first. You know, some of the reaction is, man, you better sign him to a contract extension. Otherwise, what did you just give up? They're both different in terms of like how we judge them and how we judge their worthiness of them. But there's also this other line of thinking, and this is an interesting road to go down. They don't have to. They're not required to give either one of these guys a contract extension. And I wonder if the fragility of all of this has them second-guessing whether they should give either of those guys contract extensions.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think that's like why there's a delay here or even a delay. Like, I think both these things are going to get done. I think they're going to re-sign both these guys. I'm not saying that from a place, as always, of knowing things, because John Gambadoro sits in this chair constantly and speaks from a base of knowing things and talking to people within the league. Not what I'm doing. I just assume that they're going to get both these things done. The reason why I bring it up is if you re-sign Miles Bridges and Dillon Brooks, this is your core for Devin Booker's contract, essentially. Like, this is your group. You've got Mark Williams. So Devin Booker has 4 years left on his deal, including a player option worth $68.7 million in his fourth year. So you look at player options and it only counts as 3, but again, $68.7 million, $68.7 million. I think he's going to pick that up. I think he's going to be just fine with having that as well. You got Mark.
You think?
You got Mark Williams down for 3 years guaranteed. You got Colin Gillespie down for 4 years guaranteed. You've got Jordan Goodwin down for 3 years guaranteed as well. So if you add Dillon Brooks on $20 to $25 million a year, if you add Miles Bridges on $20 to $25 million a year, this is your core going forward with very little flexibility, because there's another guy making $19 million a year for the next 4 years. That's Bradley Beal, who is not making that money per se, but he is on the books in dead money, along with Nasir Little's $3 million a year that runs through 2031 as well. So they've got $23 million in dead money on top of that is not going to allow the flexibility that you might think that they have as well. So it's just one of those conversations. I think the thing that I would ask you, Burnsy, is if Dillon Brooks is signed to a 3-year, $75 million deal, if Miles Bridges is signed to a 3-year, $70 million deal, do you believe either of those guys is tradable on that contract? That's the main worry that I have here with this, is that once you sign these guys, they're not going anywhere, because at that price tag, they're probably a little bit overpaid and wouldn't have a ton of interest.
Yeah, I mean, I part of me wants to say that there is nobody that is not tradable in the NBA. That if you've got the right sweeteners to add to a deal, don't know whether the Suns have enough sweeteners to add to a deal to make those guys tradable, I don't know. But in an offseason where Giannis just got traded, Jaylen Brown just got traded, like it feels like damn near everybody's tradable in this league if you want to get off a contract bad enough and you have the things to add to that deal to make it work. But by and large, no. I would say that you would have to work very, very hard to trade both. Dylan more so than Miles. Like Dylan, I think Dylan has proven himself to be a wonderful catalyst for a team that needs a reboot, a wonderful catalyst for a team that could use an infusion of the things that Dylan Brooks does really well. And even at that price point, I could see him being a valuable trade chip somewhere over the course of that contract if you find a team that looks at Dylan Brooks and says, man, he's exactly what we need to kick a little life into our organization because we've been lifeless. Miles, I'm very worried that the minute they sign him to that contract extension, they are stuck, and that they're going to be stuck.
But they're
with
committed.
that.
They have to re-sign him. Like
they
gave up the pick. They have to.
And I know, and that's reason number 5 or 6 why I don't like the trade.
Yes.
I don't. It's once again we're circling back to what we were talking about exactly 1 week ago from today, reacting to this deal. It's yet another reason for me to not like it because by giving up that draft pick, you have to. It's terrible. I mean, it's bad enough value as it is that you got Miles Bridges for that draft pick.
Yeah.
But to only get 1 year of Miles Bridges, you can't do that. And so I would even wonder about what backroom off-the-record conversations have been had assuring him that he's going to get the contract extension, right? And so you are POC committed. You do have to do it. It doesn't mean I've got to like it, Kellen. It doesn't mean I've got to be a fan of it. And not just because of the off-court stuff. I'm just talking about whether that core you speak of, is that core good enough to really go anywhere over the next few years? I doubt it, but that's just me.
Doesn't it speak to where we're at with Jalen Green, too, that he is extension eligible? We're not even talking about it because we just know that's not happening.
Look, they're going to realize the Jalen Green thing doesn't work. It's just a question of when. Yep. They're going to realize it. It's going to dawn on them if it hasn't dawned on them already, if they don't already know it. They are committed to this vision of him now. They're committed to this idea that he was hurt and they need more time and let's see how it works together. I think eventually they'll get on the same page and they'll realize it's not going to work and they'll look to move off that. But yes, it is very telling. No one's talking about a Jalen Green contract extension for good reason.
Sometimes we see these teams and rosters come together and you're like, yeah, like let's lock this in for 3 years. And some of them like last year and like this year is going to be again, like part 2 of last year is like, would like to see this for a year before you seriously commit to it. Would love to see this for a year. And I do wonder with Bridges or Brooks if they run the risk of them going to unrestricted free agency in lieu of that little freedom of just like, we want to see and make sure that this works because there is a way that this doesn't work with the 4 of them together. And we identify Jalen Green as the problem. And then they trade Jalen Green. And then all of a sudden these 3 guys together, it still doesn't work anyway. And then, like I said, you're stuck with these 3 guys. You're just stuck.
I think there's a certain wisdom to writing it out without contract extensions to see how it does work. I don't know if they're ever going to get there or not. And I also think the other thing I'll be interested in too is what type of contracts these players get. Is it the max value for Miles Bridges? Shouldn't be. I hope it's not. I mean, the Suns have done a pretty good job about not having to give up max value for some of the guys they re-signed.
He should make less money than he does this year, upcoming year, which is 22.8. He should be making less on the extension.
He should. But will he? Is that what was promised? And that's I agree. And that's where things get really dicey because if you're going to tell me they're going to get a contract extension, Dylan, you could talk me into him being closer to the max of what he's owed. I liked a lot of what Dylan brought to this team. But Miles Bridges, you can't give Miles Bridges the max. You can't do it. The MLB trade deadline is less than a month away, and we're all still waiting for the Arizona Diamondbacks to declare what they are. Did we get any closer this past weekend? That's next. Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, Does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy? These are questions. This is the elephant in the room that's saying, talk about me.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Every great player needs a great team behind them. For your child, that starts with you. At Valleywise Health, we're proud to be part of that team. With regular wellness visits, vaccinations, and pediatric care you can trust. And while most days are filled with games, practices, playgrounds, and after-school activities, sometimes unexpected injuries happen. When they do, Valleywise Health also provides specialized pediatric emergency care designed just for children. Valleywise Health, you're more to us. Hey, it's Luke. Was Brandon Pfaadt able to deliver in San Diego? We're reacting to Game 1 of D-backs Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, I thought I saw him give you the signal for the tip jar. Yeah,
I was just head bopping for now, but
you missed it.
No, I didn't give an initial one. Your spotting was correct. Producer Lauren Cole, your spotting was correct. I was just head bopping, but then I went to it, yeah.
Okay. Because I would have tip jarred the strokes if I were. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. The
What's up, buddy?
Hey,
how you doing?
Hello, everybody. Hi,
Welcome. An hour and
welcome.
42 minutes till kickoff. Let's go.
God, if you keep bringing it up like that, there's no way I even have a chance of having you half focused for the 5 o'clock segment. There's no way. You know what I mean? Like, I'm already worried.
I'll be locked in for 5:30 when we're talking about the literal match happening. Be locked. That segment?
Yeah, the 5 o'clock segment, not so much.
Outstanding 11 minutes of radio for that one.
No, while you were busy doing the tip jar and Lauren was busy not noticing the tip jar, I was busy thinking, oh yeah, Brandon fought tonight. We might need to, it's not tip jar worthy, but I might need a little Fought Rock later on. We'll see, perhaps, maybe. I don't know for sure.
Okay, I got a question about that.
Yeah, hit me.
Because last year when we played it, he was then awful. I mean, did we curse him? Maybe. This year, we've played it once, and he was really good.
Okay, you know what? I'll meet you halfway. Yes. Even though, in the famous words of Michael Scott, I'm not superstitious, I'm a little stitious. I'll agree we should not play it today. If he does well tonight, let's hit the hell out of it tomorrow, right? Like, let's play it quite a bit and give him a couple of yacht rock kind of moment, Fought Rock kind of moments, and let's do that. But I'll agree with you. Let's let it rest.
Good. I was sad. I was sad the direction that was turning. I didn't want to have to play the trumpets for Fought Rock. We need to keep Fought Rock on.
I would have liked you to play an actual trumpet in the studio.
No, I got the sound effect of the trumpet. You don't like Fought Rock?
No, I love Fought Rock. That's what I was saying.
Okay,
I didn't want to bust out the trumpets for Fought Rock because I felt like we were trending in that direction.
Oh, I see. Okay, I understand.
Again,
we were about to kill it, and we're not.
I'm a juju-heavy guy, so I'll roll with your guys' juju. That's fine.
Fair. That's fair. Diamondbacks dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Brewers, and now, what do we say? 6-4.
Yes, please. That's what
we
I would
thought
like.
they needed. Okay, so now 6-4 in this 10-game stretch is what? 5-2 over the last 7.
Sure, let's do it.
5-2 against the Padres and the Dodgers. Now the Padres might help you out because they've just been brutal. I kind of lost. To a certain extent, I've lost a little track of them just because the Diamondbacks haven't played them a whole lot. God, they just ended up in an 8-game losing streak by beating the Dodgers last night. Worst offense in Major League Baseball by batting average, by OPS, by runs scored. They're brutal. I know their bullpen is great. Their starting rotation has been kind of middling. It's been average. But we're also, Kellen, still a long, long ways away from what we need the Diamondbacks to be, and that is buyers at the deadline. And whether they can do anything over the course of these 7 games before the break and in the ones in the immediate aftermath to convince Mike Hazen that they're worthy of that, it feels at this point like we just need them to not completely fall apart over the next 2 to 3 weeks of baseball, and that Mike Hazen will do the thing as long as they just don't completely fall apart and hang in there. I'm worried they're on the verge of falling apart and giving Mike Hazen no choice but to be a seller. They're just not quite there yet.
Thought exercise time.
Okay.
Give me your number one pitching request. If you had, if we're going here, and you can't say Tark School, you can't say that, but the realistic target for them on the pitching market, the names you looked at, the names in the ESPN story, who do you want?
Reed Detmers.
Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number one hitter. Who is the number one hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target?
How realistic are we being?
You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but stay in reality. Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? That needs to be a yes, Dave Burns.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers. I need more confidence out of you, and that's my problem with talking about them as buyers. That needs to be
a firm, solid yes.
Remember when Seattle got Naylor, they got Suarez. It's they're really pushing it. And remember at the time in the AL West, it was unclear if they were going to make the playoffs. And then they made that push, and then they had a great postseason and all that kind of stuff.
That. I did not understand the assignment. I needed to be yeah, absolutely. They're totally a playoff team. I guess the fact that I'm hesitating on it
Well,
your point is well made.
Yeah,
Kellen.
like if they added Tarek Skubal and Byron Buxton, I'd say yeah, but that's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. That's not neither one of those going to happen. But I also think their chances of being a playoff team go up tenfold. You know, like okay, but I think Baseball Reference right now has them at like a 16% chance of making the playoffs. I think if they get those guys, it turns into more of a 50-50 coin flip. I think if they get those guys and address the things that have been now what they do in their rotation, if they get Reed Detmers and who do they kick out, I don't know. It's a big start for Jose Cabrera this week because I haven't liked what I've seen out of him his last couple of starts. But is it enough of an increase in their chances to say, to hell with it, let's do it? Does it have to be 100% in order to meet the threshold of yes, they should do this or no, they shouldn't? Because then they shouldn't do anything at all because there's nothing they can do that's going to make it 100%.
They need to be confident they'll be in the race the last week of the season. You know what I mean? Maybe not confident that they're going to get the spot, but Lauren, the Cubs are buying, right? Like they're going to buy. Okay. Open the Hornets' nest here without realizing. Sorry, I thought it was a pretty clear-cut yes, but the look he gave me there gave me the who the hell knows it's the Cubs.
Who does know? You know,
I was going to say that means the Ricketts have to spend money, and they're so averse to that. But realistically, like, I don't know, you're pretty far out of the race right now to the Brewers, who seem to be in control of your division. You're fighting for a wild card. Yeah, you're the top spot right now, but one of the teams you're fighting with is the Cardinals, who you just lost the series to over the weekend. So hard to know.
Well, that's interesting context then, Bernsey, because if the Cubs were not sure are buyers, are the Phillies going to really go all in on this core? Are they going to go the other way? They have a negative run differential right now at 50 and 41. What are the Cardinals going to do? They're still in this. Like we talked about them in the first couple of weeks. We're like, that's really cute. That's adorable that you guys are going to be maybe better.
I will turn your mic off.
I was making fun of them. I was saying like we were patting them on the head, being like, "Good job, Cardinals. You're better than we expected." And here they are, 47 and 40. Still, meanwhile, the Marlins are 49 and 42.
The Marlins, the Nationals are still in the conversation. The Pirates are still in the conversation.
Doing has just as much to do with what the Diamondbacks
and so if it's, I think of that. I think of that line from Zero Dark 30. Where they ask you, I assume you know the line I'm referring to, or you know the movie I'm referring to.
I know the movie you're referring to.
Okay, the movie I'm referring to in Zero Dark 30, James Gandolfini is the director of the CIA, and he asks, what's her name? Jessica Chastain. He asks her character, give me the certainty that it's him. Give me the certainty that it's Osama bin Laden in that place. And she said 100%. And they all look at her like, come on, it's not 100%. She's like, fine. 99% because I know certainty freaks you guys the bleep out, right? And that's where I am with this trade deadline. Can I tell you 100%? Yep, Diamondbacks are in if they no. But if it makes it so that it's the odds are at least a little bit better in their favor, I don't know, man. I just hate to think that we're just going to toil away with another 500 season and just watch it all happen again, you know? And at what cost? I don't know. What's the reasonable cost? How much is too much? But I don't think any move is going to give you, even Tarek Skubal wouldn't give you certainty, would it? Would Tarek Skubal and Byron Buxton give you the 100% you seek?
99. I'd go Chastain level, yeah.
You go Chastain on that?
Yeah, it would help a whole lot to have one of the best outfielders in the league the last year or two, and then maybe the best pitcher in baseball for the last couple of months.
The point that of this article that was on ESPN.com, they listed again the top 100 trade targets that are out there. Not one Diamondback. Not one Diamondback was listed. So in their minds, the Diamondbacks have not crossed over into that threshold of, oh, yeah, they're clearly selling. And the minute they come up with a top 100 list in which there are Diamondback names on it, then the Diamondbacks are going to be perceived very differently.
Incredibly notable how Hazen went out of his way when we were talking to him on Wolf and Luke, and he was like, I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't get to ask you the buy or sell question. He was like, we're going to be buyers. I'll tell you that. I want to be buyers.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between we are going to be buyers and we want to be buyers. There's a very strong difference.
And we're leaning towards the latter right now.
When we come back, only one of the three host countries remains after this past weekend of World Cup action. Can the U.S. men's team survive and advance? That is next. I'm Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick, and makes a leaping catch in into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games left for the Diamondbacks before the All-Star break. A pivotal road trip starts tonight First, 4 games against the Padres in San Diego, and then it'll conclude with 3 games in Los Angeles against the Dodgers. Prior to tonight's game, James McCann was activated off of the injured list, brought back to the big league club. Adrian Del Castillo was sent down to AAA Reno in his place. Brandon Pfaadt will start things off on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And in World Cup action, the United States faces Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. In case you missed it yesterday, striker Folarin Balogun had his red card suspended, meaning he is eligible to play in tonight's match. The winner between U.S. and Belgium will advance to face Spain this Friday in Los Angeles. Kickoff is at 5, and we'll keep you updated when the action begins here on Arizona Sports. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 30 years is old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending Group that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text GALAXY to 620-620 to learn more. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Team USA got a reprieve. Will they get a gigantic victory? We'll talk World Cup soccer Tuesday morning. Tune in. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Richard Deitch is a media writer, sports media writer for The Athletic. He had suggested on Twitter this morning that between the controversy, the red card reversal, the infusion of political drama into tonight's match, and just the overall arching historical implications of the United States trying to get to a place they haven't been since 2002 and having to beat a respected European country like Belgium to do it, that tonight's audience could reach 50 million viewers. Like it's soccer, this World Cup, and I don't know, Kellen, and we'll talk about everything else that happened this weekend, because I don't want to boil every World Cup conversation down to red cards and reversals and things like that, because there was a lot of really cool stuff that happened this weekend. But it does seem as if this transcendent moment of everyone is going to be watching tonight at 5 o'clock. I don't want to say it took the controversy to make it happen, but it certainly feels like the controversy helped turn tonight's match into the, oh yeah, everybody's going to be watching now to see how this thing turns out. Yeah?
Yeah, and just turned it into a real national story. Like, I think we're at the point now in the tournament where this team would have grabbed the attention in that kind of way, where it's just one of the biggest stories happening in the country today, maybe the biggest story happening in the country, whatever like radio station we're talking about. Like if we're talking about KTAR over there, they're talking a lot of World Cup right now.
Yes, they are.
As well, certainly for the political intersections that have occurred with this news over the weekend, and Trump's involvement in seemingly his involvement in making it happen and getting Balogun off the red card and into the lineup today. But there has just been a lot of forces that have allowed for this to come together at the right time. This is one of them: the controversy, the collusion, the drama, the fact that when people hear about this team, they hear like, this is the golden generation. This is supposed to be our group of guys coming at the right time, coming when we're hosting this thing. And I think there is an extra source of pride that people are feeling. Maybe it's patriotism, maybe it's not patriotism, but certainly pride in how we're hosting this thing as well, and the level of which our involvement as a country in hosting this thing, as well as the job that Mexico and Canada have done in helping host this as well, has elevated this tournament, I think, even further. Because if you're not familiar, like Qatar had to build a whole bunch of stadiums, and it didn't go well for a whole lot of really nasty reasons. We came here and we're like, yeah, go to Jerry World for 12 of these matches. We'll support it just fine. Look at our big screen. Look at our awesome football stadiums. Like, it's been very entertaining and great in that regard as well.
I think it's threefold. I think it's, number one, how well we've hosted the event so far. It feels like it's gone off without a hitch. Number two, it's unquestionably the patriotism that that everyone's kind of seeing and feeling in a moment like this. And number three, and I really do believe in this, I think it is the soccer crazy fans in this country who are finally kind of having their moment. Kind of the, hey, we told you this is really cool. We told you this is a lot of fun. And I know not everybody has been into soccer, but the more people who are kind of walking through this gateway now of this, and realizing how cool, and I'll hold my hand up high on this one, who realize how cool and how fun this are. I think this is kind of a win, not just for America, but I think it's also a win for soccer fans who for the longest time have been saying, no, really, this is awesome. You should be watching more of this. It's really, really good. And now it's here.
And also what's happening is for the people who are like casually tuning in and they're like, oh, like when does Messi play? When does Mbappe play? When does like Haaland play? Like they're getting to know these superstar names who are delivering in a way in which very few World Cups have seen. Like it's the golden boot is what is awarded to the player who scores the most goals in the competition. And sometimes it is the Messi or the Ronaldo that gets it. Sometimes it's like some random guy who had a pretty great tournament who's a pretty good to great player, but not seen as one of the 5 or 10 best players in the world. There's a 3-way tie for the Golden Boot right now. It's Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland, who you can make a case right now are the 3 best players in the world right now. So the fact that a casual fan can turn on and see what I thought was the game match of the year in sports between Argentina and Cape Verde on Friday. It was just unbelievable drama and television. They can turn it on Saturday and see a completely different match where Paraguay is doing this bad boy Pistons from the 80s thing where they're just doing every cheap trick in the book to try and piss off France.
I saw what Mbappe said about it after the match.
And
it was
then
very
Mbappe
funny.
says, if you want to play dirty, we know how to play dirty too. That's your style of football. You can play whatever kind of football you want. There is no right way to play football, but that's how we're going to play. That's how you're going to play. They're doing all these antics with him. He's just laughing at them while scoring the decisive goal as well. Or you can watch a match like Sunday where Erling Haaland, the best goal scorer in the world, single-handedly won that game because he got the ball in a couple of key spots against a Brazil team that was better than Norway, and he was just the decisive moment as well. So I think individual greatness is something that sports fans, even the most casual in the world, will always latch on to, and this tournament has heaps of it.
And maybe this is like more of a deeply personal story for me, and maybe not everybody feels this way about it, and I certainly respect it if you're out there listening or if you're watching right now and you don't feel this way about it. I totally get it. I had always been waiting for myself to kind of turn that corner of when is this World Cup going to make me interested in other matches that the United States are not directly involved in? Now, it helps that, now I watch Spain-Portugal today because I want to know, if the United States plays, now it's going to be Spain on Friday afternoon at noon. Okay, what are they getting into and kind of watching it and getting an idea. But I watched Mexico-England last night. I did watch some of the Cape Verde. That was fascinating on Friday. That was really, really good stuff. I watched France-Paraguay on Saturday, right? Like and that was the corner I was waiting for myself to turn a little bit because I'm now invested in the whole. Not just the slice, but the whole. And that I never really thought I'd get to that point when it came to any of this, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and tomorrow you've got Argentina-Egypt at 9 a.m. as well. I'm going to be tuned in for that one to see how Messi does. I think a lot of people are as well. Wednesday is the day out, but then Thursday you've got the most talented attacking quartet or just collection of attacking talent in the tournament, which is France, led by Mbappe against Morocco, who has been an undeniable machine defensively in this World Cup and the previous World Cup. That's on Thursday. Friday is the USA match potentially that we've been talking about. And then Saturday is that England team, which showed unbelievable poise and reserve and fortitude with what they were able to accomplish. I thought Mexico really didn't play that well once the red card was handed out, and they just were really simple-minded with what they were doing, had one plan only, couldn't do it, but people got attached to that England squad a little bit there against Norway and what Erling Haaland did. So that's the really fun thing about this tournament is you can zoom out and look at this and look at other tournaments like the NBA playoffs and be like, man, like this is really seriously like 6 weeks or 2 months. But that's the whole point is that like as this goes on and on, you become attached to different parts of it as well. And like a fan like you now knows who Erling Haaland is, not only knows who he is, but wants to go out of his way to watch him on Saturday. That's really the beauty in it for me.
When we come back, once again, we find ourselves in a position of watching and waiting on LeBron, still looking for his next team. What we want to know is how impactful of an addition will he be depending on where he goes. That's coming up. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple of years who haven't
really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work. But if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rollis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Brandon Pfaadt able to deliver in San Diego? We're reacting to Game 1 of D-backs Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. If you were to walk down our halls here at Arizona Sports, you'll see a few offices in which there are whiteboards, functioning whiteboards.
Oh, God.
In office. So when we get up and we have these brainstorm, and I say we. I haven't been involved in one of these meetings in years. But when the high-priced executives around here get together and have these meetings, right? They break out the whiteboard markers and they put all their ideas on the whiteboard. I'm bringing up the whiteboard. Did you see Rich Paul's whiteboard podcast over the weekend?
Does everything need to be content? Seriously, like, what are we doing?
Everything.
It's cool that he did that. Like, it's kind of fascinating, but also like, wow, he's a free. You'll explain. It's crazy.
Rich Paul, when on his it's his podcast, right? That Max Kellerman co-hosts with him, but it's
On the
Rich.
Ringer, yeah.
It's Rich Paul's podcast. He's the Clutch Sports guy. He's LeBron's age, and everybody knows who Rich Paul is. And Rich Paul busts out the markers and on the whiteboard, and he just starts rattling off all the destinations that LeBron James could go to, and it was fascinating to kind of see his process, see it all up there in visual form, and see the idea of what. And when you look at it, at least it did for me, Kellen. I don't know if you had this like moment. I looked at it and I thought to myself, and I really do believe this, there are really some very compelling places that LeBron James could go that would be like, wow, if he ended up there. You mentioned Minnesota last week on Kellen's homework. I read a story over the weekend about how Minnesota really believes they're in it, really believes they can get him, and they're pitching him on the idea, bro, our market hasn't won a championship since the Twins in the early 90s. Do you have any idea what you could do for our city and your legacy if you were to come and win a championship with the Timberwolves? And it's just to think about that, the Sixers, the Nuggets for Mitch, right? Like there's a whole bunch of teams that were on that whiteboard that it really makes you wonder how much of an impact a LeBron James can have depending on his decision here.
It's interesting that we're at this stage of his career, though, where this is not the top story in sports like every single day.
That too.
Right? Like this is just one of the biggest stories in free agency of the season, if not the biggest, but it is not like right now it should be like if it was LeBron James in his prime, it would be covered more than the U.S. in the World Cup today. It just would be. It would be everywhere, all the time, every single day. And it's faded into the background in a way where I wonder how much of an impact he's going to have on like the league by making this decision. He's going to have a huge positive impact for whichever team that he goes to. Mm-hmm. That is my opinion, that he's still that good of a basketball player, is that malleable of a basketball player where he's going to help out a ton wherever he goes. But I don't think this is a guy that's going to, like, if he goes to Cleveland, I'm not going to be like, well, the Cavs are the favorites in the East now. Like, nope. I don't really kind of feel that way about that type of impact that he's going to have anymore, more so the teams that are looking for him and how he would fit in. It
was interesting to hear Rich Paul say on that same podcast that if the Knicks hadn't won a championship, this would be over. He'd be in New York. That'd be it. It'd be done. He'd be there. Which maybe that's just blah, blah, blah. But I thought that was an interesting revelation. No, you're right.
I don't think anything, to be clear, is ever blah, blah, blah with Rich Paul. That is a very calculated individual who now you can read into that and be like, well, what does that mean? It probably means they were going to trade Mikal or trade someone else in the event that they didn't win.
Yeah. What would that have looked like? What would the Knicks have looked like? But, I mean, it's LeBron James in a New York Knicks uniform is not that hard. That's not going to happen now, or at least Rich Paul doesn't seem to think it's going to happen now.
That the existence of OKC and San Antonio will be the reason that he stays in the East if he indeed does? I think he is going to stay in the East because of this reason.
I think probably.
Go to the East,
go to the East. And whether it's Cleveland or Miami, just about everybody and their mother seems to think he's going to Cleveland, which honestly I find to be kind of boring if he goes there. I almost find it a little boring if he goes to Miami.
It's not a very fun team to watch it either.
I don't think so. I'd be way more intrigued. I'd be way more intrigued if he stayed out west and went to Minnesota or Denver. That would be compelling. That would be interesting. It would be. I think there's a real argument that both of those teams are a LeBron away from making. I think if he went to either one of those teams, they, in the right kind of situation, in the right kind of series, yes, I could see one of those teams knocking off an OKC or a San Antonio. But I also think, like we were talking about in the Diamondback segment, is it a certainty? Is it far more likely that OKC and San Antonio are going to meet in 4 of the next 5 Western Conference Finals, and there's not a thing LeBron James can do about it? Yes, that is the more likely outcome, and that's probably the thing that's going to drive him east. But I'd love to see him try. I'd love to him in Minnesota. That would be they become instantly one of my favorite teams to watch every single night just to see how that works.
I just don't see Philly because I don't know how you can go to Philly and expect Embiid to get through the whole postseason because he's just not going to. He hasn't in a really long time. He doesn't get through seasons anymore. Even if he plays 40 games this year purposefully and they really load manage the crap out of him, he's still going to wear down at some point in the postseason, and your team is going to have to change how it plays whenever he's in there or whenever he's out of there. I think there's a little bit too much of the ball coming out of Tyrese Maxey's hands already by virtue of Jaylen Brown getting there, and then you multiply that factor by LeBron getting there. I thought Tyrese was one of the 5 or 6 best guards in basketball last year and needs to have the ball as much as possible. Cleveland, the same kind of problems for me because when we did that assignment last week, I didn't have Cleveland in there and I didn't have Philly in there just because I don't think there's enough of the ball and I don't think there's enough of like defensive responsibilities on the perimeter that would be covered up in him kind of coming here. That's kind of why I love the Minnesota fit. It's why I don't hate the Denver fit either. Boston is really interesting to me just because of the trade that they made and how much they opened up the need for like a quote unquote point guard or someone to orchestrate in the way that I think LeBron is most valuable doing at this stage of his career. He should be out there to like essentially play point guard, but not in a way where it's demanding on him physically as the number one option of a team as well. And that's where a handful of these teams make sense. And I still feel like Miami is what makes the most sense for him, both with staying out of the West and then finding a team that really needs what he does.
Do you think there's a team in the West that he could go to that would threaten the OKC Spurs?
Minnesota at its ceiling, yes. If we get healthy, LaMelo Ball and LaMelo and Ant together is perfect, and LeBron is there, I think they could beat either of those teams, yes.
Okay. I think they certainly could. Denver, I'm a little on the fence about and think that they maybe could as well. But Minnesota, I would think. I think that the team in the East, like you've said, that benefits the most from his arrival would be Miami. They were a 43-win basketball team last year, I think. I mean, they're going to be different anyway with Giannis. But they get him and Giannis on the same roster. I think that could be an Eastern Conference champion right there, potentially, with those two guys added to the fold.
Yeah, I really don't know where he's going to go. It's made a lot of sense before with his decisions and kind of like, but there isn't really a perfect fit that's there.
Windhorst, I think it was on Pardon My Take this morning, and he said the whole league basically thinks he's going to Cleveland. Like some have almost resigned themselves to the fact that he's going to Cleveland. I find that to be terribly dull.
Like it's just for the narrative. Yeah, it's just
terribly
to go back home
dull
from a basketball perspective. Like I really don't want to see him playing with Harden.
Do you think, real quick, because I know we're up against it and we've got the 4 o'clock reset coming up, do you think part of what he's looking for is a landing spot for Bronny to come with him?
I don't think it runs that deep anymore, but I'm ready to be wrong about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder about that being part of this process too. Like, you've got to go get my boy. My literal boy, if you're going to make this work. We don't have any such demands on Lauren when it comes to the 4 o'clock reset. She's just more than happy to tell us what's going on in sports halfway home on the Spurns and Gambo Show. That's exactly what's going to happen next here on Arizona Sports.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all Pro Shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
By putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that could help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games left for the Diamondbacks before they hit the All-Star break. A pivotal road trip that starts tonight in San Diego, take on the Padres for 4, and then wrap things up in L.A. against the Dodgers for 3. Prior to tonight's game, James McCann, activated off of the injured list, brought back to the big league club. Adrian Del Castillo was sent down to AAA Reno in his place. Brandon Pfaadt will get things started on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in World Cup action, the United States faces Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. In case you missed it yesterday, striker Folarin Balogun had his red card suspended, and he is now eligible to play in tonight's match. Winner will face Spain, who defeated Portugal 1-0 earlier today. That match will take place Friday in Los Angeles. Kickoff tonight is at 5. We'll keep you updated during the last hour of Burns and Gambo right here on Arizona Sports. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Hello, Lauren.
Hello, Bernsey.
Take us on a tour of the top stories in sports, would you please?
Absolutely.
4 o'clock reset time here on Burns and Gambo, and here is Lauren with a couple of snaps and a couple of points to tell us what's going on.
A few old man snaps.
Are you a speaker with your hands? Do you do that?
Oh,
I
God,
do
yeah.
that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful.
If you watch Cardinals Corner on video at all, a lot of this. A few weeks ago, Phil on smacked the mic mid-podcast, and I was like,
I even do it when I'm on the phone at home, like alone. I'm like,
sure, of course.
I don't even know the physical person.
I'm not Italian, but I am in that way.
Passionate, that's good. You want people to see your passion, feel your passion with what you're talking about. So.
That's it.
No, Gamble, go home. Yeah, she just mentioned Italy. That's fine. Everything's fine. You can go home. Yeah, go back to Ireland.
He's off nursing his one sip of beer at the Guinness factory.
Yeah, I'd love to know how much of that beer he actually drank.
That's why I said one sip. It feels...
And I really feel like I need to teach him how to hold a beer. Because I saw that picture. Go do yourself a favor. Look at Gambo's tweet in which he's at the Guinness factory, and look at the way he's holding the glass of beer, and tell yourself, is that how a human being holds a beer? It is not. It is not. I'm just this is something very...
Is that the thing from Inglourious Bastards? It's this thing?
Yeah,
like
it's the count to three.
It's
like,
that's
you...
three. Yep. You're
and
not
then
German.
Gambo holding the beer. Yeah.
This is not... Anyway.
Great scene.
It's a great scene. Yeah, great scene. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we're going to start with the Arizona Diamondbacks because they lost to the Brewers over the weekend. Tonight, they start a series against the Padres. Brandon Pfaadt versus Walker Buehler, and the D-backs, they made a roster move today. They reinstated James McCann and sent Adrian Del Castillo down to AAA.
Hey, thanks for that 3-run homer on Saturday night. Now get out of here. Get out of here. I think it's actually a good move for the Diamondbacks to make this Adrian Del Castillo. You have to not play Gabby every single game, and I just don't have a lot of trust in Adrian Del Castillo to come through the way he did on Saturday night. No disrespect to what he did on Saturday. Not that McCann's had a great season, he hasn't, but as backup catchers go, I'd rather have McCann out there than ADC.
Yeah, it would be nice for him to get back to his form from last year, which is like he was a dependable, really solid number 2 to Gabby this year. 17 strikeouts and 59 at-bats. That was a huge issue for him before he got injured as well. It's going to be tough for the first couple of weeks back, as it is for anyone, but it would be nice to have him back in form from last year.
Padres just ended an 8-game losing streak by beating the Dodgers last night. Worst in baseball in batting average, OPS, and runs scored are the San Diego Padres. This is the series for the Diamondbacks.
Do you hear that, D-backs?
This is it. 3 out of 4. Otherwise, what the hell are we talking about here?
By the way, on that note, I think that in the labor negotiations that are going to go on for the next year, the Padres are going to be the number one example of the owners going, see, they spend all this money and they're kind of mid. They kind of suck or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like that. All right. Suns news. The Phoenix Suns announced today that the team has re-signed guard Kobe Bryant to a 2-way contract, and he will participate in the team's summer league.
The only one who hadn't, was it getting to the point of curiosity levels as to why it hadn't happened?
They take some time a little bit. The 2 ways in the summer are kind of weird. They kind of take a little bit of time. We've had guys before who were coming back on 2 ways who played through summer league without a 2-way.
Okay.
I think Ish Wainwright was the last guy who was an example of that kind of situation as well. Kobe could become important to the team if he takes a jump in year 2, and we know they're going to need shooting, and he can really shoot the basketball. So he's a name to keep an eye on.
I do this every year. I find reasons to be into the summer league. And some years I find it's really easy this year to be into the summer league when you're talking about Malawach and Fleming and Brea and Kobe Pete, pardon me, Kobe Brea. There's a lot of interesting, compelling people to watch and see how they look compared against the competition they're playing. I don't know if it's going to deliver on that front, but I find that I'm interested to see how it turns out.
It's funny that you say that because Summer League is on the TV in here right now. They just flipped over on ESPN, and it is the most soft focus, poorly white balanced game I've watched in a long time.
Taking that broadcasting degree and applying it in there, talking about soft focus and white balance.
Walter
My
would
goodness.
be so proud of you.
Thank
Look
you.
at that.
Look
Shout
at you.
out the Cronkite School guys.
Dang right.
They put together a better broadcast than this right now. Guy Mara is blending in with the court. All right, and Phoenix Suns Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein is finalizing a new contract extension with the Suns. And some moves around the NBA. Rui Hachimura and the Clippers have agreed to a 2-year, $28 million deal. Rui said that he had other offers, but he wanted to stay in LA, so agreed to that deal with the Clippers.
Weird team for your boy now, huh? There's a lot of mouths to feed for Keaton Wagler, the Illinois rookie, who's going to be great in the league. I feel great about him as a pro, but it's a weird team. Brandon Ingram's there. I think Benedict Matherin's going to be back too. Darius Garland, now Rui. Like, a lot of mouths to feed there.
Yeah, a lot of shooters. All right, DeMar DeRozan, he got waived by the Kings today. He hits free agency. Jokic is opting to wait on the Nuggets extension until next summer, but says that he hopes to play with the Nuggets his entire career. And Kawhi Leonard and the Toronto Raptors are expected to start contract extension talks this week in Toronto once he's there. But Kawhi has canned his old agent and hired a new one to start working on that extension.
Really? Mm-hmm. So the old agent doesn't get the free money that comes with the contract extension? No. It's the new agent.
It's a new agent.
Interesting. I don't know why that's interesting, but that's a weird timing to do that.
Those people have weird jobs, man. Being an agent in sports is weird. It's a weird job.
Yeah.
Great movie about it, though.
Yes, there was. The kind of job where you think you could probably, if you're an athlete, and there have been some who have done it on their own, and then there are times where, like this past year, I bet I wish Jacoby Brissett wishes he had an agent to deal with all this stuff, so he didn't, because it kind of muddies the water a little bit. Just stop.
All right, we'll move on over to World Cup news, because in an hour, less than an hour.
Lauren, you have no idea what's going on inside these walls on the other side of that glass right now. He is like a bull at a rodeo, just waiting for that gate to go up.
Is he in a China shop
he can
right now?
He can just go out there and start flying all over the ring. He is so Kellen is so fired up about this. He's just like, come on, let's go. Every commercial break. Don't act like you're not.
Yeah, there's a little cut on my arm, like a little scab that I was picking out, and like not only is my blood red right now, it's white and blue too. It's crazy.
Oh,
Zachy, so cheesy.
Oh,
he's so excited in here. He's so excited.
All right, well, we're happy that you're excited, Kellen, because Flo Balogun, he's playing tonight. He will start after his red card was suspended. Shout out corrupt FIFA! Woo! Because it finally benefited the U.S.
As long as it benefits us, we are correct. Did you see like the meme video of like, I do not stand for corruption unless it involves me, and then I will stand by corruption. And it's that type of deal here. We were joking in the break. It's kind of funny, the wording here, like suspended red card, as if like that red card has been suspended individually for a year. The verbiage makes me laugh.
I love the reaction over the weekend from Kellen and others. A suspiciously favorable administrative decision means we're a real soccer country now.
Yes.
Like we're the unpopular kid in high school who just got invited to the kegger, right? Like, well, really? I can come? I'm one of the cool kids. Yay!
We're in on corruption now, too.
All right.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
All right, if the U.S., if they win tonight, they will play Spain on Friday. Spain just beat Portugal earlier today, which knocked Ronaldo out of the tournament.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Oh, you're devastated.
You just hate to see it.
My God. Also, he had announced yesterday that this World Cup would be his last.
Oh, rats. Shucks.
More old man snaps from me.
We're going to need to clean up all the sarcasm in here. You guys are getting it all over the place.
Kellen and I?
You guys are just
doesn't sound like us.
Flinging sarcasm all over everything.
Get your sarcasm detector checked there, pal.
Somebody get
Take it into the shop. What are you doing?
All right, and we'll move on to Kellen's second favorite story of the day today, which involves Kerr Kriisa.
Oh, boy.
He's been arrested and indicted by the FBI in connection with a $2.2 million fraud scheme.
Yeah, the details are really bad.
Why don't you share some of the details, Kellen?
Huh?
Why don't you share some of the details?
I don't have them in front of me, but it was
Don't
a
pretend
lot
you don't know them.
of manipulating. Well, I wanted to look away when I was reading them and didn't want to have them etched into my memory because this is one of my favorite Wildcats of the last 10, 15
According
years.
to the Department of Justice, Kriisa allegedly ran a 4-year scheme that involved convincing one victim to send him money by saying his mother had cancer and needed treatment.
A few other stories like that. It's really reprehensible stuff.
He posed as his mother in another scheme, allegedly telling one victim he needed money to save the family farm. He also allegedly acted as a woman named Irene to sign a fraudulent promise to repay one of the victims $100,000 by a February deadline. Yeah. The $2.2 million fraud scheme, the government would like the money back, please. We would like to, and then some. That's just an awful story.
It was a 4-year run, you said?
Yes. 4-year run.
He left Arizona in 23, so little bleed over there for us.
Oh yeah, this was happening. Yeah, I did the math myself. This was happening when he was down there in Tucson.
Us and corruption and scandal? Like,
What do you mean? Sean Miller was always so clean cut. That's not why he left 2 universities after they opened investigations into him.
Again, the janitorial crew, you guys are leaving a mess of sarcasm for them to clean up when we're done. Just a mess.
All right, well, we'll save them a little bit of hassle because with that is your 4 o'clock race.
Word of the day today in sports, corruption.
But, when it comes to Team USA, woo! It's like, I'm going to say nobody cares, but we are all just so excited about the match tonight. It's like, okay, whatever, fine. We're in the club now. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, he took a lot of the responsibility yesterday. He called reporters over to his locker in the clubhouse and said, hey, guys, let's talk. How much responsibility can be put on Corbin Carroll for the team struggles? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 0-2. Swung on, launched high in the air, not very deep, down the line. Long run for Frelick and makes a leaping catch into foul territory, and that is your ball game. The Brewers win it by a final score of 3-2, and they win the series.
Rough start to July for the D-backs. Will all the Arizonans in San Diego show up to give the Snakes a lift in this Padres series? We talk D-backs baseball on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Team USA got a reprieve. Will they get a gigantic victory? We'll talk World Cup soccer Tuesday morning. Tune in. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Let's go! It's a bull at a rodeo, man.
Come on!
Just waiting for that gate to come up. Seriously, Kellen is... Jamal just walked in from his moonlighting shift, and he just walked in. He's like, what the hell did I just walk into? You walked into Kellen... As we
enthusiasm and patriotism. Excuse me.
No, you don't know. You don't need to apologize for it. It's great. I'm really more feeling sorry for myself because at 5 o'clock I don't know how I'm going to host the show by myself. It's gonna be a challenge.
What I'm waiting for too is the feeling that I'm gonna have, because if you're not familiar with some of like the narrative juice here, this is the team that knocked out the U.S. men's national team 12 years ago, 3 World Cups ago.
Yes.
In an extra time thriller, the Wondolowski game, when Chris Wondolowski had a wide open net in front of him, hit it over the bar, and then they lost in extra time. The U.S. did. The Tim Howard game,
Tim
and
Howard,
of course
16 saves
as
game.
well. So like seeing those two kits on the same field again is going to bring back those feelings too as well. So there's just a ton of like anxious energy in like a more positive way, where I just really want to get this game underway because I feel like we're really good and we should win this game, but I'm also worried about the juju.
My batteries for the game are getting charged by your anxious energy. I can feel, you know those chargers where you set your phone on the charger and it charges your phone. I kind of feel that way. I feel like I'm just getting a charge.
I haven't
off
thought
of you.
about it like this, but this could be like my best year as a sports fan in like a really long time, because my Arizona Wildcats made it back to the Final Four, and if like I get a deep World Cup run by the U.S. men's national team, like this will be like the best I've had it in quite a while. It's going great for me over here.
I don't even want to think. I don't even want to think about what my best sports year has been. They've been hard to come by around these parts.
Lauren, was last year the best for you since the Cubs won the World Series? It's a pretty great year for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
The Ben Johnson year, that Cubs team was still pretty good, made the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really close. The Bears season alone, maybe.
And your Illini are in the best era they've ever had.
They made the Final Four. I've got many a T-shirt that showcases it.
So the 2023 Diamondbacks World Series, Cardinals were very mediocre that year, if memory serves. Mm-hmm. The Suns, that was the Denver year, right? Was that the Denver year where they got bounced in the playoffs? That was KD year number 1. That was the. Okay, so that was the year of the KD trade, was 2023, right?
You're really having to pick what team do you like the most?
Well, I'm trying to find my year. I'm trying.
Yeah. You're gonna have to prioritize
it's finals
what
year
team
versus
you like
World.
the most.
It's finals year versus World Series year. Probably is what you're picking. Like, which run did you enjoy more? That's probably what you're picking.
Finals year. It was the finals year. I enjoyed that more than the World Series run.
You were in the building for some of those games.
I was in the building for all of those games. For every single one of them. I wasn't going to miss one of those games at all.
Yeah, it still is that's still the loudest I've heard the building.
I remember walking back to my car after game 2 thinking, oh, my God, I'm actually going to witness it. It's actually going to happen. It's going to happen in my lifetime, and I'm going to see it myself. I thought that way after the end of the first quarter of game 5. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is happening. They're winning the NBA championship. So, anyway,
I remember being freaked out at how normal Giannis looked in the first quarter game. Because everyone forgets the primary talking point of that entire series was, is Giannis healthy?
I remember
And
that.
then in the end of the first quarter, even though the Suns looked great and they won that game, not handily, but they really handled business in the fourth quarter and kept it from being dramatic. Giannis looked like Giannis, and it was like, okay, we at least got a series here for sure.
Corbin Carroll, after yesterday's game, and we mentioned this earlier, the way Nick Pecoro wrote about it on AZ Central was almost as if he kind of called the reporters over to his locker in the clubhouse and said, hey, I got some stuff I got to get off my chest. And this was one of the things that he had to say.
It's just not enough. We need more. And, I don't want to speak for other people, but I can speak for myself. And, I know that there's more in the tank. And, I'm working to find it. I'm dedicated towards, towards working, towards getting back to that place. But, just trying to find my best.
This is not to besmirch Corbin Carroll in any way, shape, or form. He's an all-star. He became, I think, the 7th Diamondback all-time to be named to 3 or more all-star games in his career with Arizona. It's a very select club. There aren't a lot of them, and he was one. But Kellen, to me, his streakiness this year has been unlike any other season I can remember with Corbin Carroll, and I don't have the numbers to back that up. His weird splits where he's killing lefties and just not good against the right-handers. And then his kind of speech yesterday about needing to do more. When we make a list of people that we're holding responsible for things getting sideways this season for the Diamondbacks, for things not being the way we want them to be, no one's in a hot rush to put Corbin Carroll on the list, and I'm not saying they should be, but I guess I'm asking, does he belong on the list at all? Is there anything about Corbin Carroll's season, or is he just being hard on himself for not producing the way he thinks he should?
He's being hard on himself. He absolutely should not be under consideration. The only reason he is because he's their best player this year, and when you're the best player on the team and the team is underperforming, then you have to take some responsibility and some onus, and doing what he did yesterday with the press and all that kind of stuff makes a ton of sense. But he's had 2 or 3 stretches like the one he's had right now where it's been a bad week or two and he's looked a little bit outmatched at the plate and stuff. But for the most part, in my opinion, he's been their most consistent player this year and it hasn't really been close. Like, you go through the monthly splits right now for his OPS. In April, it was 973. In May, it was 867. And in June, it was 811. So maybe it's tailing off a little bit, but that's still pretty consistent. Line that up with anyone else on the team. They're a pitcher, they're a hitter. Outside of him and Erod, they've been the only 2 guys, and if you want to throw Soroka in there too, that's fair as well.
Soroka would have been the other one, yeah.
Those are the 3 guys that have been the most consistent for this team by far, and when you just separate him into the hitters, he has been by far the most consistent guy. What I would ask you about is this whole righties and lefties thing. So if you look at his splits on the year right now, his splits against lefties, his OPS against left-handed pitching is 1.056. It's absolutely unbelievable. Against righties, it's 768. If you go through his splits for the rest of his career and seasons, he's a little bit better against righties than he is lefties. Mm-hmm. Does this kind of remind you of when he was making all those swing changes and lost half a season? And does this concern you for him in the future that he tends to overcorrect some things? They work, the changes work in the end, but the process of getting there to where they work does seem to lead to some errors along the way.
Yeah, I don't know when Corbin Carroll is going to be satisfied with being Corbin Carroll. And maybe that's a good thing, that the great ones are never satisfied, that they're always I happen to think in life, not just baseball, but in life in general, man, I hope you're dedicating yourself every single day to being just a little bit better than you were the day before, better at your job, better in your relationships, better as just a person than you were the day before. And I got nothing but respect for Corbin Carroll for always trying to find some things to tinker. But yeah, I kind of had that same thought, like he's almost overcorrected and gone too far. The old anecdote about Corbin is that he went into Torrey's office a couple of years ago and said something along the lines of, I want to be the player that you never have to worry about against left-handed pitching. I don't ever want you to take me out against left-handed pitching. And he succeeded at that. But has the cost been too high? You know, like watching him be as overmatched as he was at times yesterday and at times recently during the stretch, I wonder about that. I wonder if he went too far to refine so many things against the left-handed pitching that he forgot that his strength should be against the right-handed pitching. And I don't know, you know, and it is. That's just Corbin Carroll's nature and what he's about.
Yeah, it's just tough to see him in this kind of position where he's such a soft-spoken guy that he maybe not to this extent where it's like it's so bad that Corbin Carroll has to feel the need to do this. I'm not willing to go that far, but the vibes are off enough to where someone like Corbin, who does not go through a ton of the media obligations to he's not a super outspoken guy. That's the better way of saying it. I was sloppily getting there. The fact that he felt the need to go there is concerning to me, just for him overall as a player.
Yeah, and he's not that kind of guy. He hasn't been that kind of guy. And is he trying to exert more leadership? I can have nothing but respect for that. But it does make me wonder about how bad things really are that he felt like he needed to do that the way he did. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, moves have started to become official in the NBA. What stands out the first week of free agency? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? You got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. You know, to your point with Miles Bridges, I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. And it's all new to us. I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those four things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. What Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Mitch Varaldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games left for the Diamondbacks before they hit the All-Star break. It is the first stop on a pivotal road trip. It'll begin in San Diego, take on the Padres for 4, and then it'll continue in Los Angeles for 3 games against the Dodgers. Prior to tonight's game, James McCann was activated off of the injured list, brought back to the big league club. Adrian Del Castillo sent down to AAA Reno in his place. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. And you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And in World Cup action, the United States faces Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. In case you missed it yesterday, striker Folarin Balogun had his red card suspended, meaning he is eligible to play in tonight's match. He's actually in the starting 11, so he'll be ready to go tonight. Winner of this game will take on Spain on Friday in Los Angeles. Kickoff is at 5. We'll keep you updated here as the match goes on Arizona Sports. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Joined us Tuesday morning. Torey Lovello said he was jacked for a big road trip before the All-Star break. Will he be as jacked after Game 1 in San Diego? We'll get into it, that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So as we mentioned earlier, some of the young kids for the Suns who are on their way to Vegas for the Summer League met with the media today. Kellen, being our Suns guru, Empire of the Suns podcast co-host, and filling in for Gambo, was out there at the lab today talking with the Koa Pete's of the world, the Kaman Mala Watches of the world, Rasheer Fleming, and things like that. And their first Summer League game is coming up on Friday. But something you mentioned earlier kind of in part sparked a thought. We were talking about contract extensions, Kellen, for Dylan Brooks and for Miles Bridges, and what that should look like, and whether if there's a world in which they should wait on those to kind of see how this works. You specifically mentioned the window of Devin Booker's contractual obligation with the Suns and how long he signed for. Do you think that the Phoenix Suns, that at some point they might come to regret having given Devin Booker the contract extension they gave him?
Not in that sense, because this is their guy and this is what you have to do with their guy. I think it's just more of an indictment of the system that's in place right now, not only with the second apron and all that kind of stuff, but just how you have to give the guy the max. Like, there's part of your brain that wants to Jalen Green this, and what I mean by that is when Houston was obligated to do the same with him coming off of his rookie deal, completely different tier of player, completely different situation.
Sure.
But it was essentially another example of, like, this is when you give him the max now, which is a top 3 pick coming off of his rookie contract, showing some signs of stuff, but you're not totally sure what kind of player he is. You give him the max anyway. And they didn't. They were like, here's 3 years, $108 million with like a player option at the end. Like, we're not going to give you this whole thing. There is some element of that with Book for sure, but at the same time, like, given the time that they gave him the contract and the player that he's been for the franchise and the player that he's been overall the last 10 years, it's just the guy that you max. Now, the difficulty with this kind of conversation is that I think a lot of us locally, at least on my side of the argument, the last like 2 years, the last 3 years, have looked a lot of his like play, not diving off a cliff. Like, let's relax, everyone. Like, it's just looked like he was well on his way to becoming a top 10 player in the league, and instead he's trending more towards being a top 20 player in the league right now. Like, that's totally fine. And it's a drop off for sure, but I think a lot of us, including me, were contextualizing that with, well, did you see how it went for Vogel? Did you see how it went with Budenholzer? Did you see how this went with Bradley Beal? Did you see how this went with Kevin Durant? Now we're 3 years into that process where we kind of just have to go, well, like this might be just some of him and what he is at this point in his career as well. And the Suns, it's their duty to know that better than anyone. I cite this all the time. You need to be at least a year ahead of everyone, and not a year ahead of everyone else, but a year ahead of like what's happening right now and understand things in the future. And especially for your own guys you see in the building every day, you need to be 18 months, 2 years ahead as well. I don't think that it was a mistake per se, but a reason to criticize them, I don't really understand either, because what is the solution? Not pay him and then just have him like on a 1 or a 2 year? There's no good answer for how this was supposed to go.
No, there isn't a good answer for how this is supposed to go, and they didn't really have a choice but to pay him. I mean, they could have not, I suppose, but like you say, then that would have required some serious, ability to look into the future and know that he wasn't going to have his best year. I guess before. I want to see how he does in year 2 under Ott. And I know that might not be entirely up to him, and I know a lot of it is dependent on what's around him. And I don't love his supporting cast. I don't love what's around him in terms of maximizing Devin Booker's value. But I also would say that Devin Booker has dealt with maybe more uncertainty and tumultuousness, not a word, but I'll use it anyway, around him over the course of the last 10 years, right? Like, where it is just, it has been guys, coaches, players, philosophies, I mean, looking back on it, the little island of sanity that he found with Monty Williams and Chris Paul for a few years, right? Like, in a sea of just new coach every year, new players every year, new system, new this, new that. I think there is something to be said before passing any final judgments on what Devin Booker can be. I do think there is something to be said about seeing how he is with a little bit of consistency in his life, right? Like a little bit of same from year to year in his life. The whole reason I'm bringing this up, there was Michael Pena on The Ringer, did his winners and losers of free agency so far. He had the Suns as a loser, and mostly writing about the Miles Bridges trade and mostly writing about how nonsensical it is to give up all of that for a player who's not the kind who puts you over the top or things like that. But in the piece, he mentioned Booker's contract extension. And he said, looking back on it now, that was an awfully expensive price to pay for a player who's not this elite guaranteed superstar in this league. And again, it's a very hindsight point of view, and you're right. What were they supposed to do in the moment?
What do you do with the guys that aren't top 10 in the league, but you have to pay them like they're top 10 in the league? This has been a problem in the league for a while now, a pretty long time, and now it's an even bigger problem because of the apron. And I think what this type of piece should point out is that this is a huge problem for the Suns because of all their dead money, which is really where the blame and how is this going to go wrong and how could this backfire for the Suns and what they're trying to get done this offseason and future offseasons. That's really the issue. The fact that they have $23 million in dead money lying around.
Yeah, and not for nothing, borrowing a line from Gambo. Last year's decision to give Devin Booker a $132 million extension that doesn't expire until 2030 looks even more foolish and unnecessary than it was in real time. For what it's worth, they also listed the Charlotte Hornets as one of the winners of NBA free agency. Interesting philosophy, right? They're coming off their best season in a long time, and they looked in the mirror and they said, yep, time to sell as high as we possibly can. And they have scored with those deals.
And more so looking through their young talent and identifying, okay, who are our guys for the next 5 to 7 years? It's Con Knippel, it's Brandon Miller, and it's not LaMelo Ball. Like, you can't have 3 of those guys anymore. You can't. You need to only have 2, and they knew that, and they knew that money was coming up as well for Miller and Knipple, so they're in that OKC range of, like, we know we're going to have to pay Chet, we know we're going to have to pay J-Dub, we know we're going to have to pay Shea. They were only ready to pay 2 of those guys, and it makes a lot of sense as to why they're going to have a ton of flexibility over the next couple of years to make bigger moves while those 2 guys get even better.
Yeah, I do. And even wondering how many games they're going to win compared. What did they win? 44 games a year ago. How many games are they going to win this year compared to even how they did last year with the changes that they made? I don't know if it's a guarantee that they're going to go that much backwards with everything they've done. Training camp is coming. Get your Cardinals news, draft analysis, and roster updates via the Cardinals Insider newsletter delivered to your inbox. Text the word Insider to 620-620 for more info. As it goes when Kellen is filling in for Gambo, we give him some homework here on the Burns and Gambo show. What was Kellen assigned to do today? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Did they have like crazy water slides and all that stuff
They
at the
did.
hotel?
3 really big water slides. 1 that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark. My big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the
And you have a wedgie.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
Poll question can be found at ArizonaSports.com. If you want to go vote on it, you can. As I recommend getting in on the voting as soon as you possibly can, because it is tied directly to the match that is about to begin in about 14 minutes from right now. The United States versus Belgium. We'll keep you completely updated on that without playing any of those pesky highlights on the air.
No, if you tune in to the Fox broadcast right now, you can see Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic staring at Alexi Lawless like he's totally lost his mind, and an actual eye roll did occur. So
it's very funny that the four of them started as like the studio show, and then like within a week or two of Zlatan and Thierry having to interact with Lawless, they found it best like, Alexi, why don't you go just like be with the U.S. team and be like, you'll lead our coverage as the analyst over there.
Why don't you hit the road?
The first show that Zlatan and Thierry did without Alexi, Rebecca Lowe noted like he's out, he's got the day off, and then Zlatan looked in the camera and was like, "You're welcome, America."
Yeah, it was incredible.
I know nothing of this. I really do. I really don't. But even I watched one of those first shows, and I thought, this is a really awkward dynamic between
And
these
Zlatan
three
and
people.
Thierry and Rebecca Lowe are absolutely fantastic at what they do, so they made the right decision as well. Alexi's just not for everyone, and I am one of those people, and I think you're one of those people
I don't
too.
think he's for anybody. I've yet to find.
I'm just
who
being
he's
nice.
for.
I'm being nice.
I'm
Being
sorry.
nice.
I did not take the high road. I took the very low right there.
That was very low. That was
low.
that was very very low. They just
Who
showed.
cares about all these fancy chocolates? I don't. Let's go.
They just showed.
It took me
Is
a
that what they're
minute.
known for?
That or waffles.
Yeah.
Oh, I do
And
love
as
waffles.
the graphic said, they have no Waffle Houses in Belgium, so can they even like
See, this
bring to the
this
waffle?
does not influence my rooting interest here. But I'm just curious. Did Belgium invent the waffle? Did they invent it? Because if so, that's a mighty contribution to the world. That's a mighty good. Lauren's Googling it, I believe, as we speak. But if the country Belgium, again, this is not going to give me reason to root for them today. I will not. But if the waffle is a contribution, your contribution to the world's history, that's pretty good.
Love a waffle. I'm a waffle over pancakes, and the third is French toast. Is that the third one? What's the first one?
Okay, I'd be.
That's the trifecta, right? Where you pick one over the other.
Yeah, that would be the trifecta. I would go French toast 1, waffle 2, pancake 3.
I flip 1 and 2. Pancakes are fine. Nothing wrong with pancakes, but those two are just elite.
Love a good French toast. What do we find out about Belgium?
This is what we found out about waffles. Is they made their official debut in the United States at the 1964 New York World's Fair when
What?
a Belgian introduced them.
Okay.
So they were indeed invented in Belgium and then brought to the United
Pretty good
States.
stuff.
Yeah, not saying it's the reason to root for Belgium. I'm just
stuff.
saying that's pretty good. The music completely ran out on us. What is our poll question? What do we have?
Poll question is now just 10 minutes away from the start of the match. How optimistic are you that the U.S. beats Belgium to advance to the World Cup quarterfinals? No doubts here. Pretty confident. Not feeling great.
No doubts. I'm changing my answer. We're gonna win by 6. We're gonna kill them.
Win by 6. Okay.
7-1, just like Brazil and Germany in 2014. We're gonna thump them.
Pretty confident.
pretty confident.
You were
still.
and then to be fair, Kellen was an when
Yeah,
we
we
asked
were
this 2
both
hours ago. Yeah, you were both
This is how with my teams, the delusional confidence just starts to seep in, and that is what is going. Like whenever Arizona has a super shaky, like they almost got upset thing, I'm like, oh, it's fine. We're gonna make the Final Four still. It's totally fine.
I will say they're airing one of their many hype packages right now on Fox, and when these air, I do feel like really American. I am like,
where are you
all
at?
right, let's go.
Where are you at, by the way, with this Alex Freeman, Antonio Freeman thing? Like, are you willing to welcome him into your heart or no, as the son of a Packer legend?
I'm willing to welcome him in for greater America.
Wow, what a sacrifice for you. How noble of you for your country.
She's feeling especially generous, especially for a story that didn't make the 4 o'clock reset today. I got to admit, I'm a little disappointed in you.
Yeah, you're disappointed.
The autographed jersey of Caleb Williams making its way to the Pope.
It made its way to my heart.
I'm shocked it didn't make its way to the 4 o'clock reset. Absolutely stunned by that.
Yeah, it did happen. All right, 43% pretty confident, 35% 18% not feeling great, 5% no doubts here.
Did our production ninja come through?
No.
Oh, we
not
don't have
in time.
not
Tomorrow.
yet. Okay, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Kellen's homework, which is now a regular segment on the Burns and Gambo show when Kellen is filling in. And Kellen's homework today is very, very simple. We're going off sports here for just a second. Kellen over the weekend saw, and it's been out in the theaters for a while, he saw Disclosure Day, the Spielberg movie.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, right? You gave it, I think, 3.5 on your letterbox. I think Lauren gave it 4 on her letterbox. I think I gave it 4 on mine when I saw it a few weeks ago. Kellen's homework today has been to name his 5 favorite Spielberg movies of all time.
I was laughing about this when I saw this on the way in because you have a way of picking Kellen's homework ideas that inspire hot takes out of me or bring out hot takes for me.
I can't wait.
So this is going to be
Go ahead.
Number 5.
Because there's 5 movies that I feel like should be on the list.
Yeah, I don't know how many are going to be on the list, buddy.
Okay, we'll see. Go ahead.
Number 5. This is just a charming and cute movie that I love way more than anyone else, and it's insane that it's top 5 on this list when Spielberg has so many.
If you can.
Terminal. I'm going to put the Terminal number 5. I'm doing it. I love that movie. I love a movie where it's like, what would I do in that situation? Like, how would I live in an airport in that situation? The little romantic stuff kind of hits me.
Okay.
It's number 5 for me, to be clear. Like, think about the generation you're talking about. I was 14 when that movie came
kind of
out.
in your wheelhouse.
That's
All
going
right,
to be
I
a
got you.
theme. Number 4, Minority Report. Love Minority Report.
Okay.
Think it goes into some of the oddities that Lauren was expressing off the air with like her Christopher Nolan type mystery sci-fi kind of stuff. I like that. Number 3, here's one of the 5, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I'm putting number 3. Okay. I hadn't seen it since I was a kid until like last year when I rewatched it. It's fantastic. I need to do that for several of these movies. Number 2, Saving Private Ryan. I had a poster of Saving Private Ryan up in my room for a long time. Love that movie. I think it's the definitive war movie.
Still have one in my office, as a matter of fact.
It's absolutely fine. Number 1 is Catch Me If You Can. That is like absolute comfort movie. I've probably watched it 15 to 20 times. It is just peak like Spielberg adventure and just like peak characters and performance and stuff. You might notice a couple of movies that are not on the list. I Am Who I Am. These are my favorite
That's
Spielberg
fine.
movies.
That's part of the homework assignment here. I wrote down the 5 that I think are generally regarded as the 5 greatest Spielberg movies of all time. You tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's Raiders, in no particular order. It's Raiders, it's Ryan, it's E.T., it's Jurassic, and it's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I think no.
Jaws.
Yeah, did you say
I forgot
Jaws?
Jaws? Oh my God,
Yeah,
Jaws. Okay, Jaws. Take out Close Encounters, put in Jaws.
Jaws,
Those are the 5 generally regarded. You're right. I totally spaced on Jaws.
Somehow saw
It's my
Jaws
bad.
when I was like 6 years old, was terrified to go in a pool for like 5+ years. It made me so scared of not only sharks, but just open bodies of water or closed, any like water to swim in. I was horrified.
I'm the exact opposite. I saw Jaws and went, that shark scared people. Really? That looks so fake.
What were your 5?
My 5?
Yeah, real quick.
Catch Me If You Can.
Okay.
Raiders. Jurassic Park. Minority Report. Disclosure Day.
Making the cut.
Made it at 5.
Wow, love that. So
Yeah.
so what was 1?
Catch Me If You Can.
Okay,
That's
so
one.
we're aligned there. Yeah.
Okay.
I love that movie, man.
Wow. All right. I am Raiders.
Lawrence is like a blend of both of our lists, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Raiders.
Wait, so are those your 5 favorite, or what you think are the 5 best?
Those are the 5 that I think if you got 100 people in the room and you said, what are the 5 best Spielberg movies?
What are your 5 favorite, though? Does the list change at all if you go favorites instead?
No. But these aren't my 5. Those are just the 5 that
I want your 5.
My 5 are Raiders, Ryan, E.T., Close Encounters, and Minority Report.
Okay.
Those are my 5.
Minority Report's fantastic.
Minority Report's great. Minority
Love
Report
that movie.
is great.
The Terminal is a nice little it's a nice little comfort movie for me. I'm not afraid to say it.
Underrated Spielberg movie, Munich. Check it out. It's really good. Really, really good. If you haven't seen it,
I ran through the list of Spielberg movies I hadn't seen. Bridge of Spies was one, so I need to check that out as well. And then I learned from the Nolan head in the booth over there that I need to see Memento.
Yes, you do.
As well. So I got some homework.
All right, you will see what Kellen's homework is going to be tomorrow when we come back. Corbin Carroll is frustrated. Can he and the team turn that frustration tonight against the Padres? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Grand price and possession.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Ready! At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, saving customers money isn't a promotion. It's how they built their business. That's why they're the home of the no-fee emergency. No trip fees, no overtime fees, no weekend fees. If you'd like a second opinion on your AC or plumbing repair, Ready Services would love the opportunity to earn your business. They'll do a great job, treat you right, and work to get you the best value possible. Are you ready? Go to nofeeemergency.com.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Degas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all pro shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, will come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com. Call 602-298-6956.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games left for the Diamondbacks before they hit the All-Star break. A pivotal road trip begins tonight. Starting in San Diego, they'll have 4 against the Padres and then conclude this weekend in Los Angeles with 3 against the Dodgers. Prior to the game tonight, James McCann was activated off of the injured list, brought back with the big league club. Adrian Del Castillo sent down to AAA Reno in his place. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. And you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the moment we've all been waiting for, World Cup action. The United States men's national team taking on Belgium in the round of 16, live from Seattle. This is your spoiler alert. There's not much to spoil, though. They're literally a minute into this match, and nothing has happened yet. There's been a couple of chances for Belgium, but our goalkeeper is too good. We'll keep you updated as the match goes. Don't give me that look. We'll keep you updated as the match goes on here on Burns and Gambo coming up later in the show. The winner of this match will advance and face Spain in the round of 8, which will be Friday in Los Angeles. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Brandon Pfaadt able to deliver in San Diego? We're reacting to Game 1 of D-backs Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think kind of scuffling would be the word I would use. I think that we're not playing the way that we need to play. If we want to be in a position where we're gonna do something with this season, I think that that's reflected in a number of ways. But I think at the end of the day, if you look at outside of what we did versus the Giants and the Rockies, I think our record kind of does reflect what we've done to this point, and I think it's frustrating for everyone in here because we know there's a lot more than that in this room, and we just need to play better. And I think it starts with me. We need to play better.
Corby Carroll, after the D-backs dropped 2 of 3 to the Brewers over the weekend, Kellen Olson's in for Gambo, and as we pointed out, we did get confirmation from our own Alex Weiner that, and yes, I know we're in the 5 o'clock hour, and I know we're 2 minutes and 48 seconds in now, so I think I've got Kellen's attention.
I'm here. Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
All right, just making sure.
Just a big save by Matt Freese already, our goalkeeper, who hasn't really been tested yet at all. So I was kind of waiting for the moment when he had to make a big save, and that was it already. That was it? 2 minutes in, and he made it. So good sign there. Would love for us to possess the ball a little bit here for the first couple of minutes.
I'm just making sure. It's all good. Just making sure.
Heard every word you said.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Corbin Carroll and Alex kind of confirmed this version of the events. Nick Pecoro wrote about it on AZ Central, and our own Alex Weiner, who's our D-backs writer at Arizona Sports, said, look, it was like the reporters were kind of standing around in the clubhouse. Corbin Carroll was under really no obligation to speak to the media yesterday after the loss to the Brewers. Kind of waved everybody over and said, like, I got some stuff to get off my chest. I got some stuff that we need to talk about here. And yet it's Corbin Carroll. He's not super loquacious with the media, and he's not super, like, he's not a great quote or anything along those lines. But the fact that he was compelled to say something, and the fact that Geraldo Perdomo had such a bad body language reaction to a couple of the things that happened this past weekend over the Brewers suggests, I think, Kellen, a certain level of internal desperation of, not that they're going to be able to do anything about it, but they understand they might be down to a matter of days before a decision is going to be made about their future and their ability to contend in 2026. I think they understand this.
I think some of the current frustration, too, boils down to how last year went, too, right? Like, I'm not alone in thinking that was maybe a 90-win baseball team in spring training, like how built up and balanced that team was. And then last year goes the way that it does with all the injuries and all the underperformances and things of that nature. You win 80 games, you come back this year, you've still got some of those injuries bleeding over, but you feel like you've got more of a chance in the way that you felt like you could have this year as well. And instead, this year is kind of more of the same when you're underperforming to not those expectations, because I didn't expect this team to be above 500 this year, but their own expectations certainly. And I think that carries over because, look, they won 89 games in 2024, didn't make the playoffs, but they won 89 games. The World Series run was the year before that, and the follow-up has been to various degrees disappointing performances, disappointing seasons.
It's been a confirmation of the thing that we've come to learn about this D-backs team over the course of the first half of the season. They're not very good against the above 500 teams. They're not. And whether that's something that can change, whether that's something that can be fixed. When we were emailing each other about today's show, one of the questions you had is like, is this just who they are? You know, is this who, and not specific to the below 500, above 500 thing, but here we are. It's the first full week of July. They're a 500 team again. They don't hit well with runners in scoring position again. They can't seem to beat the good teams again in a series that was right there to be won. You mentioned it earlier. They could have very easily swept the Milwaukee Brewers this past weekend. They were just one hit or two away from sweeping the Milwaukee Brewers. Is this just who they are? Is this who the D-backs are this year?
I think the stat going around was 14 wins against teams with a winning record, which is the least in baseball right now. They're 44 and 45 right now. And I think that bleeds over into like individual games and individual series as well, because you watch that series unfold and it's like you could argue that they should have won a couple more of those games, and you could argue that they should have lost a couple more of those games. And they kind of just bleed between both of those sections pretty consistently. Like they steal a couple of games that they probably shouldn't have won, and then they lose a couple of games. Like the Seattle series comes to mind most notably, games that they shouldn't have lost that they did as well. And it kind of just feels like who they are at this point, because they don't have any consistency with their starting pitching or their offense. They have a lot of consistency with their bullpen, but you need one of those two areas of the game to be consistent in order to benefit from your bullpen. You and I were laughing on Friday, like, isn't it crazy that the biggest strength of this team by far is its bullpen, when you would have bet so much money on it being the biggest weakness of this team, and instead it's been different.
And it's crazy that this time a year ago, they were in almost exactly the same position in terms of the standings and their record and what they needed to do and what they didn't do. And I think that kind of plays into part of this as well, the frustration for Carroll and others not wanting to repeat what happened a year ago. That team a year ago, right now at this time, was third in runs scored in Major League Baseball. Third.
Wow.
They had scored the third most, right? Like, defining what your problems are have had such a pendulum swing from 25 to 20. This time a year ago, your starting pitching was in tatters because of the injuries and poor performance out of Zach Gallen. Your bullpen was a mess, giving away every other game, but you'd scored the third most runs in baseball. Fast forward a year from now, your starting rotation is okay, but not great. Your bullpen is awesome, and your offense, I mean, seriously, Gabby Moreno comes through with a big hit on Friday. That's it. Ball game's over. They win. Yesterday, they had so many opportunities with runners in scoring position, so many opportunities to change the fortune of that game, including a couple from Corbin Carroll, and they just couldn't quite get there. the problems that define the team are so different, but the team itself, it's almost exactly in the same spot. And I think that's the root of Corbin Carroll's frustration. I think he knows that if they don't respond well in this 4-game series against San Diego and in the following 3-game series against the Dodgers, which brings its own set of problems, then they're going to go into the All-Star break, and Mike Hazen's mind is going to be, we need to see this team come out the first 5 days after the All-Star break, and if they don't do something spectacular, we don't have any choice. We're going to have to sell. We're not going to be in a position to. It's exactly the same spot they were in a year ago, and I think Carroll's worried they're kind of doomed to repeat history at this point if they don't change something and change something right now.
Terrible start for the boys. They're down 1-0.
Oh, hey, what happened?
Belgium scored. We have looked terrible.
Thanks for the news flash.
Yeah,
what happened?
We've looked terrible through 10 minutes. It's been all Belgium so far. They had a near scoring chance about 60 seconds before this goal. Kind of one of those like bang bang plays, loose ball, perfect pass, gets through someone's legs, and they tap it in. So it has been all Belgium so far in a really surprising way. USA hasn't had much of the ball at all, and I think the main thing Belgium had to do, either from possessing the ball or just scoring, was get this crowd out of the game as soon as possible. And we can't hear it right now, but I assume it's pretty quiet in that building and everyone's pretty stunned because they were certainly ready to party and lead this team on. They'll get back in the game here pretty soon. That Seattle crowd knows the game and knows how much they're needed right now, but really terrible start. Like the worst 10 minutes I've seen them play in the tournament all year.
I was turned around to face you the whole time. I wasn't looking at the mine. I need to get it on that TV too.
I got you.
So I can. No, I'll get it. I'll get it. But dang, 1-0. Belgium is beating the United States. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports with Kellen filling in, are the Suns going full Les Snead, as in saying, bleep them picks? That's next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple of years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work. But if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rawless. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing. It's about real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Check out the Ford Escape. Check out the Bronco Sport, the F-150, always a great selection when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford. Again, 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Team USA got a reprieve. Will they get a gigantic victory? We'll talk World Cup soccer Tuesday morning. Tune in. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So far, the answer is no. They're losing 1-0 to Belgium in the now approaching 16th minute of the match. 1-0 is the score. How you doing? All right. Wellness check on Kellen, everybody.
Bad. This is crazy. This is the worst we've looked by far. This is the best Belgium have looked by far, too. Like, I understand that Belgium is a higher tier caliber of opponent than we've played, but Belgium did not look good against Iran. They drew against them. They drew against Egypt as well. Like, they've looked really uninspiring. They should have lost to Senegal. They shouldn't even be the opponent right now, but they look awesome, and we look rattled. Just like, it looks like it kind of reminds me, you remember in Game 3 of the finals when so much of the conversation with the Knicks was like MSG was just going to completely rattle the Spurs, and instead it rattled the Knicks as well. That's what it feels like I'm watching right now. Is like the environment and the stage is just too much for them right now.
We'll talk more about this match and what it means and the decision and things like that coming up in about 15 minutes from right now to give you the latest update on what's going on. But right now it is 1-0. Belgium, again, we're approaching the 17th minute now of this game. Suns, as we talked about, their Summer League action starts on Friday. There was a media availability today with some of the younger players who are going to be on that team, and they're on their way. But as far as roster building goes for this team, and when we hear from Miles Bridges and when we hear from the front office about how they put this team together, one of the things that I hope, Kellen, gets asked of those who are in charge whenever we get an opportunity to speak with them is going to be their willingness, their rapid willingness to include the 2033 first-round pick in a trade to get Miles Bridges. It's unfortunately continued a trend that I kind of felt like we had put behind us a little bit, that maybe it had been recognized that after the failures of the Durant deal and the Beal deal, that not being so quick to give up future assets like that would be frowned upon. It'd slow it down a little bit. And that pick didn't last very long in their hot little hands, did it, before they moved it. It doesn't feel like that philosophy has changed when it comes to the Suns.
I wonder how much of this is what they're going to do with their assets in the future, if this is just like circumstantial for both situations, right? Obviously, with the 2031 unprotected pick, they split it up into 3. It allowed them to have picks sooner in the future and allowed them some trade flexibility as well. That is what they got in the Miles Bridges trade. The difference with the Miles Bridges trade is that they got a player in Miles Bridges as opposed to just the pick swaps or the pick trade that was done with the Utah Jazz as well. But with the 2033 unprotected first-round pick going out, they get one in 2029. It opens up some trade flexibility for some of those first-rounders. And then it also gives them a pick back in 2029 as well. And I just wonder if this is going to be their philosophy going forward, and they think that they've stumbled onto something, and they think that they've figured out a way to do this in a way where, sure, we're going to keep giving away these unprotected picks, but we can hedge this in a way with what we're getting in the present and in the sooner future as opposed to the far future. The value trade-off does not equate to me, but they clearly are on to, like, this is something that they believe can work for them and that they can get an edge here in a way that we don't like. Look, we don't see other teams doing this. Other teams aren't trading their unprotected picks to get these picks sooner ahead, and that is what they are doing instead. It's been strange to watch just because, again, this is really unconventional what they're doing, and of course the only answer to if it works or not has partially to do with where those two picks land. But obviously the end road here is that it doesn't have to do with all of that. What it has to do with is that 2031 pick had a ton of value.
That's the thing.
That 2033 pick had a ton of value, and you got less value on both of those assets.
I think people who look at this in the sense of, well, 2033, that kid's in the 6th grade right now. That's not the point. I mean, it maybe one day it will be the point that you will look back on it. If 2033 ends up being the first pick in the draft, you'll be kicking yourself. The point is that if you're going to go down the road of trading a future first like that, there's just more value attached to it than what the Suns have attached to it in the deals that they've made for those picks. For that one in particular, that if you're going to choose to trade 2033, you do it because you're making a big move, not a Miles Bridges move. Not a, because that's just not a move big enough to say he's our all-in guy. He's our we need him now guy. And I tend to think, and I'm trying to think how I'm going to say this. I tend to think that this specific player was just too much a catnip for the Suns to pass on. I don't think this is how it's going to be every year. I don't think when is the first time they can trade their 2034 first-round pick. I don't think that's going to be like a hot potato in their hands. I think in this particular circumstance, it was about Miles Bridges, and it was about getting Miles Bridges come hell or high water, and they were going to do whatever it took to get him. You know what I mean? That I don't think this will be a trend. But if it is, it's a really worrisome way to build a basketball team because it's just not value.
You wonder if that is going to be the trend instead, not the picks thing we're talking about, but the we want this, we can't get it. Like, okay, fine, we'll give up the 2033 unprotected first-round pick. Again, when the news dropped and Shams dropped the tweet, it did not include, it just said 2033 first-round pick. So in my head, I'm like, okay, like it's probably top 3, top 5 protected. Maybe it's like lottery protected. Even it's still not great, but like at least there's some level of protection on it, and there's none. And again, I think that they believe that the extra value they get in using the asset without protections is more valuable to them than having the protection in the first place. Like, and again, this is unconventional thinking, and we're going to learn here over the next couple of years whether the Suns' unconventional thinking, doing things in the way that not a lot of teams do, is them having a leg up on the league, or there's a reason why they're really the only team that is doing it this way.
And I think that will be largely dictated by the success or failure of how they do over these next. And I would hope that if over the next couple of years the plan goes nowhere and they go nowhere with the plan, that they'll readjust and that they'll switch. I just can't believe that so quickly after. And I understand it's different. Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Miles Bridges. I understand they're all different circumstances, but so soon after the failure of gutting future assets in the name of the now, I just was so surprised that they were so quick to jump back into that mode again, as if everything they had learned about what had happened suddenly had become forgotten because there was this bright, shiny object that they really wanted. I think quite honestly, they're going to have to fail at it for a few years. And in that regard, I wonder if the success they had last year kind of worked against him in that regard. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we got this. We know what we're doing. You know, we took a team that crazy Dave Burns thought was going to win 31 games and made that crazy lunch bet with Gambo and lost. We know what we're doing. We built a team that won 45 games that probably could have been a top 6 team in the West. We got this. We understand. And I wonder if that success, unexpected success they had last year, kind of fooled them a little bit into thinking they had cracked the code.
I've brought it up a lot. It's one of the hardest things to do in the league when no one expects you to be good and then you're good. It's like, well, okay, what do you do in the offseason to make sure that's a real thing the next year, too? We saw the 48-win Suns under Dragic and Bledsoe. They make the Isaiah Thomas move, then they make the Brandon Knight move, and it all goes down really quickly. Like, sometimes you just have to sit there with what you built, and you and I wanted to see a mix of that. We wanted to see them establish some continuity, but at the same time take a little bit of a mini swing, if you will, and maybe make them big move next summer. There is really no other big move to make next summer unless there's some asset we're not accounting for that will be under consideration to get traded next summer, because that pick was the one we were always thinking of. It's gone.
It's gone. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Team USA is in the spotlight right now. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in World Cup action from Seattle next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Mitch Farrell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just 7 games left for the Diamondbacks before they hit the All-Star break. It is a pivotal road trip that begins tonight. First up, 4 games against the Padres in San Diego, and then it'll conclude this weekend in Los Angeles with 3 against the Dodgers. Prior to tonight's game, James McCann was activated off of the injured list, brought back to the big league club. Adrian Del Castillo sent down to AAA Reno to make room. Brandon Pfaadt will start things on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Walker Buehler. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in World Cup action, the United States currently taking on Belgium in their round of 16 match in Seattle. This is your spoiler warning if you do not want it, giving you 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1-0 Belgium. Not been a good start for the U.S. They've had ceded a lot of control to Belgium early on in this one. We're at about the 30-minute mark in the first half. Again, 1-0 in favor of Belgium. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
That was so smart giving a spoiler warning, by the way. I should have thought of that. Didn't occur to me. What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight, the opener of a 4-game series against the San Diego Padres from beautiful Petco Park. Gee, I wonder what just happened a second ago. That game starts at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. The United States just tied it against Belgium.
You guys are ahead of us.
Huh?
Got a little spoily.
Yeah, they got, you two.
Yeah,
Mitch and Lauren had a physical reaction to what happened, and then I had enough time.
Okay, we figured it out. That one's behind. I'll turn off that one.
To look from you up to this monitor here just in time to see it. So you guys, that's crazy. How can we all be in the same studio? And you're seeing something that's 3 seconds ahead of that. In this room, I'm looking at a monitor that's 5 seconds ahead of Kellen's. How does that happen?
I don't know what's going on.
What happened here, Kellen? You're watching it. You tell me.
Fortunate goal for the United States men's national team. Malik Tillman scored a beautiful free kick goal in the previous round. This was not that. It looked like it was easily going to be covered with the save, but what happens is the defenders are on the wall to try to block the free kick from getting to the goal. The wall will jump from time to time, but that's where it can get hairy and some deflections can occur. Bounces off the noggin of a Belgium defender, and the goalie is basically leaning the way the ball is going. The ball deflects. It goes right by him on his other side. 1-1. Tremendous break for USA, who have looked completely like a shell themselves for the last half hour, and Belgium has also looked the best that they have over this last half hour. So the U.S. just has to get to halftime here at 1-1. And then just rebuild at halftime.
Okay, so 1-1. We talk about what's on tonight. This is also what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening, this Diamondbacks baseball. But right now, they're in the 32nd minute, and it's a 1-1 match right now. What?
Not anymore.
2-1.
To Belgium.
2-1 Belgium. Well, I assume because we didn't hear, that it was Belgium.
Man, could be excited for 4 minutes. How long was that? My goodness.
I was going to say, boy, that was short-lived joy. That didn't take very long. Okay, what happened here?
You take all of like the combined chances that USA gave up in its 4 matches prior to this one, and we did not give up this many premium opportunities, and it's been 33 minutes. It's been a third of the match. I mean, this is just as simple as it gets. It's just a guy going for a cross on the wing, gets by his defender there, a beautiful ball into the box, and 107 years old Tim Ream just got absolutely bodied by a young athletic Belgian forward right there.
So it's 2-1. How you feeling, Kel?
Bad. We look terrible. Yeah, we look really rough and frustrating in a way too, because as someone else is frustrated, they cut to Mauricio Pochettino kicking a tray of water bottles there. I feel the same way. If I had those at my disposal in here, I would kick them too, Mauricio. I'm right.
You would kick water bottles right now?
Well, this is frustrating just because this is what I'm used to seeing. I'm used to maybe not seeing, I know for a fact, not seeing this team look as good as they did in the previous games, especially in the first 2 and then portions of the Bosnia-Herzegovina match in the round of 32 as well. But this is what I'm trained to see, is that once we get to a point in the tournament where we're facing like a marquee nation in the sport, we're going to get taught that we don't know squat about this sport, and we are going to be put in our place. And it has happened routinely over and over again over our World Cup history, whether it is in the knockouts, whether it is in the group stage at some point, most likely in the round of 16, which has been our exit, I think, for 3 straight World Cups, 4 straight World Cups at this point, that we're going to get put in our place. The difference here is that Belgium is not the team that it was a few World Cups ago when in 2018 they finished 3rd. Like, they are fading out of their golden generation a ton. They did not look impressive in the group stage at all, but credit to them, they've come out and been awesome. And I mean, we talked about Seattle. We talked about the home court advantage, the home field advantage that the U.S. was going to have. That crowd got going for 3 minutes, and then Belgium shut them up right after that.
Yeah. Obviously, the questions are going to be asked. And certainly, you know, I mean, we've got a long, long way to go on this one. But I would imagine there's a very large TV audience that's watching this right now, including some folks who probably might not normally watch this because of where the U.S. is at and what round there's at, but because of the controversy as well. And I gotta wonder. I mean, we talked about karma. We talked about the U.S. team looking rattled. Is there anything to the idea that the events of the last 48 hours have?
Oh, for sure.
Right? Like how much is the events of the last 48 hours and just the, I don't want to say uncertainty necessarily, but just the chaos of the last 48 hours for this team, how much is that playing into what we're seeing right now?
Well, it's also just we were at that stage of the tournament anyway. We talked about this, whether it was going to be the quarterfinals or the round of 16, when the attention of the nation was going to be turned to you. Like, we've talked about it in our studio here. Like, KTR's right over there down the hall, and they're talking a lot of World Cup. They're talking a lot of soccer. Now, there's some intersection there with everything that happened with the suspension and stuff and the politics involved, but they're at this point now where they are the biggest sports story in the country right now, and they're not used to that until they pull off the game. But because of everything that happened with Balogun and because of what has happened so far and how impressive they've looked and how shows like CNN or programs over there like KTR has the soccer expert on, and they tell them, like, yeah, this is the best that they've ever looked. I've never seen them look this good. There was a lot of hype around them right now, and right now it just looks like the moment is way too big for them, which is extremely surprising to me, if I'm being honest, because the entire point of this team is that we're not dealing with guys, no offense, that were in the MLS, that were guys who were playing for Real Salt Lake. Like, we're talking about Weston McKennie, who plays for Juventus, which is one of the biggest clubs in Italy. We're talking about Christian Pulisic, who plays for AC Milan, one of the biggest clubs in Italy. Fuller and Balogun plays for Monaco, one of the biggest clubs in France. Tyler Adams has been in the Premier League, the best league in the world right now for soccer the last 2 years, and when he's been healthy, he's been playing at a high level for Bournemouth as well. Like, a lot of these guys play at that highest level. Like, Crystal Palace has been one of the best surprises of the Premier League the last 2 years. Chris Richards has been a huge part of that as a defender, but as I look up again, it's just another turnover of the ball. Like, it's not the fact that they're getting outplayed by Belgium. They are making so many uncharacteristic errors, at least to the team that we saw in the last 4 games, where they're just sloppy, they're unorganized, and they just don't seem connected at all. This is the team I told you about that I was seeing the last 2 years leading into the World Cup. This was the team I was seeing where I was like, I guess round of 16 will make it that far, which is really sad because there was so much hype that this team had earned And as at least for now, they're just going to have to hold on for dear life. Like, again, I said the goal was to get to halftime at 1-1, and then as I said that, Belgium scored. So now you just got to get to halftime at 2-1, regroup, try and find what was working for you earlier in the tournament and make some changes and see what can happen from there with the Seattle crowd back in it after a little break.
I mean, again, I know nothing about this compared to you. I acknowledge that. Just keeping an eye on it as it's unfolding in front of us right now, it seems like the entire time Belgium has been on the attack and that the United States has been on there. Like the entire match so far, the United States it's been in their area. They've been dealing with it. They're not pressing it all. How many scoring opportunities has the United States even, other than the one that came on the kick? It doesn't feel like they've had any opportunities at all in this match.
Yeah, it's been 56% possession for Belgium so far, and there's an analytic that is really helpful in soccer called expected goals. So we could do like shots on target and stuff, but like we need to know how valuable those shots on target are right now. And it's about to go up there because they nearly scored off a deflection pretty close in front of the net. But right now, expected goals 1.67 for Belgium, 0.1 for USA. They basically haven't had a real scoring opportunity yet. Like that Tillman free kick that went in, what was generous as well. Big chances created 3-0. Big chances missed 1-0. Shots on goal 5-1. Like they're just getting dominated in every single portion of the game right now. And you can look at what happened to them in the last game of the group stages where they played against Turkey A, who were the premium competition for them in their group, but they sat pretty much everyone in their starting lineup for that game. So there was no way to look at that as a precursor for what was to come in this match. Like they need to get to halftime desperately. They're in the 39th minute right now. There'll be a few minutes of stoppage time. So can they just get down? Can they keep this at 2-1 for the next 10 minutes? Like that's really going to be their only goal, and they got to possess the freaking ball like they are right now.
Well, we'll see what we end up talking about this tomorrow. We've got D-backs on deck coming up, but of course we'll keep you updated on this match with a spoiler alert, too. I should have learned from Mitch and made sure I was being careful about that because it's worth noting in case you're trying to make it home without knowing what's going on. We should give you that spoiler warning. When we come back, D-backs, Padres, a pivotal road trip to close the first half of the season. It begins tonight. We'll preview it next here on Arizona Sports.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas, I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then, cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
D-backs on deck, getting ready to open up a big series against the San Diego Padres. We'll tell you how big when we get to the standings here in a minute. But the first of 4 between these division rivals. They've only played twice all season long. Both of those games down in Mexico City. They renew acquaintances with this 4-game set from Petco Park. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. For the Padres, right-handed pitcher and a pitcher that the Diamondbacks are very familiar with, Walker Buehler gets the start. The 31-year-old is 5-4 with a 4.61 ERA for San Diego. Brandon Pfaadt getting his second starts of this new season for him since he got called back up. The 27-year-old right-hander 1-1 with a 5.40 ERA.
Birdsey, you could argue this is the biggest storyline of the year. If you believe that the Diamondbacks are not going to be in the playoff hunt when we're talking about the last couple of weeks of the season, and as this wild card race starts to get either tighter or more loose, depending on how many teams are still going to be in it, like getting Brandon Pfaadt back to being a part of your rotation for next year and beyond is a huge, not reclamation project. I'm not willing to go that far because we're not that far removed from when he was a pretty darn good starting pitcher in this league, but just getting him back to being in your rotation because he is not penciled in or penned in for next year. He can't be right now, but if he does enough of a good job for the next couple of months, we'll see if he's able to do that. Of course, coming off of a great outing against the Giants, 5 1/3, gave up 3 hits and a walk. That 1 home run was his lone earned run in that outing, in which he only threw 66 pitches, and that's part of the dynamic here as well, right? Is like when trouble starts to show itself, or if Pfaadt starts to lose command a little bit, how quick does Torey pull the plug on him?
Yeah, and how quickly can Brandon Pfaadt self-correct? I mean, I'm assuming he's going to be on yet another pitch count tonight. He still is slowly trying to rebuild his arm strength to, in the sense that he was stretched out, then he got shortened up, then stretched out again. I can't imagine, unless he's super efficient, I can't imagine he's going to be allowed to go very deep in tonight's game. I think he was 61 pitches his last time out. He was 66 pitches his last time out. So he might be able to go 75 or so before they would pull the plug. Let's see how far he can get on something like that. As far as Walker Buehler goes, boy, he had been pitching really well for the San Diego Padres. His numbers in June were really good. And then he got to a date against Lauren's Chicago Cubs, and they absolutely wrecked his world. 9 earned runs, 7 hits in 4 innings in a loss to the Cubs on the 1st of July. A big reason why his ERA doesn't look it looked a lot better his start before this last one. Let's put it that way. The Cubs kind of wrecked Walker's world.
One of those guys we kind of alluded to with the Erod segment about unlikely all-stars and just like that 3-year period from 2018 to 2021 when he was just one of the best pitchers in baseball for the Dodgers so early in his career, to the point where you're like, is this going to be the guy we have to worry about in the division for the next decade? And then injuries and bouncing around a few different teams ensues, and he's just trying to, it speaks to how great that he was, that he's still getting opportunities. Does that make sense? Because he's been pretty bad now for a good 2 years, maybe even 2.5, 3 years, and teams are still giving him an opportunity. He's getting an extended look with the Padres because there still are going to be the flashes of brilliance, like you mentioned in June when he had a 1.71 ERA in 26 1/3 innings.
Yep, he, like you mentioned, just 5 runs in June, so very, very good there. Big start for them tonight. The Padres come in. They just ended an 8-game losing streak by beating the Dodgers yesterday. They're a team with all sorts of issues, very similar to the Diamondbacks where they are in the standings. The issues for the Padres, though, largely coming from their offense, which statistically speaking has been arguably the worst in all of Major League Baseball. Last in team batting average, last in team OPS, last in runs scored this season. Again, it doesn't fit perfectly with the problems of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Their problems have largely been offensive. And, of course, the Padres, great bullpen, good starters. Not great, but good starters. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks take advantage of a Padres offense that has been miserable most of the season and miserable as of late? That's obviously one of the big questions to tonight's game.
It's just shocking because you're hearing that and you're like, wait a minute, the team with Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado and Jackson Merrill, that's the team that is struggling to those depths offensively. Yeah, Tatis, 731 OPS for him this year. Machado, 692. And then Merrill's all the way down at 626. Again, Merrill was the Buehler thing we just had, where we saw the rookie that he had for San Diego. It's oh my goodness, this guy for the next decade. Are you kidding me? Next to Tatis, and it has just been a miserable year for them offensively, and they've gotten enough pitching to sort of hang around, but they're kind of in that Diamondbacks tier where I think you kind of know what they are right now, and I think that they're going to be a team that has some interesting decisions to make with a hyper-aggressive general manager, and I wonder what direction he's going to lean.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just looks at the Padres and assumes that they're going to be buyers because of A.J. Preller, their general manager, and how ultra-aggressive he is in a moment like this. But they're in, again, almost exactly the same spot the Diamondbacks are in terms of record, in terms of where they are in the standings, and we'll get to that in a minute. But they just approach these things so differently. We'll see. We'll see if their payroll allows that. We'll see if their ownership allows for that. But the Padres are a team that needs this 4-game series just as badly as the Arizona Diamondbacks do, and are probably looking at it just like the Diamondbacks should be looking at theirs as an opportunity for them to get right. The injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. For the Diamondbacks, no new injuries to share with you, though there was a roster move made by the team today, and that was sending down Adrian Del Castillo to Reno and activating James McCann off the injured list. He is now the backup catcher for the Diamondbacks, and Del Castillo goes back down to the minors to try to figure a few things out. He had a big 3-run home run over the weekend, but it's largely been a struggle for ADC over the last few weeks.
It really has been, and I think the hope that we had is still somewhat there, at least for me. But you'll remember the electric start to his career where we were finally the designated hitter that was promised. We've been waiting ever since it came over to the National League for the D-backs to find that dedicated guy that was going to be there long term, not just as a temporary solution like what Jock Peterson was when he was one of the best in baseball at that spot as well. I had high hopes for him as a hitter. I still do, but there's clearly some fine-tuning and adjusting that needs to happen for him.
Yeah, the standings, the MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day today, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 44-45 on the year, tied with the San Diego Padres, who have exactly the same record at 44-45. Well behind the Dodgers, obviously, when you look at the wild card standings. Both of these teams are 4 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. That belongs to the St. Louis Cardinals. Also in front of the Diamondbacks are the Miami Marlins, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Washington Nationals. 4 games back of the last spot with 4 teams in front of them. Work to be done. Kellen has a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Keep the ball on the ground, Burnsy. The Padres have the second highest ground ball rate in the league. When you look at what has worked for Brandon Pfaadt this year, it has been his ground ball rate, 49%. That's one of the best marks in baseball. So you've got Brandon Pfaadt's big strength against the Padres' big weakness. That should mesh pretty well, in my opinion.
That potentially could work if the Diamondbacks can score some runs off of Walker Buehler and get some hits with some runners in scoring